Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. The Great Bonehead has returned. Did. Yeah, I'm doing a special stream. Doing a special one for Sunday night. You know you love it. If anyone's here. Ah, we're doing a special one because we got a couple of my crew together. If you didn't know, I joined an agency, Nocturne. And two of the lovely ladies from Nocturne are watching some videos tonight. So I decided, you know what? I will I will give up my Sunday so I can hang out. Right? And I missed a couple streams this week, so why the fuck not? Let's get in here and do. Really? I just started.
Nice work, Bone Daddy.
How are you, motherfucker? How are you gonna start an ad when I just motherfucking started? Motherfucker, I am pissed. I don't even know when it ends. I don't know when it ends. Someone tell me when the ad ends, because I'm getting fucking mad. Like, how are you gonna start the ad right when my show starts? I'm in the middle of doing my introduction, and you're like, ad? Really? I should get a warning. I told it to give me a warning, and I told it to tell me when it's over, and I didn't get either one of those. Fucking thing. Alright. Yeah. It's probably over by now. I hope it's over by now. If it's over by now, then you can hear me bitch. Fuck you, ad. Fuck you. Horrible timing. I'm going to check in with them and see how they're doing. How's it going? I am currently live, but you guys are muted so they can't hear you. No problem. What about me? I'm a lovely lady too. Yes, 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 Lady Taker, you're a lovely lady too. Except in the morning. Ooh. Okay. Okay, are you guys okay with me unmuting you so everyone can hear you? Alright. Groovy. There we go. We are live. We've got everybody. What? My wife is giving me the look of death now.
That's bad. That's kind of bad.
I sense an evil presence.
Huh.
I love you.
That's funny.
Ow!
Hey, the fear. What is that? What is that sound? I hear
Hasn't been drinking
What's
water.
up, Dr.
Sorry.
Aesop? How's it going?
What is that sound?
Whenever you go live, Rosa, we can share chat.
Oh, okay. How do we do that?
It's very easy. I'll show you what. I'll walk you through it once you go live and do all your opening and shit.
Oh, okay.
Bum, 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 bum.
All right.
Do. We're just setting up, getting used to everything. Don't mind us. How's it going, Aesop? You don't want to join us for video watching? I mean, I get it if you're busy.
Hello. What's up, Bloodbags? It's me, Rosa.
I'm
Jesus.
kind of like
How
watching.
have you guys?
Playing Star Wars. Okay.
How have you guys been?
I kind of being a stalker and watching like
good.
live through like my phone and shit like that.
I'm groovy, and you like
Oh,
stalking?
watch it.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, I'm gonna be watching memes today. With Phones, Jango, and Cora. So
Hello.
yeah.
I'm live.
Oh, yeah, I
I love you, dear.
unmuted the Discord call. Everyone can hear everyone now, just so y'all know.
Holla! What's up?
What is up, my dudes?
What is up, my guy?
I'm sorry, I don't know why that made me laugh so hard.
Why? Because the way I said
it. Okay.
it.
Okay, so I have a bunch of memes on a playlist. And then I have...
Why does your monitor look different?
I changed it. I have a little different one.
I thought you're a vampire.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
I'm very entertained.
But why you have
Okay.
bat wings? When we're like devil wings, you know.
Because I went through some shit and now I got bat wings.
Ah.
What, were you like pushing too hard and they just popped out?
Yeah.
You can make
I've
a
had stuff
cocoon
like that
a
happen.
butterfly. You can make a cocoon like a butterfly. Be like, wee.
What, I'm not a caterpillar? I'm a vampire. Wait.
You know what's really interesting? When a skeleton farts, since we don't have butt cheeks, it just kind of clacks together. It's like, duck, 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 duck.
Oh. Do I clicky the thingy?
Wait, no, it's on my side. I'm sorry, I'm like dying over here.
Damn. It says watch stream. Should I watch the stream?
If you want to watch the videos, okay.
Ah.
Wait, do we want to do... Oh, it's not even a cryptids video. It's an urban legend, but it's like 2 hours.
2 hours of urban legends?
Yeah, it's one unknown urban legend from every state.
Oh, I love that.
Okay,
Does the donkey lady come out?
All right, first, let's do the share chat.
okay.
Are you ready? All right,
Okay,
the little envelope symbol on the top. You're gonna get something from me. So, and then all you have to do is click on it, and we should be good to go. So.
Okay.
And let's see.
Sorry.
What?
By guest. Send
What are you
invite.
watching?
All right. Now, in your messages, you'll see a link. Just click it, and our chat should be shared.
On Twitch?
Yes. The little envelope symbol at the top right.
Okay, just a sec. Let me click that.
Okay, ready? One more.
Okay, envelope. Get started.
There you go.
Okay.
Start sharing chat. And if you want, you can mute me
Yeah.
so that you're not hearing me twice.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad I'm not streaming today.
Or you
Wait,
can turn
I am.
yourself off.
Oops. Wait. Oh, wait. I don't know if my chat is shared anymore. Now
No,
I'm
it's
lost.
not. You turned yourself off.
Ugh.
The coffee too, please.
So that's stupid.
Oh, you got it. Thank
okay, let me...
It's correction. It's pendeja.
Pendeja.
Hey, wait. Don't judge me. Okay, there we go.
Start sharing chat. That is enabled. We are good to go.
Okay.
I'm hearing myself echo.
Yes, I can hear that too.
Wait.
There we go. I turned my mic off so you can't hear me. But our chat
Okay,
is shared. That's all you really needed.
Oh, okay. Well, I muted the thingy. Twitch.tv wants to use my microphone. Do I need to do that? I feel like I don't.
No,
need
you
to do
don't.
that.
You don't have. All we needed to do was share chat. We're good to go. We can hear each other on the Discord.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Ah.
Okay, there we go. Yay, I did it. I get
What
it.
are we
Leave the tab open
watching?
and go back to the video.
Oh, thanks, Max. I'm like not good at,
Most
you know.
Leave the tab open and go back to the video.
Vidja.
to the video. Okay, I did it.
Magic,
And then
magic.
tab
use the-
open.
What?
Whoa. Okay. Are
Alright.
y'all ready for the video?
I
you
mean,
ready for the
I
quiz?
suppose. I think I'm going to share the Discord page just because it'll be easier to see.
Like a quiz.
Okay.
It's fine. Go ahead
Okay,
and start
no.
playing. I'll set it up on my end.
Okay. Oh Jesus. Okay. We're watching one unknown urban legend from every state.
Yay, the cuckoos.
They're not that cuckoo-y.
Rhode Island,
Hey, it's
the
true.
witching tree of Smithfield.
There we go.
In the quiet town of Smithfield, Rhode Island, there once stood a tree that many believed carried a dark
Twitch.
and mysterious history.
What?
Simply as the witch tree, it stood
It
in
is
the
very,
middle of
very
an
quiet.
intersection seemingly out of place. Its
Oh, what? The video?
and location
Yeah.
became the centerpiece of a legend filled with both
Ooh, have it turned up.
and unexplained
A ver.
occurrences. The witch tree was positioned at the intersection of Log Road and
Oh my
Is it-
god, that sounds
I
horrible.
can't turn it up.
Can you imagine?
School Road
Eee.
and Cowell, as locals kind of debate its precise location.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's go country roads. If I start
Country.
singing, guys, I'm sorry.
I wonder.
I'm trying to see why the audio isn't obeying.
I turned
what
it up on
said.
my end.
Oh, okay. Wait. Let me.
It's not me,
Alright.
right? Because I'm not.
What?
It's
No,
not you.
it's
You're
me.
just a watcher. You're all good.
Yay!
Yeah.
And its placement
Wait,
on
okay, is
the
it
center
good
of the
now?
road actually caused
Yeah,
a
we're
number
groovy.
of collisions over the years.
Okay.
Drivers
Take me
unfamiliar with the
home.
intersection often found themselves unable to completely avoid the tree, resulting in some serious injuries
is why
and
I
even
don't drive.
fatalities. The bark even
Why
bore
not?
visible scars from these
Because I will probably see
incidents,
that tree, but like,
stripped away in spots where vehicles had slammed into it. Despite the damage though and its seemingly sickly
maybe
state,
turn it down
the
just
tree
a bit.
continued
It's
to bloom each spring.
I know.
The
I turned it out a
accidents
little.
themselves were tragic.
Ah.
They weren't immediately thought of as paranormal. Over time, though, the
Oh,
growing
okay.
list of casualties and the whole dark reputation of the area gave rise to whispers of a curse.
What dark
Curse!
The
repetition?
lore was the proximity of an old house said
Curse
to
your
have
family.
belonged to a witch.
Curse your
This
cow.
house, which was long abandoned and
Curse
exposed,
oh, for a
you.
second I thought you would be like, dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow.
leaving only its foundation behind. The stories surrounding
The
the
sun-
house basically contributed to the witch tree's name and reputation, with some suggesting that there was a connection between the two. Those
there's
who
a witch
passed
tree,
by
do you
the
think
tree
there's a
at
bitch
night
tree?
often reported strange sightings.
Maybe.
And
Probably.
one of the most common tales of these sightings described ghostly children appearing at the base of the tree only to vanish as cars approached.
How did
Drivers
it-
with
The cuckoos,
braver
the cuckoos are there.
dispositions who stopped
How did it go
investigated
from being a
found
car
nothing
accident
but
tree
a
to a
black
ghost kid tree? That's
and
weird.
one peculiar ritual
Run
known
Yeah,
as
what the fuck?
tree game
Did she eat
became
babies?
popular among local thrill
Um,
seekers.
Well, sure.
According to the legend, driving around
trying
the
to,
tree
like,
I mean,
picture
I know a lot of
in some
ladies that
versions
eat
of
babies
Mulan
and they're
now.
totally fine.
would summon a
It's
ghostly
in his voice.
Oh my God.
saying that.
This figure was
I'm
sent
talking about, like,
to
chicken
the
eggs.
driver before
No.
pulling alongside their vehicle and
Something else.
disappearing into thin air.
Oh.
And it's unclear whether this tale caused more accidents on the already dangerous road, but the connection between the game and the tree's whole dark reputation persisted.
What?
Eventually, the tree was cut down, though, likely to prevent further accidents
I
and
shouldn't be
discourage
speaking
thrill
so
seekers
much right now.
from
So they
tempting
cut the
fate.
fucker down, so it's not even there
In
anymore.
its absence, the legend of the witch
It will
tree
still grow
still
back
lingers.
and
Some
get its
believe that the
vengeance.
spirits tied to the tree
Damn.
remain in the area, perhaps the souls of those who lost their lives in the crashes. Others dismissed the whole story
I
entirely.
Just think it was a
attributing it
bad
to
idea to put a road around the tree. They should have taken the tree out a long time ago, so that
Yeah,
nobody would
that's
have
like-
died.
Look at
A
that
horrible,
tree,
horrible
it's so
idea.
pretty.
Is quiet.
Hey, maybe
Yeah.
they didn't
I
look
missed
at
the whole part of
tree.
why they left the
As,
fucking
you know,
tree there. They're
creepy.
just too
For
afraid of
those
it.
who
Now they're
seek
like,
out
fuck it, we'll
remnants
cut
of
it
the
down.
legend,
Oh,
only
look,
the
nothing
memory
happened.
of the tree and its strange stories remain.
You're like,
Kentucky, the headless woman of
Kentucky.
Iroquois Park.
The headless
Iroquois
woman.
Park, which covers 739 acres in Louisville,
Damn.
Kentucky, has a long and complex history. It was first designed in 1888 by Frederick Law
At least
Olmsted,
without a head, she
who
can't
also
nag
created
people.
Cherokee and Shawnee Parks
Damn.
at what were then the
Go
city's
down.
outer edges.
What?
Often
Oh.
called
I'm
the
married.
Yellowstone
I've been married a
of
long time.
Yellowstone, the park
Actually,
features a really big
February 19th,
250-foot hill
17 years.
Beware.
growth forest.
She might
At
be
its
behind you,
peak is
blaming you.
Lookout Point,
And she's gonna be
which
like,
is a popular
Oh, you
scenic
should hear the
area
shit we
that
say
has
to each other.
become one of
Holy
the
crap.
park's most recognizable.
she's gonna be like, he's gonna be like,
Iroquois Park is known for its
one
beauty.
day, sir,
It's
one
also
day,
tied to some,
Oh.
darker and creepy
Damn.
stories.
your egg's gonna be
Many
burned.
visitors who explore its
Eh.
winding trails
She won't do
on
anything
What?
to me until I get
humans
life
have
insurance.
reported some strange
Take
and
up on your
creepy
food,
experiences.
the actual food.
It often
Whatever.
all begins with the sound of a dog barking wildly in the distance, a noise that grows louder and
The
more
19th
frantic.
counts. We had to
A
move it
thick
to the
fog
23rd.
then rolls in, which clouds all your visibility.
Could you
The
stop?
air also takes on an acrid smell of smoke and fire. Those who remain long enough describe seeing a figure then emerge from the fog. Dressed in
Wait,
clothing
so
from
then there's
the
dogs barking.
1800s, the
Woof, woof,
figure
woof, woof.
is said to carry her own severed head in her hands.
Oh
with
damn, what the
blood
fuck?
dripping from
Well,
her
why don't
neck
you just
as
put it
she
back
moves.
on?
Yo.
But yeah, this tale in specific.
Yeah,
has
like
been
nearly
shared
headless
through
Nick from Harry
generations
Potter.
and kind
Duct
of
tape.
grows more darker
Duct tape
and more
works wonders.
detailed with each retelling. Some
Oh.
say that the headless woman was once the wife
Hot
of a
glue.
farmer who lived on the
Hot
land
glue.
before it became a park. According to the story,
Nobody, the hot glue
while
that's not
her
gonna
husband
work.
was away on business.
Okay, fair enough.
their
Duct tape is
homestead
probably
was
better.
attacked.
Duct tape is
A
better,
group
maybe.
of local
maybe super glue.
tribesmen
For a
reportedly
little
Staple
bit.
gun.
killed the family's dog to silence it before storming the house. The tale
What?
goes on to say
Have you
that they
have
then
like
dragged
super
the
glue in your
woman
fingers
outside,
before? That shit
beheaded her,
freaks you out.
and then set
One
fire
time-
to
You know
her.
that's
I
what
super
super
glued
glue was
my fingers
invented
together.
for?
Her ghost is
Yeah.
said to haunt the
Yeah.
park, endlessly walking the
Super
trails
glue was
in
invented
search of
for field
justice
medics.
for her violent death.
Didn't have time to stitch
So yeah,
closed
the story kind
open
of
wounds.
ends there. There's not really
That
any
makes sense.
extra information
They're just like,
on why they
slap some
specifically
fucking
did
glue on
this,
that
like
shit.
part of the legend.
Yep, that's
but
what
yeah,
it was
it's said
originally
that
invented
she
for.
still just haunts
Like-
the area.
Now every
New
time I
Jersey,
open super glue, I
Route
look at it and I'm like,
55, Indian Curse Road.
this held people's guts
Route
together.
55, which is located
Oh.
in Gloucester County, has been the site of ghostly sightings, unexplained accidents, and a series of tragedies tied to its development, many of which locals attribute to a curse.
What?
The highway's dark history
Why is it always a curse
extends
and not
all the
people
way
being
back to the
reckless?
early 1980s during its initial
I
construction.
Because
don't
they don't
think
wanna-
curses are.
The road was
That's
built
just people
over
not
land
wanting to admit
believed
they
to be
did
a
something
Native
stupid.
American
It
burial
must be a
ground.
curse.
Carl Pierce or Satan
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying curses aren't real, but I mean, are we sure it's a curse and not just somebody being reckless?
Disturbing
Like,
sacred land would bring
Never
misfortune.
underestimate stupid
Soon
people.
after construction began, workers
Yeah.
reported a series of deadly
always
accidents
exhaust
from
all
the
mundane things
One
first.
worker was even crushed by an asphalt roller, while another
Crushed by
fell to
ass.
his death when unexpected winds swept
Oh
him
my
over
God.
an overpass. A
Why
third
was he
worker
working in
died
such
suddenly
unsafe
from
conditions?
injuries
Where
while
is-
on the job? These deaths were
It
Oh, shut
just
up.
reminded me
Serious
of
serious illnesses affecting workers
the Doom
and
guy
their
from Roger
families,
Rabbit.
including cancer
Judge
and
Doom.
other severe conditions. One
Oh my
worker
God.
experienced a bizarre condition.
Yo, that character
where his
freaked me
feet
out as a
turned
kid. I was like,
black.
dude,
Tragedy
this was cool until
extended
this.
beyond the
Like-
construction site too,
Like,
though.
Oh, that movie, the whole
Five
movie freaked me
Department
out.
of Transportation
I
employees
love that movie.
exploded in a fire.
well, there was a time as a kid, I thought there was a real place where the cartoons lived for reals. So,
worker killed
I would have loved to
during
go
the
on
first
there.
week of construction.
My
Carl
friend got kicked
Kruger,
out of
the
Disney for
project
beating up
site
Roger
engineer,
Rabbit.
reportedly spoke frequently about the string of misfortunes, but
I wanna
died
go
of
to Disney.
cancer not long
was it? Wait,
after.
was he dressed as Mickey or something? Because that would have been hella hilarious.
The curse. Even after the road's completion, locals have continued to share all these
Okay.
accounts. M.A., which is a resident familiar with the area, recalled how two close family friends were killed on Route 55 during a prom night tragedy in the 1990s. Basically, what happened
Prom
was
night
the
tragedy?
couple's car ran out of gas,
Yeah.
and while refueling
I always thought
on
that
the
that was like when the
roadside,
condom
they were
broke.
struck and killed by drunk drivers. Another fatal
Why
accident occurred near exit 58.
Why was there no
A
street
family
lights
friend of
there?
Denise died in what was
was he
described
driving in the
as a
rain?
freak accident. Many who drive Route 55 at night notice an unusual number
Why would you
of
drive in the
cars
rain?
along the roadside,
And the dark.
fueling speculation that
Right,
the
People
road
are
like-
still
stupid.
carries its dark
Put some fucking
reputation.
lights around the highway, goddamn. Light that bitch up like a
Moonlight
Christmas
monster.
tree.
Moon Lake has gained a reputation as the home of a mysterious aquatic creature known as Mooney.
I only know of
Mooney.
Moon
To
Knight.
the Loch Ness Monster.
Moon Knight.
One of the most well
This is the
documented
first I'm hearing of this.
Moon
Mooney
haunts you.
comes from Bill Reardon, a former owner of Moon Lake Resort. who
Wait,
described
what state are we
his
in?
encounter with Mooney in a 1998
I don't-
article.
Utah.
Reardon
Oh.
first heard
Utah.
about the creature in 1994
I think I have some relatives that live over there.
gathering at the resort.
Oh, thanks for the
Billy
follow.
Sutherland, the father
Is
of
that
one of the
Utah?
resort's owners, shared a
Utah.
detailed
Yeah.
description of what
Ew.
conditions might lead to a sighting. It goes as
Why is
follows.
this the
Why
first
a
time hearing-
plesiosaur? How the fuck could a plesiosaur live there in a lake, though? Like, that doesn't
I don't
even make
know.
sense.
Wind or
They've been
boat
saying that about
activity
friggin'
to
Loch
obscure
Ness.
the water. Sutherland explained
Yeah,
that
I don't think that's scientifically
said
sound,
at dawn or
but I don't know, I'm not a
dusk
scientist.
when the lake's stillness allows any
I'm more
disturbances to
impressed.
stand
I've been
out.
watching this shit since I was a
Sutherland
kid,
also
and
described
I've
the
never heard
appearance
of this
a
cryptid.
V-shaped ripple
There's
moving
another Loch
steadily
Ness
across
monster,
the water,
basically.
often starting from the
Basically,
end of the
what if
lake
someone got
and
inspired?
zigzagging near the
They
far
already have
shore.
another one in
This
Lake
ripple
Champlain.
was created
They
by
call
a
it
rounded
Oh,
object just below
yeah.
the surface, pushing water in
And then
front of
people
it
are
without
like, I
creating
saw
a
it!
breaking
I
wave.
saw it!
Although Reardon initially
Are you sure you
dismissed the
saw it?
story
Are you
with
sure you were not
skepticism, though,
drunk?
he soon found
Maybe on
himself
something?
experiencing the
They
phenomenon
could have been high.
firsthand.
Hey, maybe.
One morning
It's
in
true.
mid-June,
Like on
Reardon
crack or
was
something.
drinking coffee.
Well, I mean,
I
I
don't
was
know.
high
on the
once, and I
lake
watched
at daybreak when
I
he
watched someone
noticed
jump
the
into a
telltale
fire
ripple cutting through the water.
Oh,
on
God.
purpose.
It moved
Yeah.
exactly
Yeah.
as Sutherland
Ugh.
had described.
Kind of reminds me of the
prompting
video
Reardon
of
to
this.
grab
They
his
expected me to do it
binoculars
too. I was like,
for
no,
a
that's
closer
stupid.
look. As he approached the lake, passing the volleyball and horseshoe courts, he focused on the apex of the V-shaped ripple.
What?
To him, he could see that it wasn't caused by a fish, bird, log, or boat.
Are you sure about that?
It was
You know what?
smooth, deliberate.
I love the
and
subject
unlike
matter, but
anything
the
he could
narrator needs to put
identify.
some more energy
The
in his
ripple
voice.
zigzagged toward the far shore.
Yeah,
shit
he
that I would
really-
watch to go
Chills,
to
right?
bed.
And headed back toward the center. of the
Wasn't
lake.
that chills, right?
Reardon noted that the rounded
Yeah, at least it's
object
not
that
creating
chills
the
guy.
disturbance never really broke the
Oh,
surface.
I'm trying to remember how he
Dylan is
like
chilling.
Movements back and forth, the ripple disappeared.
You
as
might
the sunlight
regret whatever
intensified.
you
The
find.
entire encounter
Oh, yeah.
lasted less than 30 minutes, leaving
don't
Reardon
know it's a
puzzled
Loch Ness
and
monster.
unable to explain what
Damn.
he just witnessed. Later that summer,
He, like,
Reardon and
made
his
his
wife saw the
Flat
same
voice so
ripple again
iconic, I
in
guess
similar
everybody wants to
conditions,
imitate it.
though the sighting
True.
was shorter in duration. Despite spending 2 full seasons
I mean, say
at
What-
what
what
you
makes
want.
sense-
At least people know who the hell he is.
I used to fall asleep with
Directly
YouTube on
observed
and his videos would be
However,
on. I'm just like,
stories of
why is
Mooney
it on?
were a constant presence at the resort.
I sleep to The
Visitors
Simpsons.
frequently shared tales of strange ripples or
Or Golden
shadows
Girls.
in the water.
Hey, it's cool. Now I
Even
sleep with a
first-time
Futurama
guests
on.
often arrived with stories they'd heard from
I get
friends
too
or
invested
family
in
who
Futurama.
had previously visited the lake.
I've watched The Simpsons a lot,
Mooney
so
sightings have been remarkably
used to love The
consistent
Simpsons.
over the
I'm
years
just,
as well. Witnesses
they got old
described
after a
the
while. I
same
was like,
smooth
damn.
ripple often spotted in the
Yeah.
morning or evening. when
some of the
the
later
lake
seasons are like hit or
lack
miss.
of visible
Some of the
features above
like
the surface, though,
it's more like certain episodes that are really good.
Observers are
Mhm.
left
Nah, I like the
speculating
older
about
ones,
the
though.
creature's size, shape.
Yeah, like
Some
season.
believe Mooney could be a relic.
Oh
from
my god, I
prehistoric
cannot remember.
times,
Like
perhaps a
seasons.
surviving aquatic
Honestly, like
dinosaur,
1
and
to like about
species
8.
adapted to the lake's
Those
I
are
love the
really good.
Treehouse of Horrors ones.
Hawaii. Faceless Woman of Hawaii. On May 19,
Yeah, my wife used to
1952,
sleep
Oh my God, it's
an
Cops.
article
episodes
in
of
the
Cops,
Honolulu Advertiser
but it would drive me nuts.
brought
It wasn't
public
the audio.
attention to
It was because the
interesting
police
rumors
lights, I could
circulating
see them
about
while I
Oh,
was trying
God.
to sleep, like the
drive-in
lights
theater
flashing
in
through my
Honolulu,
eyelids. That would
Hawaii.
drive me nuts.
The column, which was written by
Yeah, it's
Bad
okay.
boys, bad
I
boys.
used to sleep with like
involving the
forensic
ladies'
files
restroom
on.
at the theater.
Oh, I can't watch that shit no more. It freaks me the fuck out.
The
Yeah,
first
whenever I fall
described the
asleep, I
girl
have it
who
on,
went
and
to
I'll
the
be like,
restroom
"Hey,
at
nothing
midnight to
wrong,"
reapply
and
her
I'm just
lipstick.
like,
While
"Oh,
looking in the
okay."
mirror, it's
Bad boys, what you gonna do?
I gotta watch
What
Disney
you gonna
movies.
do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
guilty.
What?
Moments later, the door slammed and locked itself. The girl screamed and that was pretty much it.
What, like some Bloody Mary
Incident
shit?
involved the
Huh?
girl encountering another woman combing her long hair in front of the mirror. When she went to greet the woman and be friendly, the figure turned slightly.
Oh, God, that's
revealing a
horrifying.
blank face. The encounter
Nothing!
reportedly left the girl so terrified
It's Slender
that
Man's
she was
girlfriend.
hospitalized. These accounts were
Ma'am,
tied
It
to
looks like
proximity
it-
How do you
Kinda-
breathe,
to the
ma'am?
cemetery, which
Kinda
somehow
reminds me-
contributed to the occurrences.
How do you
She's a
breathe?
ghost.
The theater manager
Ghosts don't need to
dismissed
breathe.
the stories as
I can help you make a
fabrication,
hole if you
but
know if you need
acknowledged their
to.
unexpected popularity.
Oh hell no.
He claimed the
Yeah, just
tales
puncture
drew
a
more
hole.
patrons to the drive-in
Oh my god.
for the films and to experience.
thought it
the
was,
haunting. And something interesting is
It kind of reminds me of some like Japanese
that
folklore.
before the stories gained traction, a woman had told
They
her
always
that
have
she
weird
encountered
monsters
have
like
some of the
that.
best
in the
ones.
restroom. Though
But why are
the
they
family never
using
came
it,
forward
actually?
with their tale. He believed though that the whole thing
Well,
stemmed from
because
local
of how Hawaii
monsters,
and Japan are,
specifically
maybe
a girl
like
known
people
for
came
locking
from
restroom
Japan
doors
and then they
or
kind of
sweeping
like
paper beneath stalls.
made their own thing in Hawaii.
Then,
I
could believe it.
I don't know.
Folklorist
There could be
Glenn
some
Grant revisited Krause's
passed
report
down
and categorized
lore.
the faceless woman stories as
Yeah.
an urban legend. He noted that urban legends often follow a pattern where key details remain constant while other elements shift during retellings.
Yeah, that's
In
what they're
this
called
case, The
stories.
central theme was the faceless woman, with the surrounding circumstances.
How's that
such
faces
as
and
who
it's like they
witnessed
drew an
her and
eyeball
what they
next to like
experienced
what's going
vary.
on in this picture?
Grant pointed out that
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
stories are
No,
frequently
no, then
told
a face,
about a
but
friend
then
or
an
a
eyeball?
friend, distancing
An
them
eyebrow?
from direct investigation.
Yeah,
However, during a radio appearance in
it don't make
1993,
sense to me.
Grant
Is it someone
encountered
else?
a caller
Is it
who
supposed to be her?
challenged
And
his
what's going on in
skepticism.
this
The
situation here?
woman claimed that she had
I'm
personally
too
seen the
distracted
faceless
thinking about
ghost
her
2
being
years earlier
Slender
at the
Man's
Wildlife
girlfriend.
Drive-In.
And they don't
She
really make out,
described
they just
that
rub
she
their
entered the
faces
restroom
together.
and saw a girl
Ew.
along with her in front of the mirror. As she approached,
Smush
the figure,
noises.
she noticed that the girl's face.
I don't think there would be noises.
Terrified, she ran out, and her friends found.
How
the
could you
restroom
barely
all
notice
empty.
somebody's face
This
was
account
missing?
from someone unaware of the legend prior to
Like that
her
doesn't make.
experience
Wouldn't that be the first
complicated
fucking thing you
Grant's dismissal
notice?
of the story as folklore.
You'd be like,
While the drive-in
I
was
guess
Man,
it depends
your
on where
face
your
is gone,
mind
man.
is.
1986 to make way for.
Or maybe she was drunk. Maybe she was drunk.
The faceless woman still persisted.
Like
Now,
that lady from that airplane video. Where she was like, that guy is not a human, and then it
He's a
turned
lizard
out
man.
that
basement of a Honolulu
yeah, then it
hospital
turned out
at
she was
London
drunk.
encountered a similar figure. They saw.
They
a
were
woman
trying to
in
be like,
hospital
she
gown
knew some
slowly
stuff or
approaching.
whatever. Like, no,
Assuming she was
Yeah.
alone.
it's not
She was just drunk.
reptilians.
One of the men
She was
called
just
out
drunk.
to offer assistance. When she tucked her long black hair behind her ears, they realized her head was featureless, appearing as a dark void. Both men immediately fled the
Okay,
area,
a dark void
and
is a
one
lot
later
different than
recounted
just
the incident
faceless.
to Grant.
yeah, because
that's
a dog
two
void
different
is
things.
basically a
Even in late
void.
I think that'd be
1990s,
Faceless has
shit.
no
living
face.
on Iwa Beach
Yeah.
Road heard the distinct clacking sounds.
Well,
of
faces could mean like
sounds outside
anything,
their
like
home.
Slender
Looking
Man
out, they saw
or
an
You won't have a
elderly
face,
woman
though.
in a red
Apparently a
shirt
void.
A
with
void,
her
a
hair
void
in a
is just
bun and
basically a
carrying
void. Just
matching
imagine that,
umbrella.
like,
She
imagine that
walked
shit.
slowly up their driveway, and as she
I mean,
passed their
fair
window,
enough.
turned to reveal
I'm gonna
a
keep
blank
my voice
face.
to
The couple
myself
shouted in surprise,
'cause
but
my mind
continued
jumped
to
right
watch
into
as
the
the
gutter.
figure walked past their car
Ah.
with her
Oh.
umbrella visible through the windows while her body was not. The
What?
women entered their garage and vanished thereafter.
Why the hell wouldn't you freaking burn some sage if you saw that? Why would you let them walk into your fucking garage?
In the mid 1990s,
You get salt.
though it's unclear. if
Right?
some
Why would you just be
continued.
like, sure, I could let her come into my garage. Like, what the fuck?
2003 left
Yeah.
behind a collection.
You
of
get all the
accounts.
soul would be like,
Montana,
Right.
Langville, Montana. Langville, Montana is a name that has drifted through whispers and online searches, leaving
What?
behind a mysterious narrative of a town that reportedly vanished without a trace.
Oh,
Like the ghost
bullshit.
towns scattered across Montana that still have ruins or remnants, Langville has no physical evidence supporting its existence at all.
Well, shit can get demolished, goddamn.
A town located somewhere in the rural eastern plains disappeared entirely sometime in the early 2000s. and
What?
the
I'm originally
details
from,
surrounding this mystery have
I'm
only
originally
added
from
to the
Connecticut,
interest.
And there's a
Claims
mystery
about
town up
Langville's
there called
presence
Dudleyville.
have included sightings on Google
Maybe
Maps,
Yeah.
it's like
where it
cursed
was
and
said to have briefly
blah blah
appeared
blah.
with street
It's still
views
there, but they
showing
banned
what
anyone
appeared
from
to be a
going
small
to
town.
private property.
However, when people attempted to
Oh.
locate Langville in person, it couldn't be found. To complicate matters further, no archived maps or screenshots provide evidence of its supposed location.
conspiracy.
Despite this, over 7
Maybe it
million
wasn't a
searches
real
have been
place, man.
reported for Langville, yet none yield concrete results. Adding to the confusion are reports that Langville's name has occasionally
That is where all the
surfaced in
cuckoos
people's
live,
search
and
for
that's where we
complete
come out.
suggestions.
Lol.
Terms like Langville, Montana disappeared, Langville, Montana incident, and even Langville, Montana turned inside out have been noted by
What?
users. though
What is
these
this, the fucking
theories
Marvel
do not
universe where
have
shit just
information.
disappears? Like,
Some claim this
and you're like,
phenomenon
oh yeah,
is linked
that
to
was
the
Scarlet
Mandela
Witch. It
effect,
makes sense.
which is a theory suggesting collective false memories. Locals in certain areas of Montana, though, insist that Langville was real, sharing vague recollections.
Are
of
they
its
are
existence
they
and
sure
stories of
that
its
somebody's
sudden
grandpa
disappearance.
doesn't have
Among the most
dementia or
disturbing
something, and
aspects of the legend
it's
is the
not a
claim
real
that the
place?
residents of
I mean,
Langville
maybe.
vanished in a gruesome manner, with some accounts suggesting that an unknown force turned the people inside out.
What?
Wait, what?
Stories, though unsubstantiated, have been a
Hey,
focal
that's
point
one way
for
to do it.
conspiracy
Inside
theorists.
out.
And the thing is,
That is
this
so
theory
m-
gained more attention
fake.
with its mention in the recent Ghostbusters movie, where the town is cited alongside other infamous mysteries like the SS Orang Medan. In the film, Agent Rourke
Orang
refers to
Medan.
Langville as an
Orang
example
Medan. What
of
the hell?
inexplicable events, stating the
You're
entire
supposed to be
town
learning
of
me
Langville,
some stuff.
Montana goes missing.
Yeah.
While some suggest this reference was a clever marketing tactic, others argue
Sorry, my
it
mind
revived an older
somewhere
legend
else.
that had
Ooh.
already been circulating among
happens.
Montana locals and internet forums for years. Skeptics believe Langville is nothing more than a carefully constructed hoax, possibly created to draw tourism or stir up internet speculation.
Tourism to see the thing
Yeah,
that doesn't
same.
exist.
Really existed often point to the whole absence of
Go look
evidence
for
as
it,
the
and
most
people will be
key
like,
part
"Hell
of the
yeah."
mystery. Alabama.
Oh.
They'd be like, I found it.
Spring Villa is a
And then
I
they
don't
would come
know.
back.
tied to the
Alabama,
region's
I'd be more
19th
worried about
century
the
development.
inbreeding.
Constructed around 1851,
Sweet Home,
the house
Alabama
is believed to have been built
intensifies.
by William Penn C. Young, who used wealth
I'm finding the
accumulated
urge to
during the
sing right now.
California Gold Rush
Sorry.
to
Why?
establish a
Sing.
home and business
Why?
ventures in Alabama.
Sweet Home
The house's
Alabama.
design reflects the Carpenter Gothic style with steeply pitched gables, detailed wooden millwork, and symmetrical facades.
What?
The style, which was popular during the mid-19th century, combines traditional
What?
Gothic revival elements with practical
Who?
adaptations suitable for American settings.
Are we talking about houses?
William Young's death in 1879,
I don't
his
know.
wife,
Wow.
Mary Godwin Young, sold the property.
This one seems
Over
kind of
time,
boring.
the land and house changed hands, eventually being acquired by the
Car-
city of
Little
Atlanta
carrito.
Wait, what's
used
it?
as a water source.
I mean,
Well,
I
yeah.
think the problem with
1934, during
doing
the Great
every state
Depression,
is some of
the
them
Civil
just aren't
Works
going to be winners.
Administration restored the house and developed the grounds into a camp for
They're
Fort
like,
Ridge
oh, the
program.
house is haunted. Oh,
The
okay.
property
I mean,
was
every
Is it a
freaking.
house or
Public
is
park.
it a church?
But
That's the
focusing
difference.
more on the legend and everything,
I
I mean,
don't fucking
technically, it
know.
could be
the most
both.
well-known one
That's true.
involves Young's alleged murder on the
Old-timey
staircase
architecture all
of
looks
an
weird.
enslaved individual hiding in a concealed niche. According to the tale, Young was attacked
Little
as he climbed
stairs.
the stairs and died on the 13th step. This
Ooh.
story,
Of
however,
course.
is contradicted.
Of
Look at those
course.
stairs. We easily
It
put
was
them
the
down.
13th
Young's
step.
death actually occurred
Somebody
years
actually
after
took the time, they
abolition
were
of
like-
slavery, and no
They weren't
evidence
looking at the
supports
body. They
claim
were
of
like, let's
foul
count the
play.
stairs.
Despite this, the
Right.
legend has still
Like
persisted
this,
The person-
this body who
by local
ignore this body. This
storytelling
counts.
and its retelling during the property's use.
I feel like
in
that's made
Fort
up.
Ridge Camp.
It
And
sounds super
paranormal
made up.
reports from Spring Villa kind of vary. Visitors have described things like hearing unexplained sounds, including voices, piano music, and even footsteps.
Oh, for a
Yeah, are you
second,
sure
I
it's
thought
not
it-
rats?
Unfurnished.
For a second, I thought it
of
said like
disrepair
piano weaves and like, ooh.
contributes to the atmosphere
What was
of
it?
the
Oh,
whole
yeah.
mystery as well.
I really want to spend the
Some
night in a haunted
individuals
house.
claim
I think
to
I
have
could do
seen
it.
shadowy figures in the windows or experienced the
I
physical
couldn't.
sensation of
I'd be
being
too chicken
pushed
shit.
while ascending the staircase.
I'm so curious
especially on the
if what they
infamous
did in
13th
Ghostbusters
step.
really happened.
Several
When,
investigations by
the ghost
paranormal
opened up
research
Ray's
groups
pants and was
have
going.
also attempted to document
Oh my
What?
god.
I'm just
these
curious
both
if it would
phenomena.
happen.
The Alabama Paranormal Research Team, for example.
Oh my god, that
has
scene was
reported
like,
electronic
what?
voice phenomena, or EVP.
Oh,
When
what
I was
happened to
little-
him?
audio anomalies.
When I was little and
One
saw that,
account
I didn't
involves a
get it.
camp
And I
counselor
remember
who
that
witnessed a man
moment
playing
when
a
I matured
piano
enough
in
to
the
go,
empty house,
oh,
leaving
oh.
the witness visibly terrified.
Lol.
Southern
Which
Paranormal
movie is the one that was
Research
making fun of like
Center
scary
investigative
movies?
group
Was it scary movie?
documented experiences
Yeah.
ranging from
The one about the
sounds
like
in
chick
surrounding
like
woods
getting
to
like
sightings
banged by
of
the
a
ghost.
shadowy figure on
Yeah,
the property.
you heard
Oh,
they're
they're
doing a
making fun of the
sixth one.
poltergeist.
Findings also include EVPs.
They're doing another
the
scary
Wayans
movie,
brothers?
and they
what
brought back the
sounded like
Wayans
a
brothers
child's
to do it.
laughter.
Oh hell yeah, it's gonna be funny then.
And they got the
property
whole
is all
original
rumored
cast to
be
come back
linked to
too.
the deaths of 3 young girls who drowned under unknown circumstances.
Use my strong.
These
Use what is
incidents
it?
are often
Use the
cited
strong
as
hand.
contributing to the site's reputation.
Cheat on me
for
with a
the
ghost?
part-
No, no, no.
activity.
No, no, no.
California,
At that point, the
Riverside
ghost would
Monster.
be our
The
wording me.
Riverside Monster,
I
which
would
is
not be
sometimes
volunteering.
referred to as the Riverside Bridge Monster or the Brain
Yeah.
of Riverside, is a cryptid
Like
that
in the
was
Poltergeist.
reportedly
I think
encountered
that's
by
a s-
Charles
I think the
Wetzel
scene you're talking
near the
about,
Santa
Cora,
Ana
is
River
a
in
scene
Riverside,
that they're parodying
California,
something that happened in the movie The Poltergeist.
1958.
No, there was another
Was
one.
described as tall and thin.
I don't
There
know,
was
in
the
the
one with the
Poltergeist
Poltergeist
movie?
one,
mouth,
and there was
blue
another
green
one of the
eyes,
chick
and an
getting banged by a
unusual
ghost.
physical appearance that
Yeah, where he looks at her underwear and it's the wrong day and her toenails are all nasty and shit. Yeah.
sideways from its
Ew.
body. This strange encounter remains the primary account
Oh my
associated
God.
with the creature, as no other significant sightings have been
I remember when I saw that as like a
initial incident
kid.
and a related encounter the
Maybe
following
I remember-
night.
I guess I was a
Charles
kid.
Wetzel was
Somebody
driving
posted
near the
something
North Main
on
Street
X that
Bridge over
said
the Santa Ana
anything's
River
a dildo
when
if you're
he
brave enough.
encountered the creature.
So I sent them a picture
Ew.
of
Had
the scene
caused
from
the
The
river to
Exorcist where she's
overflow,
doing it with the
partially
crucifix.
covering the road. As Wetzel approached the flooded area, his
But, like, that
car
wasn't voluntary, though.
static, which he later described
Well, it
as a
depends. The
strange
demon was doing
prelude
it
to the
voluntarily.
events that
She
followed.
wasn't.
Then, out of the dense
Well,
underbrush,
yeah.
a bizarre figure leaped directly
That
into
movie-
the car.
It's weird.
Wetzel provided a detailed description of the creature, noting
I love it.
think
It
I
was
saw-
based on the
head,
exorcism of some
disproportionately
kid,
long
right?
arms, and a round face
And
devoid
they made
of
such a
any
big deal
ears.
about it, but years
Its
later he
eyes
actually came
emitted
out.
an
I guess he worked for like
fluorescent
NASA
glow,
or something.
and its
And he
legs
said that it
oddly
was all made
positioned
up, that he made it up. He was just a
protruded
bad
sideways.
kid.
Wetzel also
Lol.
remarked on its skin,
Yo, is that
which he
Slenderman?
compared to scaly foliage.
Now it's an
The
alien.
creature
No.
immediately
Why does he have little
on
beaks on
the
his
car's
face?
windshield, emitting high-pitched screeches
He's an
as
alien.
they attack.
How's that an alien?
Wetzel, feeling
Oh, it's like some
vulnerable
sort of weird
despite
bird
having a
monster from
.22
California.
caliber pistol in his vehicle,
Where's his
opted not
feathers?
to risk opening the window to confront the creature.
Caw-caw.
Instead, he accelerated, hitting the
God,
creature
I worked
and
Halloween
sending
Horror
it
Nights at
tumbling
Universal
beneath the car.
Studios.
He reported feeling
And
the
I was
impact
supposed to be
of the
playing
creature's
just
body
some crazy
scraping
person,
along the underside
And I
of the
couldn't help
vehicle,
myself. During the
accompanied by
executive
gurgling
walkthrough,
noises
all these
and
big
continued
like suits
screeching.
coming through the house.
Without
I went,
stopping to
"Cock, there goes my
investigate
cock!
further,
Someone grab that!"
Wetzel drove directly to the
Lol.
Riverside police station.
I couldn't
to
believe I got
report
away
the
with
whole
it. Not only
incident.
that, they were like
At the
snort laughing.
station,
It was funny.
officers inspected the vehicle
Ah.
and observed scratches on the hood and windshield, as well as
Is
smear
that
marks
frog?
along the car's oil-coated undercarriage.
Sir, that frog
These
thingy is
physical signs
kinda...
I thought it was
linked
a
It
bird
looks like-
thingy. Is
Wetzel's
it a frog
account.
thingy or a bird thingy?
Police then dispatched blood.
I don't know, it's in
hounds to
California.
see,
Do,
but
do,
no trace
do,
of the creature
Oh,
was
I'm
ever
sure
found.
there's way
The
weirder stuff in
following night,
California.
another driver reported
They'd probably
a
see that and be like,
similar
eh.
Yeah.
near the same location, although details of
I
this
never been there,
encounter
so-
were not as extensively documented.
I had a friend that,
After these
that
two
lived there for a
incidents,
while.
though, there were no additional reports of the
He lives in
Riverside
Alaska
monster.
now. He says it's better.
Colorado, the Hotel Colorado. The Hotel Colorado, located in Glenwood
Dang.
Springs, Colorado, has a long history filled with interesting and unexplained events.
Wait, what is this place?
Opened in 1893,
Hotel
the
Colorado.
hotel was designed as a luxurious
I don't know what it
retreat
is.
modeled
Why would
after
you go
grand
here instead of
Italian
the Stanley
resorts
Hotel in
of the Gilded
Colorado?
Age.
That's
It
where the
featured
movie The
amenities
Shining
such
was
as
based
a
off.
Victorian garden.
Oh.
You want other cuckoos? You want these
massive
cuckoos? I choose the other cuckoos.
185-foot fountain.
Lol.
Over the years, the hotel has
You might
served
fall through
various
like another
purposes, including
stairs
operating
or
as a
something,
US
a
naval
doorway that has
convalescent
no stairs.
hospital during World War II,
Ah.
a time when many of the stories
I'll
of
just
its
eat any
occupants
cookies,
are
who cares?
believed to have originated.
Except
the
oatmeal
basement of the
raisin.
hotel has been the setting
What?
for numerous accounts
What?
of unexplained phenomena. During its
Those
time
cookies
as
are
a
they're
naval
that's a
hospital,
solid
the
cookie.
basement was used as a
I have a
morgue,
preference for
which has
macadamia
fueled
nuts.
stories of ghostly
Oh, same.
encounters
White chocolate
in this
macadamia is my
part of the
favorite
building.
cookie.
In one notable incident in 1993, an employee named Dave witnessed an old
I like
woman
chocolate milk.
peering into the basement
You like which
through a
one?
window.
I like the
The
chocolate
window
mint
itself
ones.
was accessible.
There's chocolate mint
only by a
cookies?
deep well
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
required a ladder to
Like the
reach.
Girl Scout ones?
Concerned
Yeah,
for
thin
his
mint.
safety,
Yeah.
Dave crossed
Oh,
the
I don't
line
really
to turn
like
on the
those.
light. When he looked back, the woman had vanished.
Yo, you know what goes hard? Double stuffed Oreos.
Named Richard,
Yes.
who was giving the nighttime tour near the office of the executive
Apparently,
housekeeper.
we should watch
Richard
the
and his
Jeff the
group
Killer
reported
story. I
hearing
already know
two
that one.
women
I've seen it.
speaking
Yeah,
in
same.
yeah.
typewriter.
Yeah.
I already
Everybody
know
knows
that one,
it.
yeah.
Upon investigation, though, They found that the room was
That's
empty, and
scary.
there was no typewriter present at all.
Damn.
On the main floor, too, one of the most discussed apparitions is that of Bobby, which is a nurse who allegedly
I love it.
worked at
We're
the
watching a
hotel
video
at
about
the
cryptids
time as a naval
with
hospital.
a demon, a
According to
vampire, and a
local
skeleton.
lore, Bobby was murdered
Lol.
by a jealous naval
And we're like,
officer
eh,
who
I've
had
seen better.
developed an unhealthy obsession
Lol.
with her. Guests
Oh, the
employees
tatuajes are passing by.
had
No,
seen
go away.
reported sightings of a
El
woman
pollo
in a
está
military
mojado.
uniform, particularly in the dining room during
What?
meal times.
What?
Some have even described smelling the
I've seen
scent
better.
of
Yep.
a vintage perfume identified as gardenia, which was popular in
Gardenia.
the 1930s and 1940s, but is no longer manufactured. Another
Why wouldn't
it
frequently
be Are you sure about that?
favorite is Walter, named after the
Man, you can
hotel's
get gardenia
owner,
essential
Walter
oils and make your own perfume.
Walter's
God.
presence
Right,
is
it's not that
often
hard.
associated with the smell of
I know where to
cigarette
get it.
smoke, even though smoking has
But I
been
mean, my
prohibited
personally, my
inside the
sense of
building
smell
for
sucks.
decades. Some
Be like, can you
speculate
tell
that
what
Walter
smell it is?
might
No.
actually be the spirit
Flowers?
of E.E. Lucas,
It's a
which is
rose.
the hotel's bookkeeper
Whatever,
turned
it smells
general
like flowers.
manager, who eventually
Mine is like
died.
weirdly acute.
Lucas managed the hotel alongside his
I
wife
sell gardenia
until his
candles.
death in 1927.
Ooh.
And many believe his strong connection to the building
When
My
I was,
wife's-
uh,
My
his
wife's a
lingering
manager at
presence.
Yankee Candle.
Certain guest rooms in the hotel
Oh.
tied to
I get all kinds of
those
cool
are them
candles.
fancy
Room
candles.
661 being one of the
And
most
she got
notable.
me my favorite one, mint
Basically,
mocha. It
in
smells like York
1993, a
peppermint
couple
patties.
staying in the suite
Oh, hell
reported
yeah.
strange
Yeah.
noises during their visit.
I want that. I'm gonna be
Falling
burning
ill,
in like my
prompting his
apartment, and
wife
whole
to
apartment's
open
gonna
the
smell like
windows to allow
that.
fresh air into
Oh,
the
that's
Then it
my
will not
favorite
leak.
one.
Each time she left the suite, the windows
I
would
like,
mysteriously
smells
shut
that
on
smell
all
like-
floors. The
like-
couple
like
also
guys.
claimed to have seen a woman enter the room and instruct them
I like
keep
to
the
smell
windows
guys.
closed,
Like
stating
no,
that
like
the
that
home
stuff that's like
needed to stay
leather,
out of the draft.
teak wood,
Oh.
mahogany,
Have also
amber,
reported seeing a
Bruh.
woman standing
armpit, or whatever.
in the same room.
Did you say
often
armpit?
Described as wearing
I think that's what they make the men's deodorant smell the same as the
Most
freaking
of
candles,
the
okay?
Ridgeway
Like,
Ghost. The Ridgeway Ghost.
I don't
was
think I
also
wanna
known
smell
as the
armpits.
Ridgeway Phantom,
I'd be like,
figure rooted in the folklore of Southwest Wisconsin.
mine are clean.
It's
Check,
said
please.
to haunt a stretch of U.S. Route 51 between.
Oh my gosh, I got this new
Green
soap.
Mountains,
It's
a
Dr.
roughly
Squatch.
20-mile
It's a
area
Star
around
Wars soap.
Farmland.
It's
Which
which is
one?
the one that
Which
smelled
is a
really
small
bad?
With a population
smell like
of about
gross.
600 people,
Which one?
has been
I don't
home
know.
to
There
this
was one
town
that they
since the
had,
mid-19th
and it
century.
smelled bad.
The Ridgeway Ghost.
Oh.
I don't know, I didn't buy it.
Which one did
Yeah,
you
I
get?
know.
It's rumored to have been
It's not funny.
responsible for the deaths
It's the
of
Star
some
Wars
good
one. It's called
residents.
Sinister
The
Scrub.
ghost
It
is
smells like
accused
straight
of
up
local
blackberries.
40,
Oh.
even earning a spot painted on the town's
So I
water
smell
tower.
like blackberry
The
jam when I
origins
use
of the
it.
Ridgeway Ghost, though,
And you like
are
Summer
steeped
Night,
in
it's
mystery,
our
and the
number
lack
one
of official
seller. Smells
records
like
has
men's
allowed
cologne.
oral tradition
There you
to
go.
preserve its
Oh,
story.
hell yeah.
The region
Eat
had
smarter
saw an
Wookiees.
influx of settlers
Lol.
in the 1830s,
Have the Darth
particularly
Maul
Irish,
scrub.
Welsh, Norwegian, and German
Oh, that was
immigrants
good.
who came to work in lead mines.
That was a good one.
During this period, the area was known for lawlessness, with daily reports
good
of
with smelling
violence
like
in
whiskey and
saloons
tobacco.
in the wilderness. Sightings of the Ridgeway
They make-
Ghost.
what is
I
that?
just want to smell like cinnamon.
That's just what
but
I smell
can't.
like.
The ghost has been described in many
Oh.
forms.
I just want to smell like cinnamon, but I
Ability
can't.
to change shape.
Why not?
Variously as a
I
man
just
who
can't. I
could
get
a dog,
freaking
a
spray
pig,
myself with
a ball,
cinnamon,
a
and I'd be like,
flower, a
yeah,
headless
cinnamon. I'll be
horseman,
like,
and
after like a
even
second,
young
I'll be like,
woman.
why don't I smell like
Reports
cinnamon?
consistently describe the
Drink some
ghost
Fireball.
materializing
Yeah.
slowly, attacking or
Gee.
frightening travelers, and then just vanishing.
I smell the blood
And
of my
a notable
enemy.
feature
Oh,
of the ghost's
that
appearance
must be nice for
is
you.
its periodic increase in activity.
Oh, what do you smell like?
Claims that sightings spike
It
Ooh,
smells like
me?
ice.
years, beginning in the 1850s.
Oh, the blood of
The
it.
earliest
Yo, blood just
documented
smells like
was
freaking
Dr.
iron.
Cutler
Like
of
copper.
Oh, I know that.
who
Actually, I
reported
use
seeing the ghost
Old
3
Spice
times. The
Swagger
third encounter is
for
said to have
deodorant,
frightened him so badly
and everyone's always
that he
complimenting
died
me
shortly
on my
afterward.
cologne. I'm like, I'm not wearing
Another
cologne.
story
It's just my
tells of
deodorant.
John Lewis, a man who encountered a large
Like,
dark figure
oh.
while walking home. According
Awkward.
to Lewis, the entity
Apparently,
Maybe
it's
anyone
really
had,
good.
like,
People
came around
compliment
like
it
a
all the
tornado
time. I'm like,
before leaving him semi-conscious.
Have you ever had this weird
He
thing
died
that
a
happen
few
to you guys?
hours
Like,
after sharing
let's
the
say you're wearing
details
some kind
of
of
his
cologne or
experience.
perfume or something, and
Other
some random
accounts
person comes
collected
up
by
to you
local
and smell you,
storytellers
and then walk away and be like,
organizations
"Why are you
like
smelling me,
the
you
Wisconsin
freak?"
Folklore Society.
I haven't had that.
No.
Similar encounters.
Yeah.
But my
One
wife likes
involves
to wear my
ghostly
clothes
hands playing
after I've worn
poker,
them because she
while
said she likes
another
my smell.
recounts a farmer being frightened by a massive ghost.
Oh, I've done that with my sire's clothes. It's like big and comfy.
Feature themes
I would
Little
do that.
or pretty
Yeah, I'm a
disturbing
big
Yeah, we do
dude.
that.
But
So
yeah, about the origins of the ghost itself,
6 foot
it's
tall.
kind of debated, with several theories
Damn.
attempting to explain its presence.
I am
One
small.
popular tale claims that two
Bones, you
teenage
just have a
brothers
good
were
natural
murdered
sense.
at a
See?
saloon
There we
in the
go.
1840s.
Compliments.
One burned alive in a
What?
fireplace, and the other.
Actually, I am very small. I'm
flamed
literally
the
like
scene.
5 foot.
Another version
Oh, wow.
involves an unnamed man killed in a
I've
bar
seen
fight
smaller.
I'm telling you,
during the
right?
period.
Yeah, I'm
Some
telling you.
speculate the ghost
I mean,
Yeah,
I-
I'm
I-
like
linked to a
5
man
foot.
murdered during the lead mining
I
boom,
worked in
as
entertainment for
referenced
over a
in
decade, and
1902
I met a
article
lot
in
of
the New York
dwarves.
Times. Yeah,
And
another
they're
theory
very
suggests
funny.
the ghost was a fabricated story meant to scare
Hey,
troublemakers
Well-
out
so
of
many
town
people are all
in the
about like protect them and
1850s.
stuff, and they are
None
some
of
of
these
the most
stories
offensive
have
people I've
actually
ever
been
seen, and they're
verified, though.
hilarious.
And last thing
Lol.
about that,
Some
is
of them
Lake
I've seen
itself
make
has
jokes
a
about
pretty rich
themselves.
history,
Oh yeah,
including a fire
don't
in
mind.
1913 that destroyed much of its
It
downtown
makes it funnier.
area.
I'm
Some
disabled. I
claim
make
that the
funny
ghost
jokes about
left
my
town
my
after the
spinal
fire,
injury all the time.
while others argue that its sightings have still persisted despite this.
Like one of the benefits of being crippled is that I get to sit in
Massachusetts,
my chair
the
and
Black
pee in a little
Flash, a
cup.
province town.
I don't have
The
to get
Black
up.
Flash is
Oh my God.
reported
What?
to terrorize
Hey, if I
province
could do that, I
Brutal.
wish I could
in the
do
late
that.
1930s and
Yeah,
early
I
Well,
sit there and
1940s.
stream for like 8 hours, and I'm like,
Accounts
ever wonder
describe
why
the
I don't
Black
get up to
Flash
go to the bathroom?
as an unusually tall figure standing about 8 feet
Like,
That's
I was
not apple
totally
juice by the.
Yeah.
That's not apple juice by the
Why is
computer.
it warm?
and hood. Some
Why is it
reports
warm?
noted some
Why is the apple
disturbing
juice
features
warm?
as well,
Why is
like
it
glowing
steaming?
silver eyes and
Ew!
large ears. The first reports of the Black Flash surfaced in the fall
Dude.
of 1938,
Gross.
primarily from children who claimed to see the figure lurking in the
Why is there a
doors
friggin' Nosferatu lurking in this neighborhood? Just like out in the
Mm,
open.
the product
Is
he a
of
relative?
overactive
On
imaginations.
it.
These
Of
reports
mine?
being
Please,
You're the vampire?
style.
adults began encountering.
That's not my clan.
One of the most notable incidents involved
Why is
Maria
it two?
Costa, who reported being chased. by
Nosferatu
the
work
Black
well.
Flash
They work
through a
closely
town
together
in
because,
October
you know,
1938.
everyone doesn't like them.
According to her account, the figure
Damn.
emitted a buzzing noise
Yeah.
resembling that of a large insect.
Sounds like
Hey,
my
yo.
buddies. Hey!
Holla!
Ended up fleeing to a nearby coffee shop.
Yo, I would be careful. They also like to turn. They also like to embrace people who are like really attractive.
And
To make them
I'm
ugly
not
on
attractive,
purpose.
so you can't
Accused
turn
for
me.
claiming that
Eh,
the
No, they
I
don't
got
do
no
that.
blood.
They-
went out at him and
No.
spit blue flames. He fled to the
It's
police
the lake of
station in
death.
tears, reporting
Okay.
his terrifying experience. And in another case,
Yeah,
Charles
vampires don't
Farley
scare me, I got
saw
no
the
blood.
figure in his backyard.
However,
and
werewolves,
even
that's a whole
attempted to
nother
shoot
story.
it with a shotgun. The Black Flash stole
If a werewolf
completely
like
off
hits
the
you
attack,
and you fall
leaping
apart,
effortlessly
can you like come
over
back
3 foot
together?
fence and disappearing.
Well, yeah.
This ability
that's not the
to
Are you
climb
going-
over tall
It's the
obstacles
chew toy issue
led
that
some
I'm
to
afraid of.
suggest that the figure
Oh, okay, yeah,
had
that's
circles
fair.
in its shoes, a characteristic
I don't
echoed
have a
in
problem with
other
that.
urban
I could
legends
just float
like
away.
England's Spring-Heeled Jack.
If
I mean,
wanted
I
to.
guess-
Were also drawn
I
into
guess
the
it depends. If it's a
On one
good-looking
occasion,
female werewolf, I guess
officers
it'd be okay.
responded to reports of
She
the
could
Black
slobber
Flash
all over my
in
bone.
a school playground surrounded by a high fence.
Damn.
Entering with flashlights and weapons.
What if she's a Black
officers
Fury?
claimed to see the figure up
Oh
close.
God.
One officer noted that the Flash's face
I used to
appeared
love
be a
taunting
silver
Black
painted
Fury.
mask.
Oh my God.
In order to surrender,
The quickest
figure
way to make 'em
simply
friends is to
laughed
make
and
TMS
vaulted
jokes.
over the 10-foot fence, evading capture once again.
Jesus
I used to pick on the
Christ.
red
In the
talons too. I'd be
1930s
like,
and early
you know, red talons
1940s
do it
though.
doggy style.
Its supposed
Oh my
family
God.
died in December 1945.
And they're
when
like,
four
why I
children
never.
From the Jannard family saw the figure creeping toward them through a foggy yard. They described hearing the
How
They,
dare
flash
you.
they'll have their
doorknobs,
soft spots.
and the oldest child
Why are we
Silver-
looking at
sil-
pee?
a bucket of hot water.
does look
and
like
It's not
sat
pee,
on the
it's a
second-story
river.
window,
It's a peed
talking to
river.
a tree.
It's
Look
a
at
river
The
of
Flash
pee
was
pee.
even mentioned in local newspapers during its initial wave of
Let the
sightings.
floodgates
A
open.
1939 article in the
That's like me
Provincetown
after a night of
Advocate
drinking.
referred to the figure
Time to
Oh,
break
as
the
antics,
seal.
though it suggested that the reports were
Drinking like alcohol.
tales born
Oh,
of
I drink a
cabin
lot.
fever. A
I'm
father
Irish.
Oh, okay,
later
sorry.
that year
I thought we were talking about drinking
the
water,
police
not
chief
pee.
denied any current
I mean,
sightings
if you drink
and
enough of
declared
it,
the
it's gonna
Flash
come out the
dead
other
and
end.
Gone.
Yeah, fair enough.
The staircase of Loretto. The
What?
story of the Loretto
What?
Chapel staircase
No, wait,
revolves
no,
around
what is
its
that?
construction and the mysterious carpenter who built it. A little background is that the staircase
Pufferfish.
itself is located in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
The flood the
and
bathroom.
is pretty renowned for its unique
I've
design,
done that.
which
I
is
got
a
drunk and I
helix-shaped
fell asleep
spiral
in the bathtub
completing
and
two
flooded
full
the bathroom.
360 degrees
Twice.
turns.
Oh, what? With the water on?
Yeah, I fell asleep with the water on. I was
Of
drunk and
visible
fell asleep
central
in the tub.
support and the use
Oh,
of
damn.
wooden pegs
Luckily, I had a
instead of
shop
nails,
back, and I just
a feat
I was
that
like, "I'll clean
continues to
it."
baffle architects and engineers.
Ooh.
In the late 19th century, the Sisters
I
of
love those wet
Loretto,
dry
a
vacs.
Catholic religious order, faced a
I do not have one of
problem during the
those.
construction of their Gothic revival-style chapel. While the chapel featured
Yeah,
stunning
she
You might
did
be
get
falling
revenge.
from that.
windows and
I was hungover and decided
and
I'm going to
locally
make
sourced
breakfast by banging the
sandstone,
pots and
it
pans as
lacked a
loudly together
staircase
as
to
I
the
can.
choir loft. For the nuns, using a ladder was both
Sounds about right.
impractical and unsafe. Local carpenters ended up deeming
Lol.
it impossible to construct a
I thought it was
staircase
something
in a
like
tight space
throws
without
hot bacon
interfering
grease
with the chapel's design.
at you.
With no solution
not that
in
bad, jeez.
sight, the sisters turned to
I've
prayer.
heard on the internet crazy
Performed
stories of crazy
novena,
people.
a
Not that
nightly
anybody's
devotional
crazy,
practice
but
dedicated
Oh
to
no,
Saint
she's definitely
Joseph,
crazy.
the patron
And I'm
saint
an
of
asshole.
oh, okay.
sisters.
See, I didn't say that.
No day,
I didn't
as
say
the
that.
story goes,
You know who to go after?
appeared with a donkey
I
and
said nothing.
offering to build the staircase.
I just said my mind went to a weirder place than what the original was.
Oh my god, what is that, Steve?
After
Really?
months
What?
of
You are
solitary
crazy
work,
and you admitted
he
it.
presented the sisters with the completed
Ooh.
staircase.
I just admit to
Fight,
being weird.
Without
fight.
requesting payment
And awkward.
or
Oh, what the
revealing
fuck?
his identity. The
Fight.
staircase itself
Goddamn.
consists of 32
Nah, we
steps,
fight enough.
a number that some interpret as symbolizing the age of Jesus at his death.
She's going to hop on her
Its
menstrual
design
cycle and run my
defied
ass over.
conventional methods of the time with no visible
Oh
features
my
to
God.
confirm,
Yeah,
and
she
yet
need
it
me in
has
my back.
still
She has
remained
restless
structurally
leg.
sound.
And I was
Initially,
laying in the bed
staircase
just
lacked
after my
a
spinal
handrail,
surgery.
which was added
And she,
years
in her
later.
sleep, she
The
accidentally kneed me
identity
right
of
in
the
the spine. I
craftsman,
woke up
though, still remains a
screaming.
mystery. Many believe that the carpenter was
She
Saint
told me
Joseph
not to tell
himself,
that story
answering the
anymore, but
sisters'
she can
prayers.
tell it.
Others, though, propose
mean-
more
Yeah.
earthly explanations.
Because she
But
felt
it's
so
different
bad
'cause
about it.
the context-
Mary J.
The
Straub
context is different.
realized that Francois
Yeah.
Jean Frenchy Rochas, a local woodworker, was responsible. Her
He is
argument
using that.
relied on an 1895
Well, I mean, yeah.
newspaper article describing
Well, I
Rochas as
toss and turn a lot in my
carpenter,
sleep,
and
so
on
I'm pretty sure I might have accidentally kicked people before,
reported
so
a payment for wood. However, the timing of the
My kids
payment,
kick like
which
crazy in
was
their
3
sleep. Holy
years after
shit.
the staircase's
I had a
completion,
nightmare
I'm
because I
glad I
sleep in
had
your
no
bed.
one
I
in
was
my
like,
bed.
oh
Theory.
god, that means I'm going to
Other
get the shit
claims
kicked out of
suggest
me
the
tonight.
craftsman was J.H.
Disco
Disco
legs.
leg.
Yep.
purportedly built the staircase as an
I'm
act of
glad I have
penance.
no one in my bed.
But adding to the mystery is
I have a big
the origin
La
of
Boo Boo
the
plush that I
itself.
sleep with.
In
La Boo Boo.
1996, Forrest
La
and Beasley,
boo,
a
la
retired
boo,
wood
la boo,
technologist,
la boo, la
identified the wood
boo.
as spruce.
I'm gonna know you
noting
now.
It didn't match
I usually
any
have to
species
take meds
native
to
to the
sleep.
region.
Knock
He
myself out.
suggested naming it Loretto
Otherwise, I'll
spruce.
be up till like
Same.
7 in
Its
the
exact
morning,
type
like the sun's
remains
coming up.
unknown. So yeah, today the
Same,
staircase
or I won't sleep
continues to
normal.
interest
Well, I
visitors
take
and researchers,
medication that just
and
makes me
is
sleepy.
still,
Yep.
a mystery.
It's just like a side effect. I'm like,
The Gold
that's
Hill
fine.
Hotel in
Whatever.
Gold Hill, Nevada,
Whatever works.
is one of the oldest
Yeah,
I
I'm like,
take
I'll
this
take
stuff,
it.
in the state, dating back
gabapentin.
to the 1850s.
It's supposed to help with nerve pain,
Located
but
near
it
the
knocks me on
historic
my ass.
Comstock Lode mining area, the
Oh,
hotel is
It,
tied to
it
the
gives
I
me
just
the
listened to
weirdest
it.
dreams. I
of
always
the
have the
mining
weirdest
era
dreams when I
that
took
define much
gabapentin.
of Nevada's early history.
oh man, I have weirdly weird dreams because I take an antidepressant for my anxiety, and I get weird dreams on it too. And I'm like, what?
I take antidepressants
Yeah, that's why I don't
too,
take it anymore.
hubs of economic activity.
I finally
Wait,
found
what?
one that
I think
works. I
it
took a lot of
Served
different
as a
ones.
lodging space for many of these.
Oh, I got lucky, and the first one they gave me worked, so I was like,
of wealth, ambition, and eventual decline.
Yeah, apparently,
Constructed from
you know,
local stone,
becoming
the
crippled
building
and losing
reflects
the ability to walk
practical
made me
yet
depressed.
enduring architectural style of its time.
yeah,
But
yeah,
as for
that'll
legends,
happen.
Room number 2 of the hotel has gained particular
Believe it or
attention
not,
I
though,
just-
since I
because
started
of
streaming,
persistent
I've been doing a lot
reports
better.
of paranormal activity.
Ooh,
Because I can
Yeah.
be
I need
social
to
again.
stop
As
streaming
Rosie.
more.
Guests
Yeah,
and
that's-
staff alike
that's
have
true.
recounted unexplainable experiences.
I get very like,
with one of the most frequently reported phenomena being a
what's
sudden
that word?
and overwhelming smell
Like
of
wound up,
roses. Richard
I guess,
Snay, a
so.
paranormal
Stir crazy?
investigator, described his
Yeah,
experience
it's
while
weird. I
staying
have
in
to
the
like do stuff, otherwise I get like freaked out. Well, it's not so bad since I'm medicated.
Roses that seemed to fill
Isn't
the
everyone
bathroom
medicated
entirely.
nowadays?
Despite a thorough search,
Yeah, it's
no
like-
I'm not,
of
but
the
I have to.
fragrance could be found.
Oh, see,
The scent vanished.
you're
Let's
in
go to the
transition.
doctor.
as it
No, but
appeared,
I don't have the
only
money
to
for it.
return later in the night.
It's not that
But
expensive.
yeah,
Wait,
the
no, never
association
mind. I
with
take it
such a
back.
Phenomena in the room has
Thank
led
you.
many to believe that
Being
Rosa
disabled,
forgot.
I'm on.
continues
I get to
linger.
take. I get to
While
have the
there's
old
no
people
definitive
insurance.
historical records to actually identify
Oh, like
her,
Medicare
some
or-
speculate
Yep,
she
I
might
get to
have
be
been
on Medicare.
connected to the hotel
It's
during
awesome.
its earlier years,
Old people
possibly
insurance.
as a guest or employee
That sounds
who
nice.
left an
I could be
emotional
like,
imprint on the space.
Help me, I'm
But
crazy.
beyond room number 2, the hotel and its
I have
surrounding
a
area
private
also
insurance that the
confers
prince,
hauntings and unexplained occurrences. The
funds.
Comstock load itself
But I
was
still
the
have to
site
pay for
of
it out of my-
numerous tragedies.
Wait,
including
wait,
mine
the prince is your
collapses,
sugar daddy?
fire, and violent altercations.
No, I just work for him.
Hill and even
Ah.
nearby Virginia
I
City
have
are
nothing.
widely
I
regarded
suffer.
as hotspots for
You
paranormal
suffer?
activity,
But why?
with many
have
buildings
but
why?
even hosting similar
Because I have
stories
nobody.
of ghostly
And I had no
encounters.
insurance.
We'll get
Oh,
insurance.
Arkansas, the Garden Lights.
Ice poor.
So this story began on December
mean,
3rd,
I
should stream more, but
1931,
lazy.
when a freight train derailed near Garden, Arkansas, when someone tampered with
And then
the
I'd be like,
rails.
no one wants to hang out
Officials
with me in
believed
my
that the
stream, so I don't
sabotage
stream.
targeted the
Aw.
Sunshine
I get,
Star,
totally, I
which is
get, I
a
get out with
passenger
dial-ins
train
and
that
shit.
traveled at high speeds. The next
Well,
day,
we should
Will
stream together
McLean,
like
a
this more
section
often,
foreman
'cause this
for
is
the
fun.
Missouri
Yeah.
Pacific Railroad.
Like, I
was
don't even think we're
Yeah,
paying
yeah.
attention to the
missing
video.
by his wife.
No, we're not.
The city marshal's
No.
investigation
It's kinda boring.
led to Louis
There's some.
McBride.
Oh, you want me to put
over
something
there
else? I
under
can put
police
something else.
supervision.
No, let it
I
on.
mean, whatever
see
you
the
put on,
color.
I'm probably gonna make fun
Question.
of.
McBride
Yeah, it's true.
confessed to murdering McLean
Probably won't pay
and
attention to
guided
it.
authorities to the crime scene.
Oh,
McLean
I mean, because I got
was
the.
discovered near the tracks.
Oh, we're waiting for West Virginia.
Stretching a quarter
You know,
mile
this
into
video
the
isn't in alphabetical order, and that kind of makes me upset.
Hey, wait. Does
Yeah.
it come out? That's a.
And they're
does
talking about some
the
random
donkey
ass
lady come
shit.
out?
Evidence suggested
Yeah.
he tried
Wait,
to
what?
get
Donkey lady come
of
out?
the woods before
donkey
No, I
lady?
think that's a.
his injuries.
I
I
thought
think
that was
that's a
just in
local
Red
thing
Dead.
in our area.
Accounts, McLean's lantern was
There's a
still
local legend in
when
my
he was
area about
McBride admitted
in the
to
back
murder,
roads,
setting
like
anger
the country
and
roads,
weaponizing
about there being like a
rights
donkey-headed
to
lady.
He was then
Well, there's a
convicted
donkey-headed
and
lady in Red
executed
Dead
by
Redemption 1 and 2.
electrocution on July 8,
Oh, flip.
1932. Soon after the murder, though, reports of
Damn.
an unexplained light began to emerge.
Like they talk about
The
it in
Garden
1,
Light,
and then if you
described
go
as
to
a
the same
yellowish
location
white
in
or
2, you
bluish
find her
orb
like she's
hovering
dead, but
above
it's
the
like a
railroad
woman's body
tracks
with a donkey
appeared
head,
along a
donkey
4-mile
skull.
stretch near the site of McLean's death. Witnesses noted its
Nasty.
unusual behavior, disappearing and reappearing
I love Red Dead
unpredictably,
games.
sometimes behind those walking the tracks. The
I've
surrounding
never played it. I've
property
seen,
and
like,
old cemetery also added
The
to the
box art.
landscape.
I've never played it. I'm like,
But
heh,
theories
seems
attempt to
interesting.
explain
And then I'm
the
like,
light
la-di-da,
because
then I
it has
forget.
electric effect,
It's
where
it's very
stress on
good.
quartz
It's very open
crystals
world.
beneath the
There's tons
tracks
of stuff to do
generates
in
an
there,
electric glow.
and there's tons of hidden
This
mysteries.
explanation
Like
aligns with
right now,
Garden's
my current
location
playthrough, I'm
near
trying to
the
get
New Madrid
100%,
seismic zone.
finding
What are we
every
talking
hidden
about?
secret.
Things like car headlights or
Like there's
swamp
I've
caves
always-
have been largely dismissed
Oh,
because of the
Aliens,
timeline
a
Goddamn.
limitations
Bigfoot,
and geographical barriers.
some werewolf guy.
Oh, shit.
Something to add to is
Oh my God.
private investigator
What are we talking
Mike
about?
Klingon, who
The game Red Dead
extensively studied the
Redemption.
phenomenon,
Yep.
Yeah.
documented unusual
okay.
experiences during his
I
investigation.
I'll be like games, and then I'd be like,
Groups of people
Cheat
seemingly
games, oh boy.
vanish, witnessed a
Yeah,
bright
Red Dead-
mist
Red Dead's a
hovering
blast.
above the tracks, and even reported hearing
I don't think
sounds
I've
from
ever
voices
100%
and
like
shuffling sounds.
everything a
On
game.
one occasion, he
Oh, I
and
do.
others experienced an
Can you get
unshakable
Bigfoot in
sense
Red
of
Dead
dread
Redemption?
in the area.
Kinda, sorta.
But
There's
yeah,
a character
while
that they
some
believe
the
is
light
Bigfoot,
is tied to McLean's
but he
murder,
talks to you
others argue
from
its
inside a
origins
cave that
predate
you
the
can't
event,
get up
with
to.
local legends
It's like out of
suggesting the
reach.
light was
And
known to
people
Native
said it's
Americans
Bigfoot, but
and early
I don't know if it
settlers.
is or not. Then people don't know for
North
sure.
Carolina teaches.
Oh,
So this is one of my favorite ones, and it revolves around Black
it
There's
might
a
be your
character
favorite
called-
one, but it's not mine.
pirate, also known as
I'm sorry?
Edward Teach.
eh.
Oh, I'm talking about
Blackbeard, who
the
was
story.
a
It'd be like, it's
notorious
my favorite
figure
one.
in
I'm
the
like,
early
it might be
18th
yours,
century
but not
piracy
mine.
era,
Eh.
was
Okay.
both feared and admired for his daring exploits and larger-than-life persona.
Oh look, I
Uh,
didn't even wasn't
Known
even
for
paying
his
attention to the
fearsome
video. I don't
appearance,
look over. I see
he
the
would
picture.
weave
Oh, that's
slow
Blackbeard.
burning fuses into his iconic black beard.
They
Why
weren't
is his hair
just
on fire?
fuses. They were
a
punks.
menacing
They were called
aura
punks.
of smoke and fire.
Why is his hair on fire?
His reputation alone
He did
often
it
He's
to
a-
caused his
look intimidating.
adversaries
He'd
to
put like
surrender
punks,
without even
which
a fight.
almost
though
like wicks,
historical
like something you would
accounts
see
suggest his
on
reign of
fireworks.
terror
The
may have
wick,
involved
Oh.
less bloodshed
so that
than his
smoke would
image
come out
implied.
and make him look intimidating.
Blackbeard's
He was
violent
doing it
end
as like a
then
scare
came on
tactic.
November 22nd,
Ah,
1718,
something
I
I would
mean,
do.
fair
a
enough.
naval battle with Lieutenant Robert Maynard of the Royal Navy at a site now known
Oh.
as Teach's Hole. The confrontation, which was a call
I
the
went
hell is
to
Ed?
of efforts
I went to
end this
Blackbeard's
piracy,
castle on a
saw
cruise in
Blackbeard
the
fiercely
Caribbean.
defending his position until he
Oh
was
shit!
eventually
I've never
overwhelmed.
been on a cruise.
Accounts describe him
I've been on
sustaining
several. They're
at
fun.
least 5
Well, they were
gunshot
fun. Now
wounds
they've got all
and
kinds of
over
new
20
rules, and I'm
cuts
like, I don't want to do it
before
no
he
more.
was finally subdued.
I
Oh,
heard, this is weird, like I
His head was
heard
severed from
that
his body
the
and
new
displayed on Maynard's
or
ship
the
as
next
proof
year of the
victory,
Comic-Con
while
for
his
like
body
at
was
San
thrown
Diego, it's
into
gonna
the
be on a
waters
cruise, and
near
I'm just like, why?
Ocracoke Island.
Yeah,
According
why?
to legend,
That sounds like
Blackbeard's
a
headless
horrible
body
idea.
swam around
because no
the
one
ship
can hear you
8 times
scream in the middle of the
before
ocean.
into the depths.
Let's
Can
put a
you
whole
imagine
bunch of
people
crazy
Death,
people in a tight
reports
enclosed
of an
space.
unexplained light
Yeah,
in the
that
waters
seems
of
very
Teach's
bad.
Hole
Yeah, and
began
then close to
surface.
celebrities, somebody
This
might get
mysterious
hurt,
glow,
man.
often
I'm talking
referred
about the
to as
celebrities.
Teach's
Yeah.
light,
Yeah.
has been
No,
observed
I lie.
beneath
It's
the
more
water
likely for people to
or
get
along the
trampled.
shoreline at night.
I was at Dragon Con in
Witnesses
Atlanta,
described
Georgia,
it as
and
a
someone was
faint,
throwing
floating
friggin' like
illumination
deck
that
chairs
appears
off
to
the roof
drift
of one of the
before
hotels.
fading into darkness.
What the fuck?
It's
Yeah.
widely
That sounds
believed to
fun
represent
and
Blackbeard's
terrifying at the same
restless
time.
spirit, eternally searching for
I
his
would
missing
cry.
head.
Someone went to the hospital.
Legend
Someone
is
got hit
further
with one of the
enhanced
chairs.
by claims
I don't know
Wow.
who,
nights,
but
his ghostly voice.
I hope they call the freaking police for that.
repeatedly
well, I'm sure they
asking,
did.
"Where's
I just
my
don't know
head?"
if the person got
This
caught or
cry
not.
has
The
basically
place is a
solidified
madhouse.
Teach's Hole as a location steeped in ghostly lore.
Ye-
Some claim, though, that the light's appearance correlates with certain environmental
What do they
conditions.
even do in
like
San
the
Diego
phases of the
Comic-Con?
moon or changes in
Walk
weather,
around and smell
which has
smelly
kinda
people.
only deepened the mystery.
You can do that at home.
That the
Surprisingly
light's appearance
accurate.
Correlates with certain
When I go to
environmental
cons, I
conditions,
spend a
like
lot
the
of time
phases
drinking.
of the moon or changes in weather.
Ooh. I spend a lot of time looking
Curse of
at
the Saco River. The Saco River, which winds
vendor
through
tables and then being sad that they don't have things that I like.
into the Atlantic
I look at
Ocean,
vendor tables and I'm
is
sad I don't have
Right?
enough
of a
money for
legend
things I
dating
like.
back centuries.
That too.
The tale
And then you walk around and be like,
Squando,
they had no
chief of the
characters
Saco
I
tribe,
like, and then you would
whose
like, be like,
wife
what
and
character are you looking
son
for? And I say the
reportedly
character,
fell
you'd be like,
victim
who's that?
to
And
a
I'd be like,
cruel
oh
and
my god, I'm
fatal
old.
incident involving English
I-
sailors. According to
Lol.
one version of the story,
I demand
American
more
sailors
Miguel O'Hara
seeking
stuff.
to
What the
prove
frick?
claim
Who the fuck is that?
Native American infants could
Spider-Man
escape the
2099.
seized
Oh, okay.
Squando's child and
Okay.
threw him into the river.
I'm
So
not
I'm
seeing
so
that
bad
no
with
more.
names,
Baby,
I forget some of
he
my
died
friends'
days
names.
later, prompting
And when we're on the
Squando to
phone,
curse the
I
river.
play little games to
The
try to get
curse,
them to
as
reveal
told
their
in
name
legend,
without me
decreed
having to
Oh.
the
ask.
river would claim the lives of 3
Lol.
white people each year. But alternative accounts suggest that the
And not
tragedy
realizing
God.
that you're
occurred near
getting hit
Leamington,
on. Oh,
Maine,
yeah, yeah.
involving a chief's daughter rather than
I'm really
Squando.
oblivious. Apparently,
In
this girl was
version,
flirting with
3
me, and I had
settlers
no
kidnapped
idea.
the girl
And my
who
friends
fell
are all
from their
laughing at
canoe
me,
and
and then they
drowned
finally
into the
called my wife.
turbulent
And my
waters
wife was
of
drunk,
the Leamington Rips.
and she was about to
The
turn around and
chief's
go
resulting
redneck on
curse
somebody.
ensured that the river
Oh, heck.
would extract an annual
You're
toll
like,
in human lives.
It was about to
Despite
get ghetto.
variations in the details, though,
And I'm sitting there like,
Ooh.
what?
lore
She just
still
wanted a
remains the
cigarette. They're
same,
like, no,
that
dude,
the
she was
Saco
flirting
River
with you. I was
became a
like,
site
what?
of recurring loss.
What?
Modern reports
People do
suggest
that? I'm
also
like
affects
mega
success,
oblivious to that
with
shit too.
locals claiming an average of 3 drownings per year.
I ignore
I'm
it.
just there like,
one
la-di-da-di-da.
mile stretch. These accounts
Cue the
often
Pokemon
recall
music
unexplained
from
accidents,
Pokemon Red when you're walking.
accidents, and hidden miracles that create dangerous conditions. Some attribute the drownings to the river's
For
natural
somebody's
hazards,
being a creep,
such as
I'm like,
unpredictable currents
What?
and supernatural causes, though many in the region
well, I don't
maintain
think
Oh,
anyone's been a
stop it.
creep to me.
anecdotes from longtime residents and historians.
I mean, my tactic if somebody's being a creep to me is just hide behind my sire. And I'm like,
with
ah.
some sharing personal experiences.
Yeah, she
of
got out of the
No,
car
I
and
like
asked for
that.
light. I know
or
what happened.
tragic incidents that align with the curses.
Why did
and-
I have to
Never
get
let
out of
it
the
die.
car though?
And one especially disturbing
I
aspect
scared
Why
a
did
guy
you
for
have a
flirting
letter?
with my
is
wife,
its
and I didn't even
emphasis
do
on
anything.
3 lives per year. While the
You're like,
accuracy of this
damn.
claim is debated,
So we were at
some
this
residents
club
cite
in
personal
Ybor,
or
in Florida.
familial
It's a goth club
encounters
called the
with the
Castle.
river's dangers as
Well, one of our
evidence
friends
Oh.
showed up,
the
and her
curse's
thigh-high
validity.
boot, the zipper broke.
Stories range from
So we went to my
close
car
calls
because I
with
had
lightning
tools
to
in the car. I was going to
unexplained
fix her
phenomena,
boot.
like glowing lights.
But
But while
Okay.
we were
in the
away, my
water
wife Irish at the
or
bar, and
eerie
this guy's like,
sensations felt
"Oh,
by
are you
those
here with
who
someone?" She's
narrowly
like, "I got my
escaped the
husband
river's
with me."
grip.
And
These
he's like, "Well,
tales
is he gonna
passed
get
down
upset
through
if I buy you a drink?"
generations
And he's flirting with
blend
my wife
historical
while I'm
tragedy
away.
with cultural
I
lore,
come back, it was hot
reinforcing
out,
the
so I
river's
took my
whole
work shirt
dark
off, and I'm just
reputation.
wearing a tank top. I got blue
Idaho,
jeans and cowboy boots.
fishwoman of Lake Coeur d'Alene.
Dang.
I come walking
Fisherwoman
in
of
and she's
Lake
like, "There's
Coeur
my
d'Alene
husband." And like I said,
is
I'm
a
6 foot
figure
tall.
from the
Apparently, the
folklore
guy
of
was.
the region,
He bought
especially
me a
among
drink.
The Native American
And then
tribes
he was out
who
of there
have
so
long
quick. We make a
inhabited the
joke. He
area
said it
surrounding
was
the
like
lake
when
in Idaho.
he
The
left really
legend
fast. There was
describes
like a
creature
smoke
that
cloud in his
combines
shape where
human
he was
and
once
fish
standing.
features, often
Lol,
seen
he probably
as
thought he was getting his ass kicked.
half-fish entity
And I was being totally
associated
nice. I wasn't
with
being
the lake's
threatening.
waters.
Oh, cool. Thanks for the
This
beer.
tale has been passed down
It was
through
probably like, oh
generations
shit.
and remains a part of local
It's
cultural
okay.
narratives.
I
I'm
have a
gonna get
resting
beat
bitch
up.
face.
Lane itself has held spiritual.
Yo, I think
and
I have
cultural
resting bitch
significance
face, but
for
like,
indigenous
I don't know.
communities for
I'd be
Everyone
like
tells
walking
me
and
I'm
be like, "What?"
intimidating, but I
regarded
think I'm
bodies of
warm and
water
cuddly.
as dwelling places
Lol.
for powerful, mysterious forces, and the lake was no exception. The
Once
fishwoman is
somebody
also
told me
part
I
of
was
the broader
intimidating,
tradition
and I'm like,
of
but
local
why?
mysteries, which are
Eh?
supernatural stories that explain unusual.
I don't think I'm
Someone says, like,
intimidating.
why are you always
Cautionary
mad?
tales.
Why you this?
In
I'm
the
like,
case
I'm
of the
not mad.
fishwoman, though,
It's just my
the
face.
legend is often
My
tied
face
to
is just
large
like
granite
this.
rocks
I'm
Damn
always
it.
so confused right
where
now.
she is said to
I'm
sit
always
for
confused.
days
Why you
across the
saying I'm
water.
mad?
Her presence
Lol.
is sometimes interpreted
I'm
as
adorable.
protective, watching over the lake
Yeah,
and
he said he
observing
was
the
in Tampa
activities
for
of
the night
people
and
nearby.
looking for some fun.
There's also been
Oh
news
my God.
accounts that
He didn't have
describe
any with my
encounters
wife, that's for
with the
damn sure.
fishwoman. Witnesses have
Ooh.
reported seeing a figure with human-like
I would have been
features
like,
blended with those of a fish,
yo, there's an
often seen
arcade
on
at.
rocks or partially submerged in the water. Others
I would be
have
like,
mentioned
look at the
just
pretty
hearing unexplained
light.
noises,
Well, it's
such
not
as
like she
faint
let him on.
sounds
She
Stay
told
or
her from the
echoes
get-go, I'm here with
attributed
my
to her.
husband.
In some instances,
If he wasted
Yeah.
money on that one, I
individuals
was like,
have
that's his
described
fault.
feeling sudden, inexplicable chills or noticing gusts
Okay,
of wind
Yeah.
enough
that
with the old
arise without
stories.
warning, suggesting her proximity.
Oh,
These reports contribute to an ongoing sense of mystery surrounding the whole lake. Fast forward to now, during Halloween
What
lake
or
is this
similar
now?
occasions, the legend becomes a focal point for storytelling, with many drawn to
there was
the
one
idea of
time when I
supernatural
went
beings connected
to
the lake.
Chicago with my sire, and I'd never been there before. And I was there, and we were trying to look for McDonald's to get food, and we were using Google Maps. But I was also like, wow, with the architecture, because like I come from like a little town, and we don't really have crazy architecture like in Chicago. And I almost got ran over while crossing the street because I decided to look around me, but not at the traffic while I was trying to cross the street.
Who received
Okay.
a land grant from
You
the
okay?
Michigan
I almost got
State
ran over.
Railroad.
That sucks.
Yeah, no, I didn't get ran over, but I also didn't get McDonald's because it was not
To
open.
support the region's lumber
Aw.
industry. Then,
I've always
by the
wanted to go to Chicago for
mid-1870s,
St. Patrick's Day. I heard
Cheney
that they
was
dye the
home to
river
an
green.
estimated 1,500 residents.
Oh,
with
heck, I didn't know that.
Or carpenters, sawmills, a post office.
I went for like a
hotel,
Pokemon
services,
thing.
and even a station on the Michigan
Stop with the
Central
old
Railroad.
stories!
Despite its early
What's wrong with
promise,
White
the
Castle?
village's decline began
No, no.
in the 19th century.
We
Diphtheria
drove up
outbreaks
to
in
visit family, my
1893 and
family in Connecticut,
1897
and
devastated
my
the
wife insisted on
population,
getting White Castle
reducing
while
the
we were
number
up
of
north.
residents significantly.
So I just programmed it on my
1901,
GPS,
only
but didn't
25
realize that
people
it was
remained
taking me
in
to the
once
friggin' ghetto.
thriving community.
And
And
as
by
soon as we got there, I was
Oh.
like,
the population had
We're gonna
dwindled
get
further
killed
to
here.
just 18 individuals.
even the
Oh
lady
my
at the
God.
drive-through was
Town
like, you
being
should get your
declared
food and leave really
abandoned.
quickly. I was like,
Land
I
in the
plan
area
to.
was sold off at public auction, and the post office. a
Yo,
key
in my
community
area,
institution,
there's like a
closed its doors
Whataburger
in 1912.
in like every city, and it's kind of in the ghetto area.
A ghost town.
They're kind of always
Yes, it
in the
is.
ghetto
Yes,
area.
it is.
Existence.
Yes, it
Cheney's
is.
reputation as a ghost town.
Yeah,
has
where
also grown
where I
over
used to
the
live, I
years,
used to live in
fueled by local
Florida, in
legends
Orlando,
and
and
eerie
just next to
occurrences.
Orlando, there's a
The
place called
Cheney
Pine Hills.
Cemetery, for example,
However, it has
where
the
at least
lovely
90
nickname of
individuals were
Crime
buried,
Hills.
has become a focal point
Oh,
for
God.
tales of supernatural
People don't go there.
activity.
We're like, don't go to
Visitors
Crime
have
Hills.
reported
Never.
hearing
However,
disembodied
one of the most
voices,
famous
seeing
haunted
glowing
places
orbs,
there
and
is in
experiencing
Crime Hills. It's
unexplained
called,
phenomena
it was called
like children's
Sunnyland
laughter
Hospital.
and handprints appearing
It's
Ugh.
been demolished and they built
and
a
the
playground
cemetery
over where it
located along
was.
an unmarked
But
two-track
I got to
road.
go in there when I
Take
was
the
in
children to
high
a
school.
playground, to a
Has been
haunted
heavily
place.
vandalized
Yeah,
over
people
the
still
years,
go there for
with
ghost
most
hunts. But
headstones
they
destroyed
talk
or
about it
damaged.
on these like
One of the most
internet
persistent
videos,
legends
but they don't tell
associated
you
with
it's in like the
Cheney
worst
is
friggin'
that of
neighborhood.
a
Like
witch
somebody's gonna
who is
shoot
said
you.
to have cursed the village.
Oh my God.
According to this tale, the witch was banished to the woods
It'd
and
be like-
buried in the cemetery after her death.
Blam blam.
A now lost red
Yeah,
headstone
it's
was
bad.
supposedly her grave marker. Some
Ugh.
believe the witch's curse is the reason behind the town's outbreaks of disease
Yeah.
and its ultimate demise. However, there's no
I used to live in a neighborhood
to
where
actually support these
you would
claims,
hear
making
gunshots
them part of the folklore
nightly.
that surrounds the site.
Yeah, you
That's
just
good.
get
In the
used to it.
distance.
Cheney has
Yeah.
also been attributed to its geographical location.
Wait, what?
Some
I
accounts
still
suggest
hear that.
that the town was built on
Oh,
swampy
yeah, well, where you
land,
are, that place is
making it
ghetto
prone to the
AF,
spread of
man.
disease.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
because
I
I lived
mean-
in some pretty ghetto places.
Neighboring communities
I hear
with
gunshots, but it's
unverified
for a totally
reports
different reason.
suggesting
I live
that
out in the
nearby
country now, and if you
townspeople
hear a
may
gunshot,
have
somebody's
burned
out
parts
hunting.
of Parachaney to prevent the disease
Oh.
from spreading.
Yeah, no, people
Efforts to
just...
restore the Parachaney
Honestly, I don't know what they're
cemetery
doing with them
have
guns,
been
man.
undertaken in recent years,
Like,
with
everything's
local
like 30
authorities
minutes
aiming to
away.
preserve what
Where
remains
we're
of
out
the
in
site
the,
and its
you know,
historical
surrounded by
significance.
miles and miles of
A
like horse
sign has
ranches and
even been
nothing.
installed at the cemetery's
Oh.
entrance, detailing its history and providing rules
I live like in a
for respectful visitation.
It's nice and
like a
quiet.
city.
I
Like
used
my
to live in
area
the
where
city. I
they
grew up in the
dance.
city.
The Sunshine Skyway.
Oh, I live
Bridge
like in a
in
small
Tampa,
city, like a
Florida,
small
is
town.
known
It's
not
not
only
like
for its architectural significance,
fucking
but also for its
New York or some
association
shit like
with
that.
one
Or
of the
shooting
most
at their
tragic
husband.
events in
Yeah,
the region's
yeah.
history.
Oh.
Like
Tampa
where
Bay,
where I
the bridge
live,
connects
you
St.
know when there's an
Petersburg to
accident because
Terracea,
you see flashing
serving
lights
as
through
a
the
major
windows.
transportation
Mm.
artery.
Yeah.
However,
Ah, that's
its
every
legacy
night.
is marred
I'd be like,
by
there's
the
another
traffic collapse
accident.
on May 9th,
And another one
1980,
You know
bites the
what-
dust.
and the numerous ghost stories
Yeah,
that have
easy.
emerged
Yo, you know,
since.
it's the weekend where I live
Sunshine Skyway Bridge
because it smells like
was
barbecue all over the
constructed
place
in
outside.
1954 by the Virginia Bridge Company as a two-lane structure. Then,
You know,
Yeah,
like
that-
walk outside your,
a parallel
you like
bridge
walk
was
outside of your
added to
house,
the
you're
bridge
like, dang, it smells like
below it up
fajitas.
to the
Like
modern highway standards, creating a
all
four-lane
weekend long.
standard. However, the
It's so weird.
construction
I
faced
grew up
issues,
and lived in the
including
big
cracks in
cities
the
for most of
southern
my
main
life.
pier, which
And now
ended up
I live out
delaying
in the
opening
country, and
of
it's
the
weird. It's
improved
like, oh my god, I
structure
can see the
until
stars.
1971. Then, less than a decade later, the bridge would be the site of a
One night I was
devastating
looking at the
accident.
sky and I
On the
actually
morning
realized
of
I could
May
see
9th,
Mars. I was like,
1980,
holy
the
shit.
freighter MV Summit Venture,
Oh.
guided by Captain John Lero, was navigating.
can't see the stars in the
Tampa Bay
city?
under severe
I mean, you
weather
can, but it's
conditions.
so hard. It like
Heavy
it's
rain
foggy
and high
and
winds
all
reduced
the lights in
visibility
the area
to
and shit.
nearly
It's
zero,
just
and the
not
ship
as
Oh.
clear.
was rendered
When you're out in the
useless
country and
by
there's
the
like
storm.
no lights for miles,
Despite efforts
it's
to
so
stop the
crystal
ship,
clear. It's
including
weird.
reversing its engines
Oh.
and an emergency anchor,
I've seen
the Summit
that,
Venture
but
collided
like,
with two of the bridge's support
when I was a
pillars.
kid in
This
Mexico,
impact caused over
uh,
1,200
there
feet
was
of the
like
bridge
you
to
could
collapse,
see
sending
even
6
like
cars, a Greyhound
like
bus,
the
and a pickup
swirly
truck
stuff in
into
the
waters
sky.
below. 35 people
I don't
lost
Yeah.
even
their
know.
lives in the
Yeah,
disaster,
because
leaving
where
only one
my dad's
survivor,
from,
Leslie
it's like kind of
McIntyre,
in a
whose
remote
pickup
area,
truck
at least at the
landed on
time.
the
So
fighter's hull before sinking.
there was a lot of light.
Perhaps a new bridge was developed and opened
At
least
least
not
not
at
at
night.
1987. It was renamed the
like-
Sunshine Skyway
There's
Bridge
a lot of
in
cool things
honor
about
of the
living out in the
governor at
country,
time.
but on the other hand,
Despite
like
the construction
when
of
I
the
get
new
bored,
bridge,
there's
though,
not much to
the
do.
tragedy left behind a legacy of ghostly
Oh.
tales. Many
Before,
locals and
like,
visitors
if you wanted to do
claim that
something,
the
I lived in
spirits of the
Orlando,
35
Florida.
victims still
There was
haunt the area.
tourist shit everywhere,
Drivers
the
crossing
theme
the bridge
parks, there was
have
so much stuff
reported
to
seeing
do.
phantom figures,
Now-
unexplained lights, and even
Like
spectral
there's a
vehicles.
Walmart 30 minutes away,
And
that's about
one
it.
especially notable story involves a
Yo.
phantom Greyhound bus dripping water
Hell
and
yeah,
appearing
that-
in the early morning fog. Witnesses describe seeing ghostly passengers in
Honestly, I don't think there's a lot to do in my area. At least
passing drivers
things that I want to do.
Wesley McIntyre
There's a lot of
it's
clubs
weird
and
when you're
bars.
used to it, you know?
also reported haunting
Yeah.
experiences. He described
If you don't know what
recurring
you're missing,
nightmares
then
in
it's
which
like-
a young girl floated toward him. on the
Yeah.
water, only
It's
to
like there's a
swim
lot of
silently
clubs and
back to her.
bars in my area, and I'm kind of
Claimed
like,
that her apparition would later
I don't
appear
drink,
beside his
so-
bed, leaving a pool
Yeah.
of water on the floor.
Well,
These experiences
I
ended
only
up
drink
haunting him
socially,
for
and my
years,
alcohol
adding
tolerance
a
is not what
deeply
it used to
personal
be. But when
dimension
I was
to the
younger,
whole
holy
legend.
shit, I drank like a fish.
Oregon,
oh.
Battery Russell's Ghost Soldier. So
I tried that whole drinking
Stevens,
stuff.
which is located in
I didn't really
Aesop
like. I don't know.
Webb,
I don't like it.
is a site that
I'm
Yeah,
not
has
judging. I'm
Not
just
for
saying it's not
everybody.
for me.
and is known
My
Yeah,
wife
I
is a
can't.
lightweight. Oh my
significance
god.
as well as its ghostly
She'll have
lore.
like one cider
Same.
or something,
during the
and
Civil
she'll
War
be drunk.
in
and, like,
1863 and Operation
Yeah,
same.
World War II.
I can't
before it
because of my
served
kidneys.
as a key coastal defense.
Well, I can't either because of
Despite
my
its lack of
medication.
direct involvement in combat
I used to
fatalities,
have
Fort
people want to
Stevens
challenge
has
my
become
drinking all the fucking
associated with
time.
tales of lingering spirits, unexplained
I don't
That
do it no
sounds-
more.
and mysterious
but-
encounters. Fort Stevens
I
was
had a friend.
first
He was going into
constructed
the
to
Air
protect
Force,
the mouth of the
and
Columbia River,
we were having one
and
last
was
hurrah.
also initially
We went to
called
that
the
same
Fort
club I
at Point
mentioned, the
Adams.
Goth Club.
Its name
He
was
said,
later
I tell
changed
you what,
in honor
I'm going to
of
buy
Isaac
all of your
Stevens,
drinks tonight.
who was a former
I'm like, okay,
governor
what's
of
the catch?
Washington
He says, you have to
Territory
tell
who
me
died
every
during
time
the
you
Civil
get a drink,
War.
because I'm going to
Although
go
the
drink
Civil
for
War
drink with you.
ended
I'm going to
before
drink
the
the same
fort was
thing you drink.
completed, it remained
Oh.
a key defensive
By the end of the
site
night,
for
I'm
decades.
helping people to
Then,
the car.
in the late 19th century,
He's falling
the
all
Army
over
Corps
the
of
floor.
Engineers used the location
Damn.
to support the construction of the Columbia River
What are
Channel.
you drinking? Like
By
shots or something?
1896,
I don't
the
know.
fort was
I was drinking
modernized
all kinds of
with
stuff.
reinforced concrete gun
I prefer
batteries,
beer, but I
including
drink
Battery
beer like
Russell,
a fish. It
to
doesn't
defend
faze
against
me.
potential threats.
Um,
During World War II,
Oh.
Fort
I ran
Stevens
I ran a
even played
vampire
crucial
game and
role
drank
in
a whole
coastal
12 pack while
defense.
running the
On
game.
June 21st,
Oh, shit.
1942, a Japanese
And they're like, they
submarine
couldn't even
fired
tell. They're like, you
17
already drank that
shells
whole
at the
case?
fort.
I was like, yeah.
While the attack caused no
And they're like, you don't look drunk. I
or
was like,
any
I'm not.
significant damage, it marked a rare instance of enemy
Like I have
fire
one
on
glass
the
of wine
soil
and I'm already
during the
like,
war.
like
But yeah, I won't really get into too much detail.
I'm
because,
Irish,
you know,
and
we
it was
gotta
always
focus
like
on
a
the
matter of
legend here.
pride.
But yeah, despite the absence of
Oh.
reported battle deaths at Fort Stevens, there's been
I think the
numerous
worst
reports
drunk
of
I've ever been.
paranormal
I
activity
had 13
that have
double
emerged
shots
over
of
the
Russian
years.
vodka. It was like a
Visitors
$200
and
bottle.
campers have reported
Jeebus Christus.
encounters with
We
ghostly
were
figures,
having a drinking
especially those
contest,
resembling
and the last two
soldiers
people, me
from
and this guy,
World War
Matt,
II. These
he
apparitions
was Scottish
are
and I
often
was
seen in
Irish,
full
and it was like a
military
matter of
uniform,
pride.
wandering the grounds of the fort.
I beat
in
him.
nearby
I won.
areas.
And
One
then I got
common
alcohol
story
poisoning.
involves a spectral soldier
Oh, shit.
seen patrolling the area
that
at
can
night,
happen.
sometimes
Yep.
holding a flashlight.
Yep.
When
It's
it
awful.
is claimed that the figure disappears when approached.
It sounds like
and
it
in
sucks.
one
Thank you
account,
for the
a camper
follow.
heard the crunching of boots
Ooh.
on gravel outside his tent. The next morning,
Yeah,
He's
the
a
camper
bell.
found boot
I was
prints
blacking
outside
out,
the campsite,
and
leading to speculation that the ghost of a
I
soldier
remember like
had
waking up
been
in
on
random
patrol.
places. I was like, I was in
Another
a
notable
hammock,
sighting
and then I
as
was in
well
a car.
occurred along the shoreline near the
And
fort.
I remember
visitor
waking up as they were
described
dropping me
encountering a
off at
man
my
in an
house,
old
and they're like,
military
let's put him on the
uniform,
doorstep
and the two
and ring the
exchanged
doorbell.
nods. But when
And
the
I was like,
visitor
no, don't,
turned
because
to
I was
look
in high
back
school
at
when this
who it
happened.
was, the man
Because
had
Oh
I
my
didn't want
God.
to wake up my parents.
Later, the visitor
So
identified
this was
the
around
soldier
Christmas
from
time.
a
They draped
historical
me over
photograph
a
on
plastic
display
Santa
at a
Claus
museum
decoration in the front
dedicated
yard
to
and
Fort
left me there.
Stevens. In addition to full-bodied apparitions,
Oh my God.
I
many
woke up in the
visitors have
morning when I heard
reported
my
seeing
parents'
glowing
alarm go
orbs
off
of
for
light
work in their
around the
room, and I
battery
stuck around
and
the
other
back of the
parts
house.
of the fort. Paranormal
Oh, damn.
enthusiasts believe that these orbs might represent the spirit
The next
of
day,
There's one
soldiers who
time.
once served
My
at
friend was
Fort
Oh,
like,
sorry, go
you're
ahead.
not even going to
On clear
apologize, are you? I
nights,
said, for
some
what? He said,
witnesses even
puking in my
claim
car. I
that
was
the
like, I don't
orbs
remember
are so
being in your
numerous
car.
that they resemble stars
Oh,
in the
damn.
sky. Other reports
Go ahead,
include
sorry
for
unexplained
interrupting.
sounds such as
Yeah, no, it's okay.
metal,
I was gonna say one
whispers,
time I
and
got
even
too
distant
silly
gunfire.
off of
Some visitors have also experienced sudden cold spots
infused
or
Rice
just a general
Krispie.
feeling of being warm. And the
Yeah.
origins are kind of debated by paranormal researchers. Some believe that the spirits are
Oh.
You should pause
tied
the video
to
when you were
specific
chatting.
deaths at the
Nah,
fort,
this
but
is
are
work.
instead drawn to the location because of its emotional significance.
Yeah,
We
I had,
we left the video a long
Many
time
travel
ago.
from other sites where soldiers lost their lives, choosing
I
Fort
had,
Stevens
a,
as a place of
um,
refuge or connection.
infused
Georgia.
Rice Krispie,
Old
and
green eyes.
I got too
The
silly.
legend of Old Green Eyes originates from the
And?
Chickamauga battlefield in Georgia, which is a location known for its
well,
bloody history
I
during the
got
Civil War.
okay. Well, I wanted to go to the
Battlefield
hospital,
was
but my
a
sire was like, "Dude,
crucial
no."
confrontation in September
You don't need to go to the
1868,
hospital.
when
But I was
Confederate
freaking out. I had a
Union
panic
forces
attack.
passed
Like,
over control of Chattanooga, a vital transportation
got-
hub.
oh,
The two-day battle
ahead.
resulted in about 30.
it started like crying.
It one of the bloodiest conflicts of the Civil War.
I forgot what
Legends
else
and
happened.
death associated with the battle have
I've seen it happen
contributed to
before. People
numerous
get
ghostly
paranoid.
tales reported in the area.
Yeah, I
With
started.
Old Green Eyes
Oh my
being
god,
the most
I was
well-known.
like,
Some
yeah, I
had
started
origins
crying. I
of
had a
Old
panic
Green Eyes
attack.
are
Oh
mixed
god,
in
it
both
was
Civil War lore
terrible.
and
Like,
some older legends.
I
Some
remember I
accounts
got
Oh.
stoned
describe
and fell
the
asleep.
entity as a soldier
And when I woke
who
up, my
lost
pants
his
were on
head
fire.
in battle, doomed to wander
My
the
friends,
battlefield
like, I was
in
wearing
search
big
of his
baggy
body.
Jinko jeans,
Others
and my
suggest,
friends
though,
were trying to
it's
burn
sort of
off
a more
the frayed
ancient,
ends,
otherworldly
and it
being
ended up catching my
roots in
pants
Native
on fire.
American folklore.
oh, what the
rather than
hell?
war Itself.
I woke up, I was like,
Descriptions
I'm on
of
fire.
Old Green Eyes depict a
Oh Oh my god.
With glowing green
Hey,
or
who had the
greenish
picture of
orange
me?
eyes, long, stringy hair.
That's
and
not you.
You
When I
found a
wake
picture of
up,
me.
filled
I'm
jaw.
offended.
That's,
These
that's
traits
me before I
are
brush my hair in the
half
morning.
man, half beast appearance. One of the earliest
No.
documented sightings occurred shortly after the battle when witnesses reported a creature
almost said
with
something,
I'm
not
dark
gonna
eyes
say it.
moving among the corpses on snow.
But that was,
I
oh my
made
gosh,
enough
Which
jokes
was
about
a
my
key
wife.
location during the whole conflict. Then,
when
on
that
New Year's,
happened to me, when I
visitors
got
and
too
park
silly,
rangers
I was like
in
silly for like
Military Park
24 hours
continued
straight.
to
It
report
was
encounters
it
with
was
Wow.
freaking weird.
Some
Yeah, it was
described seeing
freaking
glowing
weird.
eyes in the darkness, while others
It was not
sightings
fun.
of a shadowy humanoid figure that
I got the
vanishes with
munchies
the
so
fun.
bad
breeze.
once. I got peanut
And
butter
one
cup
notable
ice cream,
account I'd like to
that
add
Moose
came
Tracks ice
from
cream,
Edward Tinney,
and
a park
banana
ranger
cream
Okay.
who had an
Twinkies,
encounter
and
in
crushed up the Twinkies
1976.
and put them in my ice cream and just
Tinney
ate it all
was
together
patrolling
like
the
that.
battlefield in the
That
early
sounds really
1990s
good.
when he felt a sudden chill.
That sounds really good. Maybe I'm
Moments
just
later,
maybe I'm just a
with
fatty,
glowing
but that
green
sounds
eyes
good.
emerged from the darkness. Tinney described the creature as
Yeah, I
long
was
hair
like,
and sharp
I gotta stop
fang-like
getting
teeth.
stoned. I'm gonna get
Before
fat.
he could even react, the headlights of an approaching car
I can't eat a lot
illuminated
of
the area,
food like that.
causing
But I
the
could eat a lot of
ice cream
spicy
to
things.
completely vanish.
Oh,
Other
I get
incidents
acid
Nice.
as well
reflux really
involved
bad,
drivers
but
passing through the battlefield.
I
In
love
the
I love
1970s,
spicy
two
shit.
separate accidents occurred.
Dude, same. I
when
get
drivers
like
swerved
extreme
off the road
diarrhea when I eat it, but I don't give a
glowing
shit.
green eyes.
Apparently
These
you do
lights
give a
were
shit if you get
often
extreme
described
diarrhea.
as floating orbs,
Okay, yeah.
resembling
Well, okay.
eyes rather than traditional headlights.
Yeah.
Such reports have kept the legend
I kind of
alive
take it like a
and seen
pride
as a
thing. I'm
more
like,
haunted
yo,
presence associated
I'm
with the battlefield.
like, you know, I'm Latinian. I should like spicy food, so I eat spicy food.
For paranormal activity
Oh,
beyond
I use
just the
hot sauce.
legend
I make
of old green
my
eyes.
kids love when I make
Visitors frequently
jalapeno
report
poppers.
hearing
I
disembodied
smoke the cream
voices, the
cheese
sounds
and
of marching
put it
soldiers,
in there, wrap them in bacon,
gunfire,
cook them
and
on the
even
grill.
the cries of the wounded.
Oh,
Many
ratones.
attribute
Those
these
shits are
phenomena
good.
to the
I
large
don't
number
eat
of
bacon though,
soldiers
but that's
buried
good.
in unmarked graves throughout the area. One of the most famous spirits
Don't
You
forget
gotta try.
to
You
see
gotta
that.
try smoked cream
is
cheese.
called the
Oh,
Lady
it's
in
so
White,
good.
believed to be a woman
I've
Maybe
seen
I'll take the seeds
recipes.
out.
husband who died
What?
in the battle.
If you don't take the seeds out, it's coming out in
Virginia,
one way.
Elbow Road.
I take out
Road
most
is
of the
a
seeds. You
winding
gotta leave a
two-lane
little bit for
stretch
some spice.
that connects Chesapeake
Yeah.
to Virginia Beach.
Wait, oh my
Virginia,
gosh.
is
Cora, did I ever
infamous
tell you?
for
Well, I
its
guess also going
conditions
this. Okay,
and
one time I was
accidents,
making
as
salsa,
well
right?
as some
And I was
ghost
cutting
tales
peppers
that
because, you know, I was
emerged
making
from its
salsa,
troubled history.
but I didn't put
The
gloves.
road has earned a
Not
reputation
remembering that I
as
have
one of the most
extremely sensitive
dangerous
skin.
and allegedly haunted locations in the area.
So after I cut the peppers and made the salsa, I was like, why did my hands burn?
A source of fear for
They were like, my
locals,
skin was on
and even
fire, and I
For a
was I had
second,
to-
I thought like you rubbed your eye, and I
And
just thought about that
it's the
meme of that
physical
mom like
characteristics
cutting
of Elbow
like
Road that contribute a
freaking
lot to its
jalapenos and rub her kid's eyes, and the
Renovations
kid
in
started crying.
2016, the road lacked any
I don't know why I
shutters,
thought of that.
street lights,
That
and
reminds me
Oh,
of
I-
another
safety
embarrassing
measures,
story.
making it especially
I feel
dangerous
like
at
okay,
night
so I had
or during any adverse
I think
weather
I
conditions.
might have had to go to the bathroom, but I was
Drivers had to
scared
face
because like
sharp,
I didn't want to
unexpected
get
turns that were
jalapeno
difficult to
juice
navigate,
on my
especially when
coochie,
traveling
you know,
at
because that'd be a terrible time.
of 45 miles per hour.
So I started freaking out. I didn't know what to do.
Some of which
Because I
even
tried washing my
resulted in
hands and it didn't
fatalities.
work.
Even with recent
So my
improvements,
sire went to the store and got some milk. I had to literally put my hands like in a milk bath to make it stop burning. Like
during heavy
You know,
rains
lime,
or
the
icy
limes
conditions,
kind of
when the
cancel
curves
that, right?
and narrow lanes
I tried that, it didn't work.
Drivers.
Damn, never mind
This
then.
background knowledge
Oh, I also
I-
had Corazone, so
has made it a
Never
focal
mind.
point of local
Funny
news
story.
over the years.
Um,
In the first
I'm
few
very
months
anal
of
retentive
2012
about my
alone,
personal hygiene,
45
and I use
crashes
a
were reported.
spray
These
powder to
incidents
keep my
were said
nethers
to
nice
often
and clean
leave
and
lasting
dry.
scars on the community.
Well,
Okay, fair
my
enough.
normal
especially
stuff
for
wasn't
residents
there,
living
and my
along the
wife
road,
was doing the
who
shopping, and she's
frequently
like,
witness and hear
she's
the
like, is it okay to
aftermath
get
of
something else? I said,
collisions.
yeah, that's fine.
Many have grown accustomed
Well,
to the
she got
sound
the
of
wrong
crashes,
stuff,
interrupting
and
the
I
quiet
just
of the
assumed
night,
it was fine,
and have seen
and I
first
sprayed my
Uh-huh.
nethers.
tragic
And then
consequences,
afterwards,
such
it
as
started
drivers
burning like it was
being
on fire, and I
ejected
read the
from
label and it
their
says,
own
"Do
vehicles.
not use on
For some,
genitals." I'm
these
like, oh
experiences
goddamn.
have fueled tales of ghostly
Oh my god,
apparitions and
it
other
burned so
paranormal
bad. I was
occurrences.
screaming.
Oh my god.
Stories especially
You can't
stand
hear
out
me?
as
I'm
the
like
most
legit
dangerous
like
legends
kissing my mic.
associated with Elbow
No,
Road.
it was a video.
Oh, it's just like hello.
Wait, what kind of powder was it
The
though?
spirit of a young child who perished in one of the nearby lakes along the road. The story lacks kinda specific details, such as the name
Like
of the
perfume powder? I know that
or the exact
used to be a
place
thing.
where she drowned,
I can't remember
which
what it
has
was
left
called.
firmly in the realm
Of
of urban legend.
It was
According to
like
the
an
tale, though,
antifungal
the
stuff, but
who
I didn't
park their
need
car
that.
on the
I
roadside at
just
night
use
and
normal
sit
like
on
spray
the
powder,
hood
like a
may
Gold
see
Bond type
muddy
stuff.
footprints appear, as if
Oh,
someone
okay.
is approaching. This
Dang.
So she
Oh,
thought they
man.
were all the
from
same, and I
venturing
guess they were on
onto
the
road
same
at
shelf
night,
near each other.
though
So
its authenticity remains
Oh.
unverified.
Ye-
Then the other one is the legend of Mrs. Wobble, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
sort of darker.
Yeah.
That's terrible. That sounds like a bad time.
Is said to have
it was.
lived
I
near
wasn't
one of the
expecting.
road's
I was like,
sharp
okay,
curves
here we go,
before
nice
she
and
was
clean. Here we
brutally
go.
murdered
What's
under
going
mysterious
on?
circumstances. The story
I feel
goes
like that
she
would.
was found
Oh god.
alive,
Ew.
left
What if
untouched,
you get like a rash
and a
and
gruesome
it's like
scene
a
upstairs
cracky
where
rash?
blood was
I didn't get
discovered,
that,
And-
no
luckily.
body was ever
Oh,
found.
okay. Okay.
It just
Ghost
burned
story
for a while.
is
Kind of like
believed
if you
to
got
wander the
icy
road,
hot down
and
there.
witnesses have reported
Ah!
seeing a blood-covered woman
Ew.
walking along
Yeah,
the
it was
road.
like
Actually,
that.
This has led to speculation.
I think
that
the only
apparition
thing
may
close to that
to
that I
some
had
accidents.
was like
Others swear
Tiger
to
Balm.
what they believe
a little
is
bit,
a
but not that
severe
much.
stress. And
Yep.
something to add is
Don't you
the
just hate
name
when stuff like
wobble
that,
is
like,
actually elbow spelled
You forget it's
backward,
on your hands or
which has
something,
led
and like
skeptics
when it
to
gets wet,
question
it gets
the story's
reactivated, like Icy
authenticity.
Hot does that, or
However,
Biofreeze.
sightings of strange lights
Yeah.
And you do
in the
something like
area
rub your
where
eyes or
her
touch a
house
sensitive
once
area,
stood
and it's like,
have
oh
kept the
god, it's
legend
still in my
alive.
hands, fuck!
Some attribute these lights
You're like, why does my eye hurt?
while others believe they signify a
Your eyes
ghostly
like,
presence,
ow.
or even
Oh my
a
gosh.
phantom version of
Or
Mrs.
ever
Wobble's
use hand
former home.
sanitizer but not realize there's a hidden cut on your hand?
Indiana, Moody's Light.
All the time.
Yeah.
All the
Is a
time.
ghost light phenomenon
I'm like,
Surprise!
ow, I did not know I had a paper cut.
in Rensselaer and Francisville, Indiana. The
You'd be
Quickest
like,
way to find
"Yay,"
out.
you put it on like,
a mysterious light
Lol.
that appears along a gravel road, often described as
We
glowing
haven't watched any
colors
of this video.
ranging from orange
no, it's
I
actually
know.
kinda boring.
Witnesses have reported the light moving
I'm just
Maybe
like
go-
drifting off. I'm like, what is going on down
The story of
here?
Moody's Light
I'm just
is
watching
actually
people
But these
tied
personal
to a
stories
tragic
have been
narrative
absolutely
involving
hilarious.
a farmer
I just
named
always feel like
Moody
I'm
Lol.
talking
who
too
once
much.
lived in a nearby farmhouse with his wife.
No,
and
that's
2
cool.
daughters.
Wait, what?
According
My
to
If I'm
hands
allowed
hurt.
to, I talk and
Moody
talk and talk and
returned
talk and
home
talk.
one evening to find
Ooh.
that his family was brutally murdered.
Wait.
Despite
Family was
investigations
brutally
by local
murdered.
authorities,
Awesome.
the crime remained unsolved.
That bride of what now?
Why?
Consumed by despair,
Why isn't this an ABC order?
deteriorate
I don't
and
know. Don't you have a
eventually took
playlist?
his
Maybe we can
own
play a
life
different one.
by hanging himself.
I have a playlist, but it's of memes.
Locals
Oh,
believe then
okay.
that the
Like-
mysterious
like
light
funny vids.
represents Moody's restless spirit, eternally searching the fields for his family.
I mean, I can still put it.
Its manifestation is described
Have you ever
as
watched
lantern-like,
there's a
glowing
guy on
with
YouTube,
shifting
Beardo
colors
Gets
that
Scared.
alternate between orange, red, and green.
He does
No.
a lot of
Seen moving
debunking
in the
videos.
distance,
He's a
changing
ghost
size
hunter,
and intensity
but
as it
he calls
hovers,
out fake
or
ghost
even just
hunters.
drifts near the
He'll be like,
site
oh
of
look,
the
look
yeah.
at this video. He's using a string and stuff like,
Witnesses
and he's
report-
hilarious
Wait,
when he
isn't
does
that-
it. He makes
Is-
jokes
Isn't
about
that
it.
that guy who debunked
and just disappears
ghost
without
hunters
pursuit.
or something?
He
Some
he
describe
debunks
it
a lot
as
of
even
people.
splitting
Which
which merge again into a
He
singular
goes after a
globe.
lot of people, but
This
he's funny when he
behavior
does
has
it.
led to
And I
various
do a lot of videos
interpretations,
with him. He
like
cracks me up.
theories of ghostly activity,
Lol.
swamp gas emissions, or
Like
just
I like to do
unexplained
videos where I
natural
call out fake ghost
phenomena.
videos
Accounts
too.
of experiences
But it
with
starts to
Moody's
be
light
soul
vary
killing
in
when you see
detail,
fake after
but the
fake after
settings
fake. It's
are
like, oh
often
god, I hate all
consistent
these
enough
people.
to, keep
And I
the
break it
legend
up by
alive.
watching some Beardo. He
One
makes me
witness
laugh.
described visiting the
Lol.
location in 2003
It's all
on a
shoot.
clear, breezy night.
I like it
Yeah,
when
I
he
generated
watches
that.
videos I've
By
already
flashing
seen
their
and
car
reviewed,
headlights
and I want to
3
see if he
times
says the same
near
thing
a
I
tree
said.
stump believed to be tied to the story.
Ah.
A glowing orange light then appeared in the distance, intermittently vanishing
Oh.
and reappearing. Observing through binoculars,
Where did you get the monito?
that the light sometimes
What?
split
Where did
into
you get the monito?
illumination
It's the thing that
before
Mags
collapsing
posted.
again. And despite their
What?
efforts to
What are we
approach
talking
the
about?
light, it maintained its
Oh, because
distance.
this isn't my normal avatar.
Another account
Oh.
describes a visit to Moody Road, where witnesses
Well, he can't see your
encountered a
monito, so.
yellowish light resembling an
What?
lantern.
Yeah, you
This
can't see your
light
monito.
slowly advanced toward them,
Oh, can
followed
you
by
see
a
his
green light
monito?
that exhibited similar
Ah,
behavior.
Maybe.
The lights
No.
appeared to crest a small
Oh,
hill
I
in
can
the
see
road,
y'all just fine.
only to disappear when pursued. The
Same
road then
as
ends
work.
abruptly in
No.
a field with no apparent source for the light. And to focus more on local encounters with nearby residents,
I went and got a
one
special
group
outfit.
seeking
I
the
got a new outfit
location
for March
stopped at an old
for St.
church
Patrick's
that
Day.
had been converted
Ooh,
into
is it
a
green?
to ask for
Of course it's
directions.
green with
The
clovers on
outlaw
it.
Like my
and stuff.
hair.
answered the door
Oh,
and
shit.
against visiting,
Hype.
describing the area as evil.
I like to
Despite
wear
the
different
warnings,
outfits.
The group proceeded
For Halloween,
and
I let my daughter
experienced the
pick my Halloween
unexplained
costume,
rites
and it's a
firsthand,
friggin' bunny rabbit. I
leaving
swear to
with more
God.
questions than
Lol.
Ah.
I'm just gonna wear it again for
and
Easter.
offered alternative explanations
Lol.
for the whole thing,
It's
including the
Easter time and Halloween time.
She wanted to make me wear a pink one, but I couldn't find a pink outfit.
Nearby highways, reflections
Oh.
from glass or water, or
Damn.
just natural occurrences like swamp gas. However, these theories fail.
That'd be funny though, the Easter bunny with the skeleton.
Change
Yep.
colors and disappear on
Yep.
command. So it's still
Bunny.
a mystery and a pretty interesting urban
Be like,
legend
ah.
altogether.
I'm traumatized.
Ghost Cows of Farm Road 511.
What?
Ghost cows?
Of Farm
Wait,
Road
that got my
511
attention.
In Brownsville, Texas.
Yeah, that got my attention too.
are
What is it? A
among
ghost
the
cow?
region's more
moo.
unusual urban legends.
Moo.
Versions are said to haunt
Moo.
the road, causing
It's like a
confusion
moo.
and accidents for
It's
unsuspecting
moo
drivers
spelled
who don't
M-U-U.
know any better.
Moo.
The road
A
itself
moo.
is a relatively normal
Wouldn't it be?
stretch by
I
day,
think it'd be
but
scarier
it's
if a
said
bunch of like
that at
hamburgers
night
were coming
it
after
becomes
me.
the setting for really disturbing
Like cow-sized hamburgers?
No, just hamburgers made of the cow.
Numerous reports from locals and travelers.
But are they giant ones or just a bunch of little ones?
Bunch of little
Appearances
ones.
Ghostly cows in the middle.
They
of
could
the
Ugh.
overwhelm you.
The accounts
like a
often
zombie
Oh, heck
reveal
yeah.
evidence of these
They'll attack you. They'll just like smell
Yeah.
their grease on you and be like,
oncoming
"Ew, they're attacking me."
leading drivers to swerve
What if the patty was like their tongue and then they lick you
closer inspection,
to spread the grease?
there really isn't
Ah!
And in the melted
And-
cheese, you'd be like, "What?"
farm
And then you
roads
start turning into
usually
a
walk
burger.
but its reputation as a
So you'd be like a
significant
burger zombie.
phenomena has
And it starts with
persisted over
cheese.
the years. Those who claim to have encountered the
I mean,
ghost
I think we
cows
just came up with a
describe
horror
seeing
movie
a
right
large
there.
animal
I mean,
appear
they already did a
suddenly
movie
in the
called
glow of their
Zombievers.
headlights, typically
Lol.
8 feet away from their vehicles. The instinctive reaction to avoid the perceived
That sounds funny.
often results in drivers,
They
just
did.
Like a
I
missing,
knew.
Sharknado.
It was so
sometimes
bad.
causing accidents. In many cases,
I was at a
those
con.
Like bad-
I was
just
at Dragon
exited
Con,
their
and we were
vehicles to
sitting in a
search for the
restaurant, a
animal
sushi restaurant,
that they
eating.
believed they
And
nearly
outside the
hit,
window, we saw
only
like
to
the
find
best
that there's
cosplay.
no trace of
Somebody
it.
dressed as
This has led to
Sharknado.
speculation
It was
that the
friggin'
cows
hilarious.
are some kind of
Lol.
spiritual entities, leaving no
How the hell did they do that?
presence.
They dressed
The
like a
origins of
tornado
the
and had little
legend
wires
also
with
kinda
sharks
remain
like all
unclear.
around, like circling
There
around
is
them.
not any historical
Lol.
reference for a specific event.
That's cool, that's
that
creative.
anchored the story to a particular time or
Hell
place.
yeah.
However, the consistent nature of the reports has fueled ongoing local interest in the phenomenon. Drivers
Are we
I
still in
can't-
the cow
late at
thing?
night are often advised to remain
I don't know.
vigilant, both
I don't know
for
anymore.
hazards
We
Confused
tanged it
us.
on like
and the potential
zombie
for
burgers.
supernatural encounters.
Lol.
Though no notable first-hand accounts are widely
I'm confused as to why
collective
there's
accounts
ghost
who
cows.
claim to have
moo.
experienced ghost cows paint an interesting picture. The mysterious cows are described as appearing lifelike, yet their ability to vanish without a trace defies any
Look,
logical
moo.
explanation.
You aren't you sure? Are they sure that's not just a cow? Like,
might be caused by
Apparently,
Pretty
it
sure that
disappeared.
cow is
optical
confused.
illusions or reflections.
The cow was like,
But these
I mean-
theories
Damn.
fail to satisfy those who insist
Moo.
that they've seen something that defies
moo.
Washington.
I
Mountain
watched
of
one of the
Pike
old
Place
Ghost Hunters
Market.
like live
The
Halloween
Pike
events,
Place Market in
and they did this
Seattle,
thing where you
Washington,
could ask
holds
questions
a
and they would answer it on the
significant
air,
place
and
in
they
the
ignored
city's
my
history
question, and it
as
was
one of
actually a
its
serious
oldest
question.
public marketplaces.
I said, "Why aren't there ghost
Damn.
dinosaurs?"
Established in 1907, following concerns over price fixing.
Just imagine.
and the sale
There's
of
ghost
fresh
animals.
food.
I've
Right.
seen
The
them.
Seattle
Ghost
City
cows now.
Council then created
I'm like,
the
well,
market
why aren't there
as
ghost
a public
dinosaurs? What the
space
fuck?
Where local farmers
Right.
could
Where the ghost
vend
dinos at?
to consumers.
Caca.
The market quickly gained popularity.
I think a ghost T-Rex
with
would make
its
me shit
opening day
myself.
attracting a large crowd.
Can you
Oh my God.
imagine? Can you imagine the sound that they found? It'd be like,
For
oh my
example,
god.
Frank Goodwin, a landowner who had made
Wah.
a fortune during the Klondike Gold Rush, played a crucial role.
Apparently they're gonna make a new Jurassic Park movie. I saw the trailer for it today.
I saw, and they're going back to the original island. I'm like, yep, let's do this one again.
Additional multi-level structures were added. To
I was like,
accommodate the
We
growing
never
thought
learn our
this-
lesson.
patrons. These
Yeah, I was
Let's
like,
create new things to
Bruh.
probably eat us.
throughout its history,
well, my thing is, why didn't they just like explode the place? Why didn't they just let the dinos just chill there and like?
Because the
offering everything from
dinosaurs have a
people.
right
and
to live.
seafood to crafts and souvenirs.
Okay, fair enough. They didn't ask to be brought back,
It
so
still remains a vibrant hub for commerce.
Like,
and
stop making
tourism,
more.
drawing visitors from
Lol.
all across the country. But despite all of this lively
But I'm like,
atmosphere
where are
and
they taking
everything,
place? Didn't
market
the
has a
last Jurassic
darker,
Park movie,
more
they're like, we're just
mysterious
accepting
side.
the fact that
It's
dinosaurs are around
considered
the
one
Earth
of the
now?
most haunted locations in
That
Seattle.
seems terrifying.
Yeah.
actually.
Stories of paranormal
It's like, okay,
activity
so
tied to
if
its
they're
long
all over the
history.
place, what the fuck you
One
need
of
to
the
go
most
back to that
frequently
island for?
reported ghostly presences
Right?
is that of Princess
There's a
Aphrodite,
special dinosaur there.
daughter of Chief Seattle.
Oh.
I think. I don't know. They showed like some weird,
who
like,
was known for her distinctive
different dinosaur, and I was like, I feel like that's not a real one.
After her
The
death,
quest
Sorry,
for
like
more
that's
money.
made up.
many
I just thought about the one from Futurama. It'll be like, welcome to Jurassic Park, and it's like a
moving slowly,
T-Rex in a
sometimes
water thing,
accompanied by an
It's like
ethereal glow,
trying to like
often
not drown.
suddenly.
Oh my god.
The ghost is also said to frequent a particular
Lol.
column in the
By the
lower
way, the
levels of
Jurassic Park
market,
ride at
which
Universal is rough.
associated with unexplained
Last time I
cold
went there
spots
with my
and
kids, like almost
photographic
all the
anomalies.
animatronics were
Another
removed, everything was
spirit tied to
damaged.
the
I was like,
market is
y'all
Arthur
really need to
Hoagland,
fix
a
this bitch.
relative of the market's original developer. Arthur was deeply involved in its early operation,
Damn.
Seems really
serving
terrifying.
as market director for.
I do want to go, and hopefully you still
It's
have it
said
there,
that
but
his
it
presence
seems
is
terrifying.
reportedly still felt.
If I go to Universal Studios, it's for Harry Potter World.
His silhouette has been seen
I'll go for the
in
Simpsons
market.
though.
Oh,
When
one
he
time
said
Oh
they
yeah,
had to
the
give
Simpsons stuff.
practicing
they had to
his
buy
golf
all these
swing
guests
into
brand new
space,
clothes
which
because
is
there's a
pastime he was
T-Rex
known to enjoy.
that pops out
The
just
market
before you go
is
on the big
also
drop,
home to tales
and it
of
was
kinda
dripping
less
oil
benevolent spirits.
or hydraulic
Ew.
fluid,
More
and
disturbing
it dripped
legends
all over the
is
people in
that
the
of
boat, and I guess
fat
the
lady
boat got
barber.
stuck at the top
It's
of the
said that
lip,
this
so it's just
figure
sitting there
is set
dripping
to
on them
haunt the
over and over
market
again
after
while they're
falling
stuck
to her
there.
death through a
Oh my
wicked
god.
And lawsuit.
So all the
The
all
woman
the guests got
reportedly
free
lulled her
clothes and
customers to
tickets, and they're
sleep
like, "Oh, we're
with
so
songs
sorry."
before robbing them.
I heard the
Like-
story. I was
Business
dying
workers at
laughing.
the
I was like,
market report hearing her lullaby
You're like, can I have the dinosaur?
and kind of away from all the individual things, various shops within the market.
in
are
Human
linked to their
Resources,
own
they used to
spectral
have
stories.
a
For
life-size
example,
model
at
of
Meat
the
Emporium,
one of the raptors.
employees have
And I
reported
told my wife, I
unusual
was like, I'd love to
occurrences,
have one of
including
those
the discovery
and put it
of a
right
hidden
by the
stash
front
of
door,
beads
so when people
thought
come
to have
in, they
been
get
hoarded
surprised
the
by it.
ghost of a young boy.
No.
The
I'm gonna
boy's
give someone a
playful
heart attack.
presence is also associated with unexplained
They're gonna be like,
casualty activity and movements of marionettes in a neighboring
What the
puppet shop.
fuck?
It
Another
looks so
notable
realistic.
haunting
I was like, I
involves a
want one of
crystal ball
those.
said to contain the
Ah.
spirit of a fortune teller named Madame Nora. This artifact has moved between businesses within the market, with each owner experiencing mysterious.
Okay, what's going on at the
disturbances
public
until
market?
The crystal ball
I don't know. This says
opens.
something about an artifact
Was
or
a shop.
something about something.
In general,
I thought
there's
this is
also
where
been
they
some
sold
attempts
ghost
at
cow meat.
exorcisms and various
Ah.
explanations, but the
What's wrong with the
market
farmer's
as
market?
a hotspot for supernatural activity still persists.
I'd eat ghost cow meat.
Oklahoma, the Hornet Spook Light. The Hornet Spook Light
Spooky
is a
light.
mysterious light that's located near
I
the
wonder if it's since
Oklahoma,
it's like
Missouri
ghost cow
border.
meat, would it be less
Known
fattening?
as a glowing orb of light, it's been described as orange or
Would
yellow.
wanna
it
say
be
yes.
Amy?
Varies in size, from a baseball to a basketball.
Like not as
The
fatty.
light is said to move.
It's very
at
light,
But it-
almost like
But
it's
it's a
not
ghost
there.
meat.
known as a
It won't have
No.
no meat. It won't be meat. It's
float,
ghost meat.
dart side by side, or hover above the
It's
treetops.
ghost meat carnivore.
It's often
friendly.
mentioned its really eerie behavior.
You might fart a
such as
lot.
Splitting into
Ah,
multiple
ah,
smaller
ah,
lights,
ah,
merging
stop,
back
stop it.
into a singular
There we go.
orb, and
Would the
disappear
fart come out like a ghost, like,
unexpectedly.
ooh?
It's also
Have
been
you ever
observed
accidentally
moving
clicked
toward
on the wrong
vehicles
thing?
or people, and sometimes even entering
Yeah.
Yeah.
close
I just
enough
made an oops.
for witnesses to feel heat
Oh.
emanating from it.
I
Did you
fixed
see
it.
me?
The light also date back as
Oh.
far as
Okay.
1886, with some leaking its origin to the Trail of Tears, though the first documented account appeared later in 1881 in the Ozark Spook Light. It's often associated
There's all
with the
these
nearby
stories about
towns
like
of
all these
Hornet,
freaking spook
Missouri,
lights, and it could be
Joplin,
just about any
Missouri,
fucking thing because
because
nobody
of
ever
its
chases it down.
visibility from these areas.
Right.
But the light
You saw a light
Alien.
in the dark.
located
It couldn't
in
have been a person
Oklahoma.
with a flashlight or
The
anything. You were
phenomenon
just too
has
scared and
now
ran.
Kind of become a cultural.
It was aliens.
political interest.
The thing
Hey, it
is,
could be
people-
it could be a guy
There's
probably
some
escaping
paranormal
from somewhere
investigators
because maybe
for
they
over a century.
he did some naughty no-nos with
Most common
someone's wife and he
between
decided to
10
go
and
escape
midnight,
and he got caught and he's running around naked.
at other times.
well, there's actual
behavior
bounties out
seems to
for
change
proof
depending
of like
on the number
paranormal
of
activity,
visitors
like
and the
actual
noise
proof.
levels in the
If you
area.
could bring
Oh my
back
God.
real
Reports
proof,
suggesting
I think
it's
somebody's
more
offering like
active in quieter
$50,000.
conditions. Numerous
Oh, wow.
scientific and paranormal
I was like,
theories have
okay.
also been
And then I
proposed to
watch all these
explain the
videos on
spook light.
YouTube. I'm like,
Some scientists
if the
suggest
ghost
it
is
could
there,
be the result of
why aren't you
high
chasing it
electricity,
down?
where rocks
That's
deep
$50,000,
underground create
motherfucker.
electrical charges charges because of
They're like, nah, I don't need it.
especially in areas like this region.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I would do that.
Madrid Falls. Others have suggested
I'd be like,
that
hey,
the
come back
lake
over here,
caused
buddy.
by marsh gas
But you
wanna
can always
talk?
do it. You can always tell it's
Which
fake because they always do
sometimes
the stupid
ignite
shit.
and
Oh
create
look,
glowing
it's a ghost at
effects.
the end of the hallway. I'm gonna
However,
chase
the
it.
thing is, the
But they
light
turn
is
their camera
resistant
away,
to
and when it
wind
comes
and
back,
rain,
oh, they're gone
which
now. Yeah,
challenges
of
this
course they're gone
explanation.
because it wasn't real.
Skeptics have proposed that it might
It was
be
just you
headlights
making
or
noises.
artificial lights reflecting off the terrain. But
There's
the
so
course
many
of the
stupid
light
tropes with
predate
all
the
those fake
invention of
videos.
automobiles.
I
Yeah.
call them all out. I hate the
To
really
get
bad
more into
tropes.
the paranormal aspect,
Like
there's
everyone does
one
the
story
same
that
things
suggests
over
that
and
the
over
light
again.
is the ghostly
Yeah.
The funniest ones are the ones where they
searching
involve
for his
pets,
missing family
because
after
oftentimes
they
the
were
pets will
attacked in his
friggin'
absence. One of the
reveal
tale
their flub up
attributes the
without
light
them
to
even
two
knowing it.
paw lovers who,
So they're like, I am
after
doggy.
being into
Like,
marriage, back to their deaths.
They're like,
Give
oh
me
look,
treats.
the sheet's
Spirits are
moving.
said
Yeah,
to
but the cat's
manifest
staring at the
as
person
the
pulling the
glowing
sheet.
orb. Other accounts
The cat's like,
What
really,
the fuck
dude?
are you doing,
Really?
man?
was decapitated.
the cat's like, can you stop messing up my bed, please? Like,
I'm gonna pee on you when you sleep.
About the encounter,
Oh.
there's been eyewitnesses who share their accounts of the whole
he's
encounter.
gonna pull out one claw.
One witness described multiple visits where
My
the
cat
light
peed on
seemed
me
to
once,
react to new
and it was because
people,
I forgot
Oh.
to change her litter
appearing
box.
brighter or moving more
Oh, what the fuck?
dramatically. On
Yep.
one occasion, the
That's the
light
only time. I was
Damn.
like, never
split
forget to change your
into
litter
two
box.
separate orbs
He's like, yo, you
before
want to forget?
relanding
You,
and
I want
vanishing
to, I want to
again.
poop in a friggin' nice
Another
clean bin.
account detailed a close encounter where the
He's like, can you clean my bathroom, please?
rested on its
So
hood.
don't
It's okay,
forget.
a few days ago I had a cat smack me in the ear.
Brightness.
For no apparent reason, and then he ran off.
Such experiences defy
I was like, the
common
hell?
explanations and add to the
okay, she's
enduring
my little-
mystery
she's my
of
little
the
princess.
spook light. Directions to view the spook light usually involve
Yesterday, one of my dogs had diarrhea.
southwest of Joplin, Missouri. Visitors are
My dog
I
actually
don't-
had diarrhea
very
today. I had to
quietly,
clean it up. I was
as
like,
the light is
ah.
reportedly less likely to
Well, luckily she could make it outside, but I don't know what caused it because my other dog didn't have diarrhea.
The decent home located
So I was
in
like,
Louisville,
You must have ate something weird, but what did you eat? Because
County, dating back
I
to
didn't give you guys anything different. Like,
this structure.
We
which
had
is
a dog that was
situated on
sneaky as
Anderson
fuck,
Street,
and he
has
stole
endured
my
nearly
wife's
2
chocolate.
centuries, witnessing
And she
Oh
had
my
it
God.
hidden so that he
one
couldn't get it, but he
particularly
found a way to
infamous
get it
murder
anyways.
during the Civil
Not
War.
only did he get it,
Basically,
he
during
hid
the
the
war,
bag
the
after
decent
he was
home
done. It
served
was under
as
the
the
pillow on the couch.
for Major Amo
Damn.
War, a Confederate
And
officer
so
he gets sick?
He had,
with
yeah, he had
apprehending
diarrhea. He
deserters
shit
from
on the
the
walls.
Confederate Army.
oh,
And my wife
1863,
cleaned it up, and
Macklemore
but
was then
she's like, "Why
murdered
is he
in the
sick?
home
What's
by
going
Newton
on?" And then
Knight,
we found the bag
leader
of
a
empty
group
chocolates
of
under the
Confederate
pillow.
deserters
We're like,
who opposed the
"Oh."
war. The shooting occurred near the fire.
He was
He was a
fine
bad
after
dog.
that, but still,
bedrooms.
he
He was a bad
sneaky
dog.
little
Left
shit.
a permanent mark. Both
He was
Oh
a
my
purebred
gosh.
husky. Oh my god, they're too smart for their own
Bloodstains from
good.
the event reportedly
Oof.
soaked through the wooden floorboards to the slab beneath.
We named him
And
Thor.
despite numerous attempts
Aw,
to scrub the
that's
stain away,
cute.
witnesses claim
He was
they
the runt of the
reappears
litter.
when
They
it
told
rains,
us when we got him as a
serving
puppy
grim reminder
that
of the
they
violent
had to
history
separate him
tied
from
to the
his
home.
sisters because they
And
wouldn't let him
Newton
eat
Knight's
because he was the
role in
runt.
Macklemore's death is part
Oh,
of
yeah.
of resistance
Like,
and
one of my dogs, when we
justice.
went to pick her up, she was like in like a massive
Large
litter
properties
because
by poor farmers.
the male dog had gotten 2 dogs pregnant at the same time.
But the war was not their
So there was
Player!
like
fall of
so
the
she was from a litter of like 20-something puppies, but they had like a runt,
Confederate
and there was another dog, like another puppy, that just hated the runt. Like that dog tried to kill that
Moors
dog,
moved to capture
the puppy.
deserters,
Yeah,
ultimately
Haters
they had to
hate-
separate them.
with Knight. The
Yeah, they had to separate them.
noted for other
Wish I can have a
paranormal
dog
activities as well.
here,
Paranormal
but I can't.
investigators have identified
You want dog?
believed to be
I want a dog, I want a
spirits.
brown dog, and I want to name it Chocolate Bun Bun.
These spirits
I wanna put
are
Doritos on 'em.
sometimes violent.
They make caca.
Spirits of
I don't give it. I
Yes.
don't care.
physically
It keeps me
attack
company.
their visits.
And pee-pee.
Visitors to the home have also
They have to go
frequently
for pee-pee times and poo-poo times.
I'd be like,
Time.
that's the only time that I clean pee pee and poo
dressed
poo.
in period clothing.
Not all pee-pee times are poo-poo times, but all poo-poo times are pee-pee times.
Tours and events.
I got
like
2
the
dogs and a
civil
cat,
reenactments
and the cat's
where
the most
attendees
well-behaved
have
animal in the house.
experienced unexplained occurrences.
Lol.
One especially notable incident occurred.
The
during
I have
dogs,
no
I
cat.
think, have
Man
brain
and
damage.
volunteer wore a dress that had once belonged to Mrs.
I woke up
Deason.
this morning
While walking
and I
through
couldn't
the
find the
home,
older
she
dog.
reported
I was like, where the
hearing
hell
a
is
voice
she? And then I found her.
instructing
She was
to
sleeping in the kitty
"Get
litter
out of
box.
my dress. In another
fuck?
event, students
Said,
from Jones
oh my god,
Junior
that's something I
Why?
would
College
do.
captured
You'd be like,
a
yay.
recording
She
of a
likes
woman's
dirt.
distressed
If she
voice
could, she'd
saying,
be outside all
"Buddy,
day
there's
sleeping in the
someone
dirt.
in the attic." October 5th, especially, which is the
So there was
anniversary
no
of
dirt in the house,
Mexico's
so she
murder,
found the next best
is
thing:
said
kitty
to be an
litter.
especially active
Oh my
day of
gosh.
unexplained
Was there
deaths
like
at the home.
dookies in the
On this
kitty
day,
litter?
the front door
Yep.
of the house is
Oh
reported to
no!
open
Somebody
on its
needed a
own,
bath.
revealing
At
an
least she
empty
didn't eat it.
porch
She
to
used to
those
eat the
inside.
cat turds.
Such occurrences
Oh my
reinforce
god,
the
yeah.
importance
Then they get worms, and then they get
home,
also diarrhea, and then you have to take them to the vet, and oh
Yep.
my gosh.
within its
We
walls.
got her to
Like,
stop eating the
why?
cat turds, but now she wants to sleep in
Arizona,
the kitty
the
litter
red
box.
ghost.
Like, what the fuck is wrong
Oh my
with
God.
you?
Ghost, also referred to as
You're like,
phantasmal,
why?
is a cryptid
Why are you the way that you are?
You could be
Exactly.
like,
I
he
don't
just like
get it.
sleeps
really
it.
unusual
He
appearance
dreams about eating it. He just can't eat it.
with the
Like,
skeletal
I
remains
felt
of a
bad about her
human
being
tied to
outside,
its
but then I
back.
was like, she never wants to come
creature's
inside.
story
She just likes
mixes
being
historical
outside all
events
day
and
in the
creepy
dirt.
encounters rooted
Ooh.
in the 19th century and marked
But
by
they, like
series
my
of
My
area,
events
they have laws
and
about
some
leaving your
physical
dog out
evidence.
like all day.
The
And I'm like,
origins of
that's
the
what
red
she
ghost
wants.
legend trace back to the mid 19th
Lol.
century when the United States
My dogs
undertook a unique
like
experiment
outside, but if it gets too hot, they're like, hell no. And they want to go back inside.
which were chosen
She doesn't
for their
care. She's
endurance
like,
and
"Meh."
ability to carry
As long as
heavy
she's got
loads
water, she's good.
across
She's like,
arid
whatever.
landscapes were brought to the region to assist
Also,
in
if it's
the
cold
saving project.
or rainy, my dogs are like, no, hell no, turn off the rain.
Formal experiment aimed
The
to
younger
utilize
dog we have is
camels for
actually her puppy.
transportation and logistical support.
And
However, the
she's
thing
totally
is, the
opposite. She
outbreak
hates
of the
being
Civil
outside.
War
In fact, she
disrupted
hates
the
being
whole
alone at
program.
any time. She's a
Many
cuddle
camels
dog.
were then sold
She has to
at
be near
auction
someone all the
or
time or
released
she
into
whines.
the wild, where they
Aw.
adapted to the harsh
She's like,
environment.
don't leave me.
This set the
Yep.
stage
So
for
we
the
can't leave her
emergence of the
outside. If we
red
take her
ghost
outside to go to the
and
bathroom,
the
you have to stay
mysterious
with her.
events
Otherwise, she
that
won't go.
followed.
She'll just sit there
The
and
first
howl and whine.
reported sighting occurred in
Aw,
1883 near Eagle Creek, a remote area in southeastern Arizona. At the time, Apache resistance was waning, but isolated ranches still faced occasional threats.
Can you make clear
from
of
small
that?
bands of
Whereas
raiders.
the cat's independent.
Then,
She's sleeping
a
on top of
quiet
my
morning,
computer tower
two
right
men
now.
left their ranch to check on
Oh my gosh.
livestock, leaving their
I call
You're
her
like, this
Scuff
is
Kitty
warm.
because she used to scuff my
One of the
streams all the
women
time.
ventured to a nearby spring.
One time
fetch
she hit the
water
power
while the
button while I
others
was in the
stayed
middle of a
indoors.
stream.
Moments
Another
later,
time she
the
disconnected
dogs
my
began
camera
barking
cord.
wildly, followed
Oh my
by a
gosh.
scream. Looking
Just
out
from being
the
a
window,
kitty.
the woman
Yep,
in the house
Scuff Kitty.
glimpsed a massive reddish-colored creature with a disturbing
Hi,
figure
baby.
strapped to its back as a raised path.
She's so well behaved.
Terrified, she barricaded herself inside
She's
the
holding my
house
finger right
until
now.
the men returned later.
She's like,
that day.
yay.
Trying to protect the woman
Here,
who
she
had
lets
gone
me
He's like,
play with her
yay,
paws.
revenge.
dead, with
She
her
doesn't
body
get all
trampled.
touchy about me
The
touching her paws.
following
She even lets
morning,
me
the
rub her
men
belly.
discovered enormous cloven hoof prints and
Ooh.
strands of reddish hair near the site of her
Yeah,
death.
sometimes cats don't like that. They're like, dude,
Their
stop.
encounter occurred near
Bite.
They're like, why are you touching me?
Inspectors
Eh.
She's
experienced
super
Oh.
sweet.
chaotic
Well, she
night.
bonded with me.
They
She won't
were
let anyone else
startled
do it. She
awake
only likes
by
me.
the thunderous sound of hooves
Oh.
and
She lets me
scream
cradle her like a
that
little
tore through
baby
their
and rub her
campsite.
tummy.
Their
She won't
camp
let
collapsed
anyone
as
else
the
do
men
that.
scrambled out, catching a
She has a
fleeting
favorite.
shadowy figure
Oh, yes, she does.
illuminated by the moonlight as it fled. The next morning, they
And
found
she's
oversized
itty bitty. She
hoof
was a
prints in the
stray,
dirt and
and
strands
I
of
guess she
reddish
was a
hair
run too
clinging to
because
nearby brush,
I guess there was a
matching
lady
the
down
same
the street that would
descriptions
feed all
from
the
Eagle
strays,
Creek
but they would
incident.
beat her up and she
Over
wouldn't eat.
time,
And when
these
we got her,
stories
she was
began
like
to
bones
evolve,
in.
with locals adding
Aw.
We
really
started feeding
outlandish
her, and
details.
I was like, I didn't
Some
want a cat in
claimed
the
that
house because
beast
of the
had
dogs
killed
and
a
everything.
grizzly bear,
So we
while
just left
others
food for
Yeah.
her
had
outside,
vanished
and then
into
when
thin
we got a
air.
cold snap, she
Skepticism
was at
also
the door
grew
scratching to get
alongside
in.
belief as the
And I
accounts
tried
spread.
everything. I built her a
One
house, and then I
especially
put a
notable
heating
report
blanket in
came
there
from
for her, and
Cyrus
she didn't want it.
Hamblin,
She kept
who was
scratching the
a
door. I said,
rancher
fine, you
near
can
the
stay the
Salt
night, but
River.
then you're going out in the
While
morning.
rounding up his cattle,
Well,
Hamblin
she cuddled with me
encountered
all
the
night and
creature
slept at my feet
identified
when I
it
went to
as a
bed, and
camel.
I was like, okay,
He
she can
also
stay.
observed what appeared to
Lol.
be a human skeleton lashed to its back. Despite Hamblin's reputation for honesty and level-headedness, many dismissed
Yeah, my
his
wife still
story
picks on me.
as
She's like,
another
yeah, you didn't even want a
exaggerated
cat in the
tale.
house, and now
A
you're
subsequent
freaking, she's
sighting
a little
by
daddy's girl.
prospectors along the Virgin River also added more physical evidence. It said that after encountering
She's
the
all
creature,
spoiled.
men fired at it,
Yeah, I
but
didn't even
failed
name
to
her.
hit
They
their
all,
target.
my wife and kids
During
named her
its
Whisper.
escape, a fragment fell from its back.
Because when she meows, it
Upon
sounds like she's
inspection,
whispering.
They discovered a human skull.
Oh, it's like really little.
Remnants
Yeah,
of flesh
she's teeny
and hair.
tiny. She's full grown and
Another
still
encounter
small, like
took
kitten
place
size.
near a lonely desert
Oh,
road
dang.
where a group of teamsters was camping for the
She's
night.
like mini,
Awakened by a
Yep,
loud
you know,
scream,
mini
they
kitty.
witnessed a massive
like a
creature which
dwarf
was
kitty.
reportedly over 30 feet
Mhm.
tall, destroying their wagons and scattering their
Yes, hi,
supplies.
baby.
The men fled into the brush,
And she's not afraid of
returning the
nothing.
next
She
day
fights with
to
the
find
dogs.
some unusual
Oh my
signs, being
god.
large cloven hoof prints and
She
strands.
runs
She's
his
like, I'm
house.
from the streets.
One of the final
Yep.
documented
She runs
encounters
his
with
house.
the red
Everybody
ghost
knows.
occurred near Phoenix.
Oh.
A cowboy came upon the
Hey,
creature
baby.
grazing in a corral and attempted to
baby.
rope it, a common practice among cowboys with anything resembling livestock.
What?
However, the thing is, the camel charged.
Wait, are we
knocking
talking
the
about
cowboy
ghost
and his
cows
horse
again?
to the ground before fleeing.
It's something called the red
Escape,
ghost.
The cowboy noted the skeletal remains strapped to the
Is it
animal,
a red ghost?
confirming previous
I
descriptions.
heard skeleton.
The creature's eventual fate
It looks like a
was sealed by
skeleton, but not a
ranchers in
ghost.
eastern Arizona. 9
Oh.
years after its
Boop,
original
boop,
sighting,
boop,
the
boop,
rancher
boop,
spotted the animal
boop, boop.
grazing in his garden and shot at it with his rifle. It said that upon examination, the camel's back showed deep scars from the
A camel?
rawhide straps used to tie the human
I heard them talk
body
about a
to it.
cowboy and now a
The scars
camel.
that
I'm
he
like
found,
missing bits
along
and
with
pieces in the
embedded
middle going,
remnants
what the
of
fuck are they
bindings
talking about?
Suggested some
Yeah.
suffering. But the identity of the human skeleton and the circumstances of its attachment to the camel remain unexplained, which added
So
to
is
the
it a
overall mystery.
cowboy? Is it a
What?
skeleton? Is it a
Minnesota.
horse? Is it a
Great
camel? What is
Great
it?
Cloud Island,
I don't
which
know.
is a
I have
small
no idea.
island in Washington County, Minnesota, is well known for its
What?
ties to Native American history and the numerous stories of paranormal activity associated with it. Despite its modest population of
Great
around
Cloud
300,
Island Township.
the island attracts visitors
There's like a
interested
bird there.
in its historical
Ta-da!
sites, as well as those drawn by its reputation
Does it
as
attack
one
you?
of Minnesota's most haunted
Maybe.
locations.
It comes to life and bites you.
Originates from the Midwakanton Dakota Sioux tribe, which settled in the area during
Arr.
the late 1700s and early 1800s.
What?
It's said that the island was named after Grey Cloud Woman, who was the daughter of a tribal chief. Grey Cloud Woman then married a
What?
fur trader named James Aird, and their daughter
What's this
Margaret
about?
Aird also took on the name
I don't know.
Grey Cloud Woman. Margaret
What?
later married.
I don't know. What it
The
about?
island was named after her. Over
Potatoes.
time, various attempts were made to establish a thriving settlement on Grey Cloud Island.
I'm-
but
I'm-
these
well, I'm
efforts
looking to
were
see if I got
largely
any good videos.
unsuccessful. The island lacked
Oh,
basic
okay.
infrastructure like schools, libraries, police stations, and churches, making it an impractical place for many to live.
Then I can just send you the
Today,
link and then
it's
you can
home
play
to
it
a
because
small
you have
number of
premium.
residents and several historical landmarks,
Yeah.
including the Grey
You
Cloud
have
Lighthouse
premium?
around 1846.
Yeah.
But
Damn.
about like the ghost stories and
I'm poor.
paranormal, one of the key sites involves the Grey Cloud Cemetery. One of the most
I mean, I had
accounts
turned it
of
off for a
the
bit because I was like,
lantern, which some believe is carried by the spirit.
because they really have like Disney Plus and it's goofy, so
Others report seeing the green light.
I don't want to have like a lot of streaming services because I'm like, if I have all of them and I'm paying the same amount as cable, wouldn't it just be better to get cable? Like,
Cloud Woman II.
Is
Ooh,
it
I found a
such
good
thing
one.
that
The
people-
island, despite being buried on a
Actually,
sea
it looks like two
reservation
good
with their
ones.
mother.
One's very short.
Visitors have also reported
Oh.
hearing
One is
drumming on
Japanese
nights with a full
cryptids are
moon,
terrifying.
as
It's a
well as the
40-minute
howling
video.
or barking of coyotes,
And
Uh-huh.
they
then
believe
terrifying
may be
Japanese
tied to the
folklore
spirits
creatures.
of the Native American burial mounds scattered across the island.
One is short and
One
one
of
is
the more
long.
unusual tales involves a phantom white truck that
No.
reportedly chases visitors. Some claim the truck has no driver.
In this
and then
video, I wanna
vanishes
discuss-
without a trace, while others believe it may be the work of locals trying to scare away
Ta-da.
trespassers. Similarly, there's reports of a ghostly motorcycle
oh wait,
that
link sent.
appears to follow people before disappearing.
I'm getting the link.
These accounts remain
Alright.
a point of contention, with some
I-
insisting they're real, and others attributing them
Where
to
would you like
folklore
me to send
or
it to?
overactive imaginations.
I
South
guess
Carolina.
this.
You want me
Discord?
to,
Very
to
monster.
whisper it to you on
Lake
Twitch, or do you
Murray,
want it on the
located
Discord?
in northern Lexington
Uh,
County, South Carolina,
the
is
Discord.
home to a cryptid known
Okay.
as Messi, first reported in 1933. This creature,
Okay,
which
wait.
is
For a second, I thought it's a cookie monster. I'm like, hello?
Okay, there's one. That's the long one.
Whose monster is the cookie?
All of them are Cookie Monster. And the link to the short one. There we go.
Oh, okay. Let's do the short one, and then we can do the
Long.
I want to discuss some of the weirdest, scariest, and strangest yokai in Japanese folklore. Up until this point, I really
like
didn't
how they
know too
blurred
much
it.
about them. And
Lol.
after reading a few comments, I knew I had to dig deeper. Initially, I just
Let's
thought
dig
yokai
deeper.
was a type of Japanese creature or just a
Deeper.
folklore monster, but I was quite wrong, and the lore goes much deeper. Yokai is essentially just a blanket term for anything supernatural in the world of Japanese folklore, and the word
Yeah.
itself is comprised of two kanji characters that both
Rosa
mean
only needs one
suspicious
more
or
follow.
doubtful. So if you think about it,
Follow Rosa!
sus. I've been doing a ton of research, and this is just my
Come on, people, follow
some
Rosa.
of my favorites. And like every list we do,
Whoa.
start tame or more intense. Starting off pretty tame, we have Nuri Botoke. He is kind of a chill dude. He's really just a prankster. His appearance is definitely the creepiest or strangest part about him. He is essentially a flabby, overweight, Buddha-looking creature with oily black skin. a
Why are you
very horrible
describing
stench,
me?
And probably the scariest part, his eyes are dangling out of the socket.
Oh god, that's scary AF.
Yokai or shrine ghosts. This is because they appear when family shrines are left open overnight, allowing them to crawl into the room from the other world. When this
Ew.
imp-like creature appears in the home, they don't do anything violent, but their job is to more or less annoy the inhabitants of the house. They are known to
just
roll
annoy you.
around and flap their tails.
Lol.
at you, rather
Me.
annoying. Some say just for fun they even give humans false prophecies just to try to trick them. Although he
What
may
the
look
fuck?
scary and he
You're
may be
gonna
rather
die!
Sounds
annoying,
like me.
they disappear on their own when daytime comes and can be easily avoided by keeping the shrine closed or by sprinkling a little bit of salt on the floor. Nuri Botoke is definitely one of the most forgiving mythical creatures, or specifically yokai, we've ever touched on the channel. He is realistically just a
I don't
reminder
touch
to
any of
keep
them.
your shrines closed at night,
Lol.
and he is extremely easy to avoid, and even if you do forget to close
Have y'all
the
seen
door,
that
just
yokai village in Japan where they have statues of yokai?
does
Yes.
appear, he's just
Oh,
I thought that was
yes.
neat.
stink, and he'll be gone by morning.
I wanna
think
go.
all
I
wanna
my
go.
friends stay over that have
My
done
friend
that,
always
so
said I
It's
should go to
not
Japan,
too
but I was
bad.
like, I
And for
feel
that
like I
reason,
get
he's only
deported
the
for being
first
nasty.
entry on the list. Let's keep going. Next up, we have Obarion, another imp-like creature.
Hey, I would
with
like
a
to
much
go, be like,
different
"Let's
intent.
go!"
The Obarion jumps onto the back
probably
of
be like,
travelers walking through the woods,
terrified, but I'll be like, "Yeah."
which is actually where the name comes from.
Huh?
As in some local dialects in the Niigata prefecture, the phrase Obarion is a way to ask for a piggyback ride as you're jumping on someone's back. The appearance of the Obarion isn't
Obarion!
necessarily
I'm just gonna
notable
do that
as
up
far
to
as
people
yokai
now.
go. It's just a
I'll
imp
just yell,
or
"Obarion!" and
creature
jump on their
that's
back.
Probably around 3 feet.
Lol.
Typically,
They fall.
long white hair, somewhat fuzzy body, and sometimes sharp teeth. Now, your interaction with the
Sometimes
Obarion
sharp
can go
teeth?
one of two ways, depending on how you react to him.
What do they mean by
If he
sometimes?
jumps on your back and you immediately try to remove him, he will not leave. And from that point on, every step you take, he will get heavier and heavier until you are crushed under the weight of him. However, if he
What
jumps
the
on your
That's
back,
their booty.
What the fuck?
responsibility of carrying
That
him.
booty.
Somewhere along the path
Those
from
are
where
the
you
same
are
one
to
from
your house, he
SMT.
will be turned
Huh.
into a bag of money. Or gold. And when you check your back, you'll notice that you weren't carrying a Boreon. You're
Wait, for real? They come out
so
in
for that reason,
Shin Megami
he does have the
Tensei?
opportunity to kill you. He is a little bit more scary than our first entry, but he definitely does have a good side.
Oh,
In
damn.
my
You-
opinion,
With the
if you know
booty?
the story and you did encounter one, I feel like it'd be a very.
That's not like that goblin, the naked goblin with the
Is
peepee,
what
right?
the
With his
Drogomo
peepee out.
or The spider woman. The Drogomo, in typical yokai fashion, appears as a beautiful woman when you first encounter it, but it soon shapeshifts into something much more scary and deadly.
That sounds
The
like my
Drogomo
marriage.
starts off by striking up a conversation
Oh.
with a young, handsome
Yeah,
man. Shortly
too.
into the conversation, once she knows the man's engaged,
Goddamn.
she will shapeshift and either turn into a spider completely or grow large spider-like legs. She'll then start weaving the man into a huge silk cocoon until he is trapped in a web. At that point, the Drogomo will inject him with venom, slowly and painfully killing them. This is definitely a simple
Yep,
yokai.
that sounds
but
like
one of
marriage.
the deadliest we've experienced.
Into the
Unless
Spider-Verse.
you happen to be a woman or you are just a man who is simply not her type, there's no escaping this yokai. At least if you're a man. But this next yokai, you can't escape no matter what you are. We're talking about Yama-uba, or
What?
the Forest Witch. Right off the bat,
Yama-uba!
Lol.
is basically the Japanese version of Baba
Penis!
Yaga, and it also has an
Why is
equally
she
fun to
leaking?
say name. Yama-uba. Baba
Yama-uba!
Yama-uba. Both pretty fun. Let me know what you guys think. Yama-uba is a yokai that takes the shape of a filthy old woman with long white hair and a
Why
thin,
filthy?
pale face. She lives in the wooded
Ah.
mountains of Japan. She's a deceptive yokai, as she will
Why? Why are you
lure you
describing
from the path by offering
me?
you
I'm so
food and
offended. How
shelter
you
and a
know
place to
my-
stay overnight. All of which she will do. But one thing she
Yeah.
will do that she didn't mention: devouring them in their sleep, aka sucking their blood and eating their bodies. But
Ew.
that's not necessarily
Or
the
sucking
most
their bodies
interesting
and
part
eating
of
their
this
blood.
yokai. I think if you
Oh,
go
God.
trail in rural Japan Japan,
In that order,
don't accept any overnight stays from creepy-looking ladies. But to me, the most interesting part of the lore is actually the origins of Yamauba. Some scholars believe
Yamauba!
that the Yamauba are the
I like that name.
transformation of
Yamauba.
the rage and grief of abandoned elderly women who were left in the woods. See, during economic
Oh,
hardship
yeah.
and times of famine,
Get
families
the
had to make a
fuck
tough
out.
decision to alleviate dependencies, essentially, because there wasn't enough food to go around.
That's a nice way to
Typically, in
say
these
it.
situations, in this old Japanese
Alleviate
custom, the family would
dependencies.
abandon the oldest
Get
woman
the
in the
fuck out.
family in the woods. Not cool. But as the
fucked
story
up.
goes,
Yeah, that's fucked up. What the
some
fuck?
survived and used their
Like,
grief and rage,
bye.
taken over by a yokai, and now we have Yamauba. Moral of the story with this yokai:
Damn.
don't trust any Yoda-looking ladies in the middle of the woods offering you food and shelter.
Really? I thought the moral of the story is
Don't abandon her in the
be
woods.
mean.
She might turn into an evil witch.
Don't
Now,
be a
staying
dick.
in the woods for a second. Let's
Yeah.
talk about Jaboko, also known as the vampire tree. The Jaboko
fuck?
appears like any other tree, but upon
relative
closer
of yours?
inspection, you'll notice that at the base of the tree there is a large.
No, I didn't. I know. What the fuck? This is the first time I'm hearing about
You in
this.
bones, it'll be too late. The tree will lift you up, and using skinny
I don't like to
twigs
hang
and
out
branches
around
to
trees.
pierce your body and suck out your blood. Once the tree
He's like,
is
nom,
done
nom, nom, nom,
consuming you,
nom.
it'll drop you and allow insects and birds to finish you off. At that
Ew.
point, your bones will simply become an addition to the pile that you just noticed.
Yeah,
Ew.
no,
Were
I'm
these
just gonna stay
trees
over here.
Always yokai, or did they start as regular trees in life? And the answer is Jabokos were just ordinary trees. How they become such deadly vampire trees is pretty unfortunate. Whenever there is a large massacre or huge battle or war, all of the blood that's soaked into the earth would be absorbed by trees. And some of those trees
Interesting.
would be transformed into the yokai Jaboko. This is where the list starts to be dangerous, because in this case, the Jaboko does not discriminate on its victims, and by the time you can even be aware of the pile of bones,
Can
it's
I
already
eat
too
you?
late,
Then I will
making it
eat you.
almost impossible to identify. To me, that's terrifying. Jumping out of the forest, let's get into the pond, and let's talk about the kappa. This one's weird,
Kappa!
so buckle up. The kappa is a humanoid creature, typically around the size
That was not
of
that
a
weird.
happening in ponds and rivers. They're typically a greenish color, but either have scaly or slimy skin, and their hands and feet are webbed, and they have a turtle shell on their back. As weird as that may sound, this might be the most adorable
know.
thing about the kappa. Some of the more peculiar traits of the kappa is the fact that they have 3 anuses to produce 3 times the gas
What?
as humans. This will be later.
What?
They're super
Why?
farters.
Physically stronger than a grown man. And the
That's so
kappa
random. Why?
at holding sacred water, which, if spilt, severely weakens the kappa. This is also relevant for later.
I thought it
Now,
killed
with
them.
What they look like out of the way, what do they do?
Yeah, I thought I did kill him.
That depends drastically. Their
I'm all
actions can
curious
range
about
from
that 3
mischievous
booties.
all the way down to deadly, and in
I
some
had 3 booty holes.
situations,
Only
I
one
wonder if
booty.
they like
provide
anal.
gifts. On the lesser end of things,
Ew.
you are known to lift women's kimonos, and on the darker end of things,
They like
you
to
go in a
lift-
body of water
Hey,
they are
baby.
inhabiting. They are more than willing to kill and eat you and kidnap your children.
Ah!
Very agile and strong in the water. They are more so clumsy on land.
That's so weird. See, they put all that stuff, but why did they have to put it to have 3 buttholes? That's weird.
Kappas
I don't
are
know.
all about respect.
That's extra.
And-
Able
and
to
they said
respect them,
specifically
and by
to
that I
make
mean
more
treat them like a
gas.
god. They will for the
Yeah,
most part
like, but why?
However, if you refuse to treat them
Does
like
they
a
want
god,
to sing
let me
from
tell you
there?
how to deal with them once they become angry. Since the kappa
I like
is obsessed
imagining
with
them in the
respect
water
and
and you can tell they're
politeness,
coming
if
'cause
you
there's a
bow
bunch of
at
air
kappa,
bubbles coming
they are
out.
obligated to bow
Ha.
back at you. And if you remember the cup of water,
I think in that yokai village, there's like an animatronic in like their lake with a kappa.
but if you
Yeah.
It's like a
wait on
kappa.
the water's good
Yeah, it
side,
comes out of the water.
If you refill this bowl of water,
I
it
wanna
will
go.
serve you for eternity.
And I'd be
Dildo,
like,
I mean,
look
ditto.
at this.
Arm in this weakened state, it will offer you knowledge and gifts until you give it its arm back. So there's that. Another way to have the kappa
Oh.
spill
There is
their
limbs.
sacred water is by asking them to sumo wrestle. Sumo wrestling is one of their favorite activities, so they will always oblige. Now,
What?
during the sumo wrestle, as long as you can get its head water to empty, which isn't too hard, you have weakened them severely, and you can proceed just as the first example. Now, if for some reason you just didn't feel like bowing or sumo wrestling, a third way, and probably one of the
What?
weakest ways to repel a kappa is by farting on them. I'm not even joking.
What?
If you fart on them or at
So
them,
you
this
fart
will
to scare it
definitely
off.
scare them away. But keep
Okay.
in mind, they have
Okie
3
dokie.
booties, so if they want to get in a farting match, you might need backup. I think I've
You
covered
might
the
need
kappa enough. One last thing I will say is
By that fucking
there's that
fart
I wanted to have
spray.
Kappa so high on the list because there was just so much to say about it, and even though it might not
Wow.
be the
Lol.
scariest, it's definitely the weirdest. Now, staying on the topic of strange for a little bit longer, let's talk about Akamanto, or the bathroom killer. Akamanto,
What?
also known as Red Cape, is, as you may have guessed, a yokai. This yokai is described as a masked spirit wearing a large red cloak who floats or flies. and typically resides in public or school bathrooms.
At least he's not wearing brown.
Male yokai that haunts
Ew.
bathrooms late at night.
Oh.
Akamanto is often also said to haunt female bathrooms specifically. Already, we're not off to a great start. The
What the
yokai
fuck?
will offer you 2 different types of toilet paper, red or blue. Which one
The
you
fuck?
choose will decide your fate. If you accept the red toilet paper, you'll be stabbed to death and murdered directly on the toilet. If you choose the blue toilet paper, you'll be strangled to death.
What the-
If you
So
get
basically,
stabbed,
you never clean your butt.
try to outsmart the
I
yokai
use
by
wipies, so
another color. For example, yellow. Do you have yellow toilet paper? That will result in you being drowned face first in the toilet. and
ew,
likely
in your own
blood, so
dookie.
that's disgusting.
Ah!
The
No.
only way to survive an encounter with Akamanto is by refusing either of the toilet papers or simply ignoring them in general, and finishing your business and leaving as soon as possible. Moral of the story being,
With a dirty
don't
ass.
use the bathroom late at night in public places.
Well, now
School,
you just
and
use your
if you do,
hands
do
and
not
then,
accept
yeah.
red or
Ew, you stick it on the wall.
Just flick it on the wall. Just it's
Entirely.
Monkey
really-
style.
really-
Can't ignore
Just like-
is a beautiful.
What if you
person.
ask
When
him to
see
lick
one,
your ass?
It's hard not to be hey.
Ew.
And in the instance of Kuchisake Onna, it could result in the end of your
Oh,
life.
this one.
I'm going to keep the description of Kuchisake Onna or the slit mouth woman rather brief for
Oh,
two reasons.
they
One,
come out a lot
it's
in
the most
Ghostwire
famous by
Tokyo.
far on this list, and
The
two,
game.
I
Speaking
literally
of that game,
just
It's the
I need to-
female
I need to
Joker.
finish
my
that
last
game.
video. So if you haven't seen it,
Lol.
watch my last video, Mythical Creatures
I need to
that
finish that-
probably
I need to
exist.
finish that
Great
game.
video, and I do a deep dive on Kuchisake Onna in that video. But for a quick overview, Kuchisake Onna appears as a beautiful woman.
Why
wearing
does
a
her name
mask,
sound like
appearing at
Coochie?
night. If you walk past her, she'll
Lol.
ask you a question, striking up conversation. Does it sound familiar? What she'll ask you is very important. She'll ask you, am I beautiful? If you tell her, yes, of course you're beautiful, she'll remove her mask, showing you her horribly disfigured face. And she'll ask
I
you
know.
again, am I still beautiful? If you say yes, she'll cut your mouth to look like hers, giving you a slit mouth. And if you say no, she'll murder you with a
Oh,
sharp
God.
object.
We'll never win.
Oh, and if you're a real dick and you
Yeah.
said no, she's not beautiful before she even takes her mask off, that's gonna get you killed too. So yeah, another relatively simple yokai, but still deadly. What I'm starting to put together is that it's just never worth it to talk to women because you never know who might be a yokai.
Just don't talk
to
I know I'm
women.
talking a lot, but I want to bring this video back to
Oh my God.
our last yokai on this list. The core of this video being scariest, strangest, deadliest, and with that, we might have the scariest yokai of all. Gasha Dokoro, translating literally
my
to
cousin,
rattling
Tay-Tay!
skeleton, also known as starving skeleton. Gasha Dokoro is something you do not want to encounter under any
He's not that bad.
circumstance. This yokai is a spirit that takes the form of a giant
Oh.
skeleton, and I mean giant,
Oh.
over 10 meters tall giant.
This one.
This yokai forms when bodies are left
Does he know how to
unburied on the
dance?
battlefield. This yokai has a vengeance and is seeking revenge and has a seemingly endless
What?
hunger for death and violence. It is said to wander around at night.
That's just
typically
'cause
around
he's
2 a.m.,
grumpy. If you
looking
give him
for
some
humans to
McDonald's, he'll be
attack and
fine.
Eat their heads off their body. Some of the most terrifying
Oh.
attributes are the fact that they are essentially indestructible and have the ability to become invisible, only to be
What?
heard by rattling teeth and bones. And the only way for them to be destroyed is by them satisfying their hunger for violence and revenge. Your only chance of defense is to run and hide. And
Like
hope
I said,
that their
McDonald's.
thirst for revenge has been satisfied
Lol.
before they get to you.
Ah.
Personally, a
Big Mac
physical,
attack.
invisible skeleton with an
He
insane
said satisfy
vengeance
his
and
hunger. I
for
told ya.
violence that
He's
can't be
good until
stopped
you feed him.
They're satisfied with no
Snickers,
remorse.
satisfied, satisfied.
But what do you guys think?
Yes.
Let me know which yokai you guys think were the deadliest.
He hates
the
that joke. I
scariest,
make
the
jokes about him
strangest.
wanting them nuts.
I think there's different yokai
Lol.
for those descriptions, so I'll let you guys pick. But that's all from me. If you guys have any recommendations for future video topics or even yokai or mythical creatures, please comment
There's
them
so
down
many
below.
good ones. You
And
left a
until
lot
next
out.
time, trust me, bro.
Damn.
Like Yuki Onna.
Yeah.
I love Yuki Onna.
Yeah.
You know that one?
Yeah. The snow lady.
Yes. God, what was that?
Okay.
God, it was
Scariest
an anime I
mythical
watched a long
creatures
time
from
ago.
around the world, part 3. And yes, if you've been following
Okay,
me
I'm
on
gonna
this
take
is
off
the
now,
third video
so-
I've made on
Holla! It was good hanging out.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's see. I can try to get out of here. I don't know how to get out of here.
You just
Press
exit.
the red hang
The
up
topic
button.
of cryptids is a popular
Yeah.
one in Japan.
So
Over
the
there,
the red watching thingy.
Umas or
Stop
yumas
watching.
or unidentified mysterious animals.
I
It looks
just
like a
clicked-
phone.
Before we
Yeah,
begin,
the red
Looks
stop
like a
watching.
phone.
folklore
The red
creatures
stop
from
watching.
actual cryptids
Ow.
that have been sighted
Okay,
in the wild.
it's a phone.
Today we're
Just
diving into
disconnect.
creatures that have actually been thought to have been
Bye.
witnessed in real life.
Holla.
Some
Bye.
pretty recent
Bye.
sightings and evidence.
Bye.
Don't get me wrong, some cryptids do double dip in folklore and valid
Double dip?
recent evidence. Though a folklore video
What do you mean double dip?
focus on
My God, her lashes are so pretty.
another video.
I
All
seen
of that
better.
said, I do want to give a massive,
Oh,
tremendous shout out
damn.
to Best Cryptids on Twitter, also known by their YouTube channel, Truth is Scarier
Aren't
Than
I pretty?
Fiction. I reached out to them when looking into stuff for this video, and let me tell you, they really know their stuff.
Oh,
Since I'm
you
no
have
expert on
lashes? I didn't know
cryptozoology
skeletons
myself,
had lashes.
I really do
I don't even
appreciate
have
their help.
eyelids.
If you're a cryptozoology
Oh,
enthusiast yourself, make
nice.
sure you check them out. Anywho, let's get into the video.
Tsuchinoko.
Let's begin
Noko.
with a creature known
Tsuchinoko.
throughout Japan as a whole. This is what's known as a Tsuchinoko or Bachiebi, depending on the region
Is that
of
like a
Japan,
snake slug?
and he's just a little guy. The names translate to Child of Hammer or Beefsteak, respectively. Actually, over 40
Beefsteak?
names have been used in reference to this little
I
guy.
heard
which
beefsteak
goes
and I
to
thought of
how
tacos.
widespread the legends are.
That does sound
if
good.
said little guy looks kind of sort of familiar, it's because there have been a lot of references to him throughout Japanese media. The most well-known is probably the Dunsparce, because Dunsparce
Oh!
quite literally looks like a bee snake and is found in a location.
Oh, really? Shit, I thought that was completely made up.
It's speculated
But up,
that the
up.
designer
Yeah, I know
of
the
this
original
Pokemon took
Pokemon
the
were, like,
Bachiebi
based on a lot of
naming
stuff
and, you
that
know, amplified it more
was,
so.
like, in
The
folklore and shit.
Tsuchinoko is often described as similar in appearance to a snake, but with a defined torso section that is wider than its head and tail. These guys aren't very long, typically said to be only between 12 and 30 inches in length. They're also said to have fangs, with some accounts saying
Why is it
they're
so
very
fat?
venomous.
Why is it so
You
chunk?
may be wondering how
It ain't
something
something
that
too
looks
big.
like this moves around.
Doll.
Well, they apparently hop up to 3
They
feet
hop.
high. With some
What the
claims
fuck?
stating that they can double
What the
jump like some kind of
They can
character
double
in a
jump?
platform video game. Like
The
some
hell?
Super Mario
That's
kinda
good to
stuff.
know.
And if you thought that was silly, some even claim this guy swallows his
Hi.
own tail so that he
Hello.
can roll around like a wheel.
Mr.
Imagine one of
Savage
these guys
Unknowing.
coming at you
Hello.
at full
Oh,
speed,
thanks for the
rolling
follow.
like that. Just
You got
barely
your
out of
follow.
control. Actually,
Yeah.
there's also a creature in the Western world that's said to do this as well. They're known as hoop snakes and also not confirmed to exist. In
You mean
addition
hoop
to
snake like
all of this,
Ouroboros?
Some folktales tout
That's what I was
Tsuchinoko
thinking.
as smooth talkers who are able to mislead and lie with ease. In addition to this,
Like,
they
bitch, why would
also
you eat your
apparently
tail?
really like
You didn't
alcohol.
feel it after
Right.
the first
The
bite?
more common and
No.
somewhat more realistic claim is that the Tsuchinoko make a kind of squeaking noise, similar to that of a mouse. Make
fuck?
no mistake though, despite their status as little guys, this
Uh-huh.
creature is highly sought
Little
after in
guys?
Japan, with some
Lol.
people even posting bounties in hopes of confirming and documenting their existence. With all of that said, let's go through some of the known sightings. In 1973,
said hi!
a man with the surname
Hello.
Kuzo had claimed to have seen a
Hola.
Tsuchinoko while working in a field near
Oh,
Hoshinoto,
thanks for the
which is a
follow.
village near Osaka. And while his account
El
was
pollo
given in
está
1973,
mojado.
he claimed to have witnessed it
What?
30 years prior in the 1940s.
El pollo está mojado.
According to Kuzo, he
Mojado?
heard a loud noise
Yep.
coming from a hill covered in foliage.
Ew,
Out of
why?
the foliage came a
Why not?
circular black object rolling down
Yo
like
tengo
a
el
tide.
gato
Hey,
grande en mi
thank you.
This
pantalones.
object, it unrolled. Apparently
¿Quieres
stretching
que
out like a
en
stick,
tu
and
pantalones?
then leaping into the surrounding greenery once
Now,
more.
Mrs. and Mr.
Another
Savage are
man,
following you.
referred
There
to
you
as
go.
Kanedo, claimed
Yay!
to have seen Tsuchinoko
Thank
on
you.
separate occasions since 1943, all in an area near Mount Bishamon. And get this, the witness also claimed to have seen the creature roll downhill.
So it's a mythical creature, but they insist that it's for real, so they're trying to find evidence of it for reals.
And there's a bounty for it.
And aggressive. There
Oh,
was
God.
also an account in 1970. This was when a couple claimed to have witnessed the Tsuchinoko in the wilderness near Tojikimi.
In the 70s? Man, that was ages ago.
A tree stump. This was
Way
when
back
they
in
noticed
my
what they
day.
originally thought to be a thin
Oh.
tree branch beginning to move uphill very rapidly,
What?
from left to right. They recall the animal resembling a snake, but was far too thick to be categorized as one.
Thick.
And
That
let me
snake
tell
was
ya,
thick.
There are many
Thick
other
with two
sightings
Cs.
beyond these. Some claim similar in nature, while others claiming to have seen a Tsuchinoko captured during World War II. Others claim to have taken photos that ended up lost over time or just
Of
never
course
developed
they
from the
did.
original
Of
negatives.
course they
As
did.
far as photographic evidence in general, there was apparently a newspaper that published a photo of a supposed Tsuchinoko skeleton. While I can't
Hey.
find the photo myself, itself, the International Society of Cryptozoology.
Why is
has
everyone
stated
always
that the
shitting on
photo appears
skeletons?
to be
What the
that
fuck?
Of a crotallid
Bruh.
snake skeleton. So, do any photos of the Tsuchinoko exist? There's been many sightings throughout Japan, so there must be some, right? There actually is one. One that's
Uh-oh.
clear and close up.
Where?
There's this book known as Runaway Tsuchinoko. And within the book is the only known photo of what's determined to
Well, show the
possibly
fucking
be
thing.
a real Tsuchinoko.
Yeah.
That is. And according to an excerpt, the creature photographed, referred to as a Koro, which is one of the many names they go by, appears to have very poor vision.
Kinda
and
looks like a
seems
potato.
round. It has been theorized.
It looks like a snake that ate too much.
Due to mistaking human
It was
footsteps
too big for my
prey.
face.
Because, you know, they're poor vision and they likely depend on sound a lot if they are, in fact, an underground creature.
Man, at first I thought it was a leaf.
You know, because a lot of underground animals are pretty weird
I
looking.
seen the picture
this
down
does
in
make
Florida
sense.
of like
Aside
a
from all
python
of that,
trying
real
to
or
swallow
not,
a gator.
This guy is immortalized.
Oh, God.
And they ended up
in
killing each
folklore and
other.
modern popular culture.
Like
Yeah,
the gator
I
was
would-
like
Yu-Gi-Oh
bursting
cards,
from its
Monster
stomach.
Hunter monsters,
Oh, God.
yo guys, Pokemon. Oh, we mentioned that already.
That sounds terrible.
An abundance of other stuff.
Eh,
So
fucked up
that's pretty
shit.
cool.
Hibagon.
This next guy is known within the Mount Hiba region of Hiroshima Prefecture. It's referred to as the Hibagon for that very reason.
Oh,
The
Hibagon.
best way to efficiently describe the Hibagon, sometimes referred to as the Hinagon, is that it is essentially Japan's equivalent
Well, which
of
is it?
Bigfoot
Hibagon
the
or
Yeti.
Hinagon?
And, you know, it wouldn't be a cryptid video.
Oh, it's like a... Oh, it's a Bigfoot.
In reality, joking
Really? Even
aside,
such big
Monkey
nipples.
Man.
it's different from its Western counterpart in a number of
Monkey.
ways, particularly in size and behavior.
Wouldn't that
While
make like
Bigfoot is
Goku
said
and
to be
Vegeta like
anywhere
that?
From 6 to 9 feet in height, and Yetis being around 10 feet in height, the Hibagon is typically described as being around 5 feet tall at its, well, tallest. And while Bigfoot appears
Aw,
more
he's the
human-like
little
in its
runt
depictions
Bigfoot.
and supposed photographs,
Lol.
the Hibagon is said to resemble an ape in features and behavior, sometimes described as having an elongated face like that of a baboon.
Do monkeys live in Japan? Naturally?
Others
Some
say
do,
that fur is black
I think.
with patches
Oh,
of
okay.
white fur on
I
their
could swear I
chest,
could
hands,
remember
and
seeing
arms.
videos of them.
They're also said to have a very distinct and repulsive smell. As
Ew.
far as behavior, they're described to be
Well, I
very
mean, if they're not
offensive
watching
and quiet,
themselves.
making no audible
Oh,
sounds.
fair enough.
Any of
I
the
wonder if they
dogs
throw
They have
poo like
soaps.
other monkeys.
It's been assumed
Lol.
they prefer to reside in the desolate seclusion of the
Monkey
woods
poop.
far away from civilization. While Bigfoot is sometimes depicted as violent and liable to attack those who are harmful
do you mean
to nature and the
depicted?
environment,
Nobody
this is
has a
not
good
the case
video
with the
depicted.
Kabegon. Like the Tsuchinoko, the Kabegon has been referenced in a variety of media. Examples include this monster from the Dragon Quest games and within the Cartoon Network show The Secret Saturdays.
I remember
Anyone
that.
Remember that show?
I
There are a
know,
few
I remember that.
theories in regards to what Hibagons
It could have been cool.
One theory being they're an undocumented
I think it
species
was
of
a
ape.
unfortunate,
I mean, some
like,
species of monkeys are native to Japan,
time that it was
particularly
on.
snow monkeys. The ones
It could have been cool.
in mountain hot springs and such. So I mean, it's possible.
The Secret
Another
Saturdays was
theory,
like a
one
family of
prevalent within
people
the
that
Bigfoot, Yeti,
like
Sasquatch
hunted
theories as
cryptids.
well, is that the Hibagon are fairly
Like the
human,
Fantastic
so
Four, but not
accessed in the
fantastic.
wild somehow.
Basically.
One urban legend I personally came
Ah.
across is that the Hibagon that have been sighted, we'll get to that in a bit, are former soldiers who were involved in battles during World War II.
What the
These
F?
soldiers became lost somehow and supposedly believe the war is still ongoing. And for that reason,
Would they have died by now?
hiding. A darker theory is that the
Interesting.
Hibagon are human beings who were mutated through exposure to radiation following the 1945 atomic bombing.
Oh, she did say this was
Well,
in
that's
Hiroshima.
that took a
Sightings have
really
taken
dark
place within
turn.
Hiroshima.
Oh my god.
Hiroshima
Yes,
made
yeah.
monkey
1940s
people.
was quite some time ago, and considering
Damn.
this is important in understanding the roughly decade-long series of Hibagon sightings that took place before there were no sightings at all. All sightings
Oh,
occurred
now they all
between
just stopped?
1970 and 1982.
Oh, what the fuck?
Before ceasing completely. That
What?
very first 1970 sighting was witnessed by a group
Well,
of
damn.
elementary school students. Reportedly,
Oh, 'cause
the
they're
students were
reliable.
foraging for mountains within the forest.
That's
I saw a
reliable
monkey man.
source.
When an ape-like creature moving about
They're like, oh my god, for real?
crashed through the bushes near them and continued on running.
Well,
The
hey, I mean,
sightings
a
only
lot of the
continued
Salem
from
witch
here,
trials were
with a
based
truck
on like
driver
friggin'
witnessing
evidence
a
from
gorilla-like
children.
creature walking on its hind
I
legs.
know, that's some bullshit.
Coming face to face with
I don't
one
like
with,
that bitch. She was
quote-unquote,
mean to me.
intelligent
Hey, she's a
eyes,
witch.
And an ape-like
Shit,
creature
they killed
walking
her.
through a rice farm near.
They're like, oh, you better listen to the little girl. Her father's the pastor.
Across a series of large footprints during
Ah.
this time period. measuring 10 inches in length and 6 inches in
I
width.
imagine those kids
The
being little
sightings
shit.
continued throughout the 1970s, typically
Yeah.
during the summer months, with a spike in these reports witnessed in 1974 specifically. Most of these 1974 reports describe the Hibagon as walking or hopping on all fours. And these sightings, all pretty similar in description and occurring around the mountain.
Are they sure it wasn't just a monkey?
Until 1980.
Hey, that's what it sounds
Though
like.
nothing quite like the mass sightings in the early to mid 70s, though. It was in the year 1980 when a Hibagon-like creature was observed crossing a river within a Hiroshima prefecture town known as Yamano. This creature, similar in appearance to the Hibagon, was instead referred to
Sounds
as
like
the
a monkey,
Yamagon
right?
due to the different
Yeah,
style of
that's what I
creature.
said.
The second Yamagon was once again
Oh,
spotted
Except that it's like 5
1981
foot
near
tall.
Yamano Healthcare Center. It was
And mini
But then
monkey.
again,
too,
they're-
when a
that's probably
Hibagon
just
would
based
once
on
again be
estimation.
spotted outside
They
the
saw a
Mount Chiba
monkey
region,
with
this
no
time in
like frame of
Mitsuki,
reference,
a
and
former
we're like,
town that
oh,
existed
he
roughly
must be
18
big.
miles from Yamano. This
Yeah.
Mitsuki claim was unusual for a number of reasons. This Hibagon was described as being well over 6 feet tall.
Ooh,
In addition, they were
Bigfoot.
walking upright like a human
Monkey.
and carrying what looked like an axe. Very
carrying
different
an
from the typical reports.
What if it was
Why?
just?
Claiming the Hibagon was
This is set
quiet,
in Japan, so
reclusive,
what if?
more
Oh shit,
ape-like
we
than
saw an
human-like,
American.
and
We thought it was
likely not
Bigfoot.
aggressive. This
Oh my God.
sighting was the
Lol.
first one officially recorded. Since then, while the
Monkey.
Hibagon is remembered within this region of Japan, no eyewitness reports or supposed photographs have been documented in over 40 years.
What?
However, there is one event from 2017 that
Ooh.
is somewhat noteworthy. Noteworthy in that it garnered a bit of a buzz when it surfaced online. While not listed in
Like a
official
good buzz?
articles, I did come across this Reddit post on r/Bigfoot that claims the body of the Hibagon was
r/Bigfoot.
discovered and filmed
What
for
the F is that?
show. To my
Don't trust
understanding,
Reddit.
however, this was simply a work of fiction created for this
No shit.
particular show.
That looks
They were
shoot.
simply discussing Umas on this specific episode and made
Or
this
like they just
skit
put a
to go along
costume
with it.
like on the ground.
Did you
Honshu.
know that wolves are considered extinct from Japan?
What?
But at one point in time, the top
I didn't know.
of this section roamed Japan's
For real?
mainland, referred
I'll be
to as
damned.
Honshu. That's right. A bit of not very well known knowledge is that wolves do not roam Japan as they once did, despite them being prevalent in Japanese media. The Capcom game Okami and the anime films Princess Mononoke and Wolf Children, to name just a few. At one point in
What
Japanese
about
history,
Wolf's Rain?
Okami or wolves were seen as a messenger between
Ooh.
humans and the gods. Their extinction is pretty sad. Any animal going extinct due to human intervention in general is sad.
People
Tasmanian
suck.
tigers and dodo birds, anyone? Actually, there were two species of wolf, the
Yeah, that just makes
Hokkaido
me sad.
wolf and the Honshu wolf. The latter being around in Japan as far back as 28,000 years ago.
How about, like, the
Unfortunately,
American
both wolf
buffalo?
species became extinct due to
Why are
humans
they
inevitably
extinct?
finding
People got
them
hungry.
as pests due to their effect on livestock. What's even more tragic is that the Honshu wolf was believed to have been the last of its kind, a member of a unique family of smaller wolves known as Pleistocene wolves.
Have they, like, cloned them from fossils?
Dire wolves.
Probably.
Not that kind of dire wolf, though that would be pretty dope. These real-world dire wolves are thought to have gone extinct about 10,000 years ago, and the Honshu wolf is thought to be related to these long extinct wolves.
Oh,
Despite
that's
all
fucking
of
cool.
this, not all hope is lost for the Honshu wolf.
Uh-huh.
While it's believed that Honshu wolves have been extinct in Japan since 1905 at the very latest, there are people out there who have claimed to have seen Honshu wolves specifically in recent years, some with some pretty solid evidence.
I don't know if that counts as a cryptid if it did used to exist.
With the very
I
first being
guess.
in 1910. This first post
Still, this is like the only one so far I've actually like hope is like
ultimately
is
hunted
real.
in the grounds of Fukui Castle within Fukui Prefecture.
Yeah.
The wolf's body was inspected and ultimately determined to be a western wolf species that escaped a traveling zoo days prior. But the
Ah.
thing with this is that the zoo itself inspected the wolf and said it was not the one that went missing. So that's odd.
What?
Claims of sightings would continue over the 1900s,
Weird.
but the next significant one.
But then
would
again, if
Yeah,
it
it
was
is
liability,
weird.
we're like, that's not our wolf.
This was when a
We're not paying
photographer,
for it.
Yoshiyagi, was hiking
Yeah.
at Chichibu Tamakai National Park, which is a big old national park within the intersections of
Big old?
Saitama, Yamanashi, Nagano, and Tokyo. Yagi was
Okay.
already quite familiar with this area, as he worked at a lodge here during the 1970s, reportedly often hearing howling at night there. Going back to 1996, though,
I've got,
he
like,
was exploring
coyotes or
the
some
wilderness
shit.
when he came across a small wolf-like
Huh?
animal walking alongside the road.
Wait.
Intrigued,
Maybe
he
coyotes don't
approached and
exist over there.
offered it some food.
I don't
As
think
it
they
was
do.
not fearful of Yagi
Oh.
and walked right up to him, even alongside him. I
Eh.
probably would have tried feeding it too, not gonna lie. By
It's
But they
now,
got
not friend,
dogs
white
over
friend
there.
shape.
assume Japanese wolves
Could- I
have
mean,
been
what
if-
extinct for over 90
Yeah, what if
years
they're
now.
seeing dogs
So
and
many
mistaking
were
it for the
pretty
wolf?
skeptical of his claims.
Yeah.
Good thing he
Like a
told
big
us
one?
so.
Yeah, I mean,
19
I had a
in
purebred
total.
husky,
These
and my
photos
neighbors
are
like
very high
would
quality
always
and
go,
from different
"Look,
angles,
it's a wolf
showing
dog."
how close
I'm
the
like, "No, it's
supposed
just a
wolf
husky.
got to
There's a
Yagi and
difference."
how calm it appeared to
Yeah.
be. He presented these photos to be analyzed, and many agreed that this animal looked very similar to the Honshu wolf. Though others feel the animal cited may be some kind of unique species.
I mean, look at the
possibly
snout on
a
that
wild
bitch.
dog with some wolf DNA mixed in there over time.
It kind of looks like a
Perhaps
German
it's a
Shepherd.
species of wild dog in
Oh
Thailand.
wait, it's got
Since there's
spotting.
no definitive way
It's
for
got
people to
that
confirm the
muscle-
animal
that
pictured
muzzle,
is a
not
Honshu
muscle,
wolf. The
is
animal
big.
pictured is referred to as the
It's kind of wide.
which translates to the Chichibu wild dog. Many in the area came forward and contacted Yagi directly after seeing the photos, sharing similar stories of how they seen wolf-like animals firsthand.
Wait, so is it a wild
Also
dog?
hearing howling at night,
I
just
don't know.
like Yagi had.
They said there were suspicions that
When
it
the
was like a
pictures were
dog
made
with some
public,
wolf mixed in.
Many other people came forward to share their stories of wolf cries or sightings.
Oh, why would it be out by itself? Don't wolves
that we were
work
not
in
alone in our
packs?
belief in what we have seen and heard.
I mean,
That has brought together.
if
the
they're
search
endangered,
and now
I
the
don't think
attraction.
seeing just like one out of the blue
It has
would
to be this personal connection with the wolf
unusual.
that inspires this belief in the wolf's existence.
Oh.
And together,
Well, I don't know.
we want to bring out the truth.
It was from these connections.
If it is for real, that wolf, it'd be cool if they could find it in a girl one.
in order to attempt to capture
Make
more
'em
footage
bone.
of this wolf-like species. Eventually setting up
Yeah.
70 wildlife cameras in the mountains where the sightings occurred in the years to follow. We'll get back to the findings from these efforts in just a minute. See, in the year 2000, another sighting was reported near Mount Solbo in the southern island of Kyushu,
Okay.
which, by the way, is a good 15-hour drive
Oh,
south
that one
of
looks more like a
National
dog.
Park. A
That one kinda looks like a German
specific
Shepherd.
Animal
Yeah.
sighted. Some feel this one is a hoax. However, others feel this specific animal is of an animal more closely related to the Shikoku Inu, which is a breed of Japanese dog.
Yeah,
In my
fair.
opinion, I will say the tail posture is a little weird. From what I've seen, Shikoku typically have tails that curl up like a Shiba Inu. As somebody with a Shiba who has observed this said Shiba for quite some time now,
The dog's
their
just
tails
like,
tend to
what?
curl up when they're upright and go down and relax.
my-
when
my
they're,
younger
more
dog,
relaxed and
When
posture's more
she's
relaxed.
upright, like
But who
when her
knows?
tail's
I'm
upright,
certainly
it
no
curls. But
expert
when she
in
lets it hang
Japanese
down,
dog
it hangs
tail
straight.
behavior.
So
And there's also the fact that some
Oh.
people feel this image is fake. Anyways, the next big development would come from Hiroshi Yagi yet again, when this bit of footage was captured from one of his team's wildlife cameras in 2018. Listen to it carefully.
It's like a deer. I didn't hear shit.
yeah, me neither. I heard the deer running.
This footage, captured
Yeah.
in the same mountains Yagi encountered that wolf-like creature 20 years prior, shows two
And I
deer
mean,
running away
dogs
from
can
something
howl too.
as a wolf's howl is
Yeah.
heard in the distance. This footage has provided a platform for the debate on modern-day Japanese wolves to surge once again. Many do remain skeptical, though the audio was analyzed at a Shibuya lab, being compared to the cries of wolves, dogs, and even deer species. The frequency was found to be identical to the howl of a timber wolf, which is a small wolf species typically found in North America. As of
Yeah,
but you don't
now,
wanna
the search is
encounter a
still
pack
going
of 'em.
strong, with television
Oh, yeah, you'll get
specials
effed
produced
up.
with Yagi's decades of research and findings. His work in trying to discover more about these
Like, if I
wolves,
had just
referred
one,
to
I think I
some
could
as
handle
ghost
just one.
wolves, is
A pack, I'd be
fascinating and
screwed.
commendable. For that reason,
Yeah.
I went ahead and linked Yagi's association in the description for anyone who would like to follow the ongoing developments or research this further. While this is a highly debated topic in Japan and Honshu wolves have attained a cryptid status in recent decades or the last 100 years, I definitely
Yeah.
think it's likely for them to exist still. Listen, Japan has a lot of forests and mountains, a lot, and there could be a lot lurking in there that has yet to be discovered.
Fair enough.
But they're also an island.
Yeah, that's true.
Next, I'm taking y'all over to a coast off of Littleton, New Zealand. And I bet some of you are like, wait, Sakura, that's not Japan.
Right.
And
Yeah.
right, of course. But the thing that makes this Uma Japanese is how it was discovered by those in a Japanese fishing boat. And skiing traction within Japan specifically. Not to be confused with the Hibagon, the Kabagon is aquatic, and not very well documented aside from its initial sighting in 1974. The name itself translates to hippo monster, by the way.
Hippo monster!
Thought upon
I love
the
this.
crew of the 28th
Sounds terrifying.
had witnessed the Kabagon. The date was April 28th of 1974. Almost 50 years ago exactly at the time of this video's upload. It was
Hippos are
around
freaking
7
scary.
26
I
to
know,
28
right?
members of the aforementioned
Except for
fishing vessel
Mudang.
had witnessed
Mudang
the
is cute.
creature emerge from the water. While
Mudang!
only the head itself had come up, the head was described as being at around 1.5 meters or about 5 feet.
Oh God,
in
when I
length.
worked Grinch
Oh,
Visit
what the-
First
Universal.
noticed were its large red eyes and large nostrils. Some members of the crew say it closely resembled an umibozu, no, not him, which are sea spirits featured in Japanese mythology. The Kabagon allegedly watched the ship's crew
What?
with no sign of aggression before submerging itself into the water once more. Overall, it was
Fucking
a very
Godzilla.
brief encounter. The captain
Gojira!
of the 28th Kompira Maru was so enamored with what he had just witnessed that he drew a sketch of the creature. Upon returning to Japan,
Why is the
he
nose
recorded their
flat?
experience
It
and
looks like a
published
Why does it
turd.
not have a
depictions and shared
Yeah,
their
like it didn't have a
thoughts.
snout.
Many were skeptical of what the crew had supposedly witnessed. As some
Grinch
felt that
Visit
what they
Universal, I
likely
used to
saw
hear that
was
hippopotamus
some
song
species of
all the fucking
pinniped,
time.
a group of
They're like,
aquatic
I want a
animals that
hippopotamus.
include
I'm like, no,
seals
you
and
don't.
walruses. The
No.
depiction
It will
itself
kill
is
you.
actually very similar
Yep,
to the
it
southern
will.
elephant seal, which can grow to be quite large. Do you guys think these two look similar? While there is
Yep,
only
sure.
one technical sighting of the Kabagon, many believe that another
Like if you've never
cryptid,
seen one of
known as
those
the
and you
Antarctic
saw that like
Godzilla,
poke
may
its
be
head
the
out of the
same
water,
species of
I
animal
could see how
witnessed
you'd
by
be like,
Yeah.
oh, it
Japanese
must be a
fishing
monster.
vessel in 1974.
Yeah.
Now, the Nankyoku no Daikaiju, large Antarctic sea mammal, or just
Nankyoku
Antarctic
no
Godzilla,
Daikaiju.
was witnessed in
I'm not even gonna
1958
attempt
by
it.
a Japanese research ship. Only, as
I'll
its name
fuck it up and piss
suggests,
someone
was
off.
seen off the coast of Antarctica,
Lol.
specifically off of Ludlow Home Bay. At around 7 p.m., same time as the Kabagon sighting, the captain of a Japanese research ship called the Soya saw a large animal emerge. Its behavior similar to that of the Kabagon, as it only floated and stared for about 30 seconds before submerging itself once more. The captain
Again, sounds like a
reportedly
turd.
ran to get a
Yeah.
camera, but the creature was gone when he had returned. He
What?
had brown fur,
Aw.
a cow-like face, and pointed ears.
Of course.
A crew member out at the same time also recalled the animal, and added that it appeared to have fins on its back that resembled blades. No photos or video.
Are they
was
sure it
taken,
wasn't
but
an
the sighting
orca?
was recorded
Yeah.
within an Antarctica transportation record. Now, piggybacking even off
Can't
that,
remember if
this
orcas
wasn't
go
only
that
the only
north.
cryptid
I
sighting
think
by a
so.
Japanese ship in Antarctica.
I always
There was
liked the theory
also
that
what's
someone,
known as the Ningen or Antarctic Hirogata.
posed
I've actually
once,
already discussed this one
where
in
they
one
said
of my
that they believe that people believed in dragons because they found
here's the link
dinosaur
to that
bones and
video
put them
in case
together
you
in
want
the
to
wrong
learn more
way.
about that one. These
Oh,
Ningen
yeah, I
were
could see
discussed
that.
a lot on Tucson back in the day, and they're kind of web lore as well because of that. Anyways, as far as the Kabagon or even the Antarctic Godzilla, it's unknown if what was witnessed was an already known animal or unique unidentified species. The
Yeah,
ocean
when it
is
comes to
vast
the
and
ocean-
terrifying. So there's
Yeah,
quite
there's
a
parts
bit
of the ocean that we don't know.
discovered. We,
Well, yeah.
at the very least, know that.
And you won't catch me getting in a fucking
Primarily sighted in
submersible.
Kyoto, southern Japan, and the
Hell
island
no.
of Okinawa, reports of abnormally large flying creatures in Japan go back hundreds of years. The two most prominent of these being claims of large bats and crows, though
Oh.
there have even been reports of humanoid flying figures similar
Oh,
to
shit.
Mothman. In 1952, an Air Force pilot
would
named
actually wanna
Sinclair
see that.
Taylor was on watch duty at Camp Okubo near Kyoto.
Right?
Everything that night was typical until a strong flapping noise was heard near him.
It's Batman.
Looking
Okay.
up, he noticed a very
Lol.
large bird shape
I am the night.
approaching him. Taylor claims that as it came closer, he noticed it was actually not a bird, instead being what appeared to be a man with wings. Later estimated
bird!
to have
What?
been around 7 feet in length and wingspan.
Was Snuffy
Now,
with
some
him?
reports over the years have also
Oh.
stated that the creature initially flapped its wings, but then came to a stop and hovered there in front of Taylor. Some other claims also say that the eyes of the creature
I
were
can't hear
glowing.
your sound things.
And at this point, it's unknown if this was part of Taylor's original account
It was
or not. Hovering and glowing eyes.
Dave the gnome.
Taylor
The-
was very much spooked by what was happening and shot at the figure in front of him.
Too bad you
But it
can't
was a
hear
quick
mine.
fire
either.
at all this fucking
anime titty!
Taylor not seeing where it went or even how it fled the scene. So
Anime
that's
titty.
terrifying.
Yep.
Over the next couple of years,
Lol.
residents in the area
Who
also
ordered all
reported
these
sightings
fucking
that
anime
looked like
titties?
giant birds and
Lol.
flashing lights in the night sky. These kinds of reports completely ceased by the mid-1950s, however. Now let's fast forward a few decades to recent years. Two reports of massive crows with wingspans of 6
Cock
to 8
up, big
feet.
fuck, I'm dead.
What the
Well-known
fuck?
sightings had occurred during the 1980s.
That's
when a
fucking
group of
scary.
kindergartners were walking home together with their teacher. A crow as large as the children themselves apparently landed in the road in
Shit.
front of the group. These
I would
large
fucking
crows
scream.
are often reported in rural
I'm out,
Japan.
bitches.
Reportedly,
You
most
only have to
active during
run
the
faster
evening,
than the slowest
and
person in your
primarily
group.
witnessed by farmers.
Lol.
Though many feel these reports are likely some other species of bird.
What if you
that
trip
resembles a
someone?
crow. Possibly
Hey,
the
it worked.
Steller's sea eagle. A species
I
of
didn't
bird
like
that
you
can grow to be
anyway.
Quite rotund,
Lol.
with the wingspans.
You
of
stole
around
my
8
juice
feet on
box.
average. While this particular bird is native to Japan,
Revenge.
they're typically only seen in Hokkaido,
You bird food.
which is much farther north than these
Lol.
giant crows have been sighted. Though some feel it is possible for these big lads to make their way south
wonder what it
and
tastes
cause
like.
these sightings. Now, this doesn't exactly explain that one dude
Chicken.
with the wings who was
I
spotted
mean-
in Kyoto, but
I
yeah.
won't lie.
And
I'm
just
curious,
like, the reports
like,
of giant
if there was a
birds,
pterodactyl,
giant bats are
what
a
would it
potential
taste
thing
like?
in Japan as well. Well, particularly in Okinawa. And
Maybe,
reports of
like-
these giant bats come in kind of often.
I don't know, I kind of feel like chicken, but then I also kind of feel like gator.
An interesting detail to note
mix
here is
between
that
gator
these
and
bats are
chicken
described as
would be
resting
interesting.
upright rather than hanging upside down.
Oh
on the
yeah,
coast.
I've never
And these
had
bats
gator,
are
but
easily around
I would
5 to
imagine,
9
yeah.
minimum. That's
Is it
in
weird
height,
that I'm like
not
also
wingspan.
wondering now if
There are other
angels
claims
were
beyond
were
this from
real?
locals, with
What would
some saying
angel
they've
wings
seen
taste
these
like?
monster bats hunting cattle. Bats are typically.
I feel like not very good.
They don't do that.
I don't know,
Well,
maybe
the
with the
known
right
ones,
sauce?
native to Okinawa don't at
Well.
least. Now I do have to mention that there is a giant.
are the
I bet they
feathers
taste
good
like
for
turkeys.
crafts?
Native to Okinawa.
Oh my god.
It's known as the Ryukyu.
The feathers, are they good for crafts?
Other
Arts
species
and
of
crafts?
flying
I
foxes
bet they're
throughout the
probably
world,
huge.
and they can get pretty freaking huge.
Yeah.
The biggest in Okinawa measure to be about 3 feet in height.
I'd eat just about
Now,
anything.
locals
I was
claim
raised that
these
way
sky
from like a
doggies they
kid.
saw are not even close to the
Oh.
size of the Ryukyu flying foxes.
I have relatives
Many
in
locals are
Canada, and
already
they gave me
familiar with the
moose
flying foxes
and
that are native to
rabbit.
Okinawa and can
Oh.
clearly differentiate them from the giant ones attacking cattle. Those who
So,
have witnessed
I've
these
had
giant
buffalo
bats
and
claim they're at least
ostrich. I've
twice
had
the
all kinds of
size
shit.
of the
Gator,
Ryukyu flying foxes.
kangaroo jerky.
Now, to my knowledge, and according
Oh, what
to
the
my
hell?
research,
Yep.
I didn't even know people ate kangaroos.
bats
Yep.
have yet to be photographed.
I feel like they don't
Kangaroo
taste
jerky.
good.
Yeah, it
Don't
was
let that
alright.
name
It
fool
wasn't
you.
anything to write home about.
Let's
I was
stay
like,
serious here, guys.
take it or leave it.
Situated within Hokkaido, this
You're
creature
like,
is
eh,
Japan's
it's
version
meat.
of the Loch Ness monster,
Pretty much.
also referred to as Nessie. Goosey is an aquatic mammal-like critter
I
who
had
is
elk
believed to live
jerky,
within
and
Lake
it was that was
Kushato
actually
within
pretty good,
Hokkaido.
surprisingly.
Lake Kushato is
I heard elk is really good. I've been wanting to get some
meters
elk.
deep and about 57 kilometers or 35
And then,
miles in overall size.
Buffalo
Like
was
the
alright.
Hibigone
I had a
versus
buffalo
Bigfoot,
burger.
Kusi varies from the OG Nessie in a variety of ways. For
There's another
starters,
Nessie.
Kusi is apparently really fast.
A Japanese
Every sighting
Nessie.
Describes and even
Apparently there's
records them
plesiosaurs
moving at
all
almost
over the world.
inconceivable speeds. for
Right?
their
How did it even get there?
Kusi is also pretty large
Oh.
and somewhat triangular shaped. Accounts also say they're
What?
shiny with skin-like scales.
Well, I mean,
Kusi was first spotted
if
in 1972
they did
by a
continue
man
to
who
live. Say
initially
they all
thought
lived
they
in
were
a
looking at
pod,
boat turned upside
they
down
traveled in
and
herds.
moving rapidly.
And then they got
Fast forward
isolated
one
in these
year, and
small
Kusi was
bodies
spotted
of
once
water.
again by a group of
They would,
40
and they
middle
continued
schoolers
to
and their
evolve. They would
instructors
change the
during a
way they
class
appeared.
trip. Allegedly,
Again,
pretty close to
assuming
Oh,
if
yeah.
they were able
the
to.
most prominent of the sightings are
Yeah.
thought to have occurred in 1974. First, with a
That makes
local
sense to
farmer
me.
with the surname Wada. The man
But
noticed the
Aesop
creature's
would
surface,
definitely go
took
all
note of two
scientific and
large
be like,
humps on
"Oh,
its
that's
back,
not possible," blah, blah,
approximately
blah.
4
Like,
meters apart, before it quickly darted under the
I love
water
a man,
with a
but-
large splash. That same
Lol.
year, a group of 15 people
Are
visiting
you having
the Lake
fun?
Kushato
Let me
area
piss on
spotted
it.
Kusi once again. The animal was moving beneath the
Oh, he's
water,
hilarious.
visible due to the water's clarity and its shimmering scales.
He's great.
The
I love
group
doing
claims it
videos
was
with him.
traveling at a high speed comparable to a motorboat. 1974 was also the
Yeah.
year so many sightings were reported that local news outlets became interested.
What?
So interested, as a matter of fact, that the entirety of September of 1974, various crews of divers, complete with boats with fish sonar technology, began a race
Knock
to
it
be the
off!
first to obtain footage
Oh.
of Kusi.
My
And
dog
the
was scratching
results?
herself next to the door, so
Some
it
were
sounded like
able to
someone was
locate a
knocking.
large aquatic animal
Oh.
at about 15 to 20 meters.
My
underwater.
dog likes to lick her undergrundle in the middle of the night.
Outlet was even able to catch
My
footage
dog
of
does
what
that
they
too, but she
claimed
makes
to be
it sound
Kusi
gross. She like
themselves.
snorts when she does
This
it.
would not be the
Yeah,
only
mine too, and I have to be like, stop it, and she's like, I'm sorry.
1970s were when the sightings peaked. People
Stop licking your undergrundle.
in the 1980s, 90s, and beyond. And what's interesting is that these sightings often involve groups of people who all serve as witnesses collectively. Now, of course, despite the section having
That sounds
great
sus to me,
elements
man.
backing up the existence
Super
of
You mean
sus.
to tell me
plenty of
the
skeptics.
same people are the only ones seeing
Lake
it?
Shadow is a
Over
very
and over
acidic lake
again?
with a
Of course
decent
they
amount
are.
of
Yeah.
sulfur found within it. This is because the volcanic activity and hot springs
They're all
also
drunk
found in this
at-
region of Hokkaido. Typically, this is not the ideal environment for marine life. Now, this is possible.
Okay, those plushies are hella cute.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's super
Isn't
cute.
seen anywhere else, but
I don't care if it's not real, those plushies are hella cute.
the animal witness
Super
was
cute!
actually a horse swimming. This theory
What?
comes from how many have thought the animal was a horse.
The fuck? How?
Shaped head. Horses can't exactly swim fast, though. Some even think they confused the creature for schools of native fish, such as rainbow trout, due to the claims that their skin was shiny and smooth. If
Yo, that shit is fucking good. Rainbow trout is fucking tasty.
Guy, as many feel
Eh.
they are, the most common
So is
theory
steelhead
that
trout.
surviving plesiosaur, which is
I
a
was never a
theory
big
for
fan
a
of,
lot of
like,
other
trout or
Nessie-like
bass.
animals
I've
spotted
tried
around the
them.
world. With how
I like
deep
sushi.
this specific lake is, there
Specifically,
could be
I
a
like
great
eel.
deal of
Eel is really
prehistoric
good.
critters within its depth.
Oh my god, smoked eel is fucking delicious.
Yeah. Oh
Next,
god, my
we're
favorite
heading over to
sushi place
Ibaraki
closed down, but they
Prefecture
used
to
to
take
do
a
a
look at a cryptid
deep fried
that's not
Alaskan
super
roll.
well known. Apparently, even to those within Japan.
sounds good.
Century,
Oh,
we're
it
getting a
was.
little bit
I miss
silly.
it. I
This
haven't
guy
found a
right
place that
here is
makes
known
it
as the
anymore.
Kanibashibani. Okay,
Aw.
it's the Kanibanbani.
All set.
Let's confuse those two characters despite
What
my
the
best
fuck is
efforts
that?
and the amount of time
That
I've
looks
spent
like
using these two
something that
characters
should
and
not
names,
exist.
I don't know why. Anyways, the name itself includes
that like
the
a
word
dog
kani,
with a crab
the
head?
Japanese word for absolute terror. Just
Like a-
kidding, it's
yeah.
the Japanese word for crab. Let's get a little tiny bit serious
Crab
here,
cat!
though.
It's the crab
part is
cat!
inferred without
Somebody
knowing
else
because,
that
I mean,
watches
look
the
at 'em.
Y-Files.
Anyways, what's known about this
Lol.
one is that it's supposed
Oh, I love the Y-Files.
I watched
and
every
whole-ass crab
episode.
as its head. Which, of course,
That's a good
sounds
channel.
ridiculous, but just looking at
Lizard
this thing,
people.
you want to research
Lizard.
it more.
I like-
The Kanibanbani
I like
is
hecklefish.
referred to as a minor ghost
He's the best
uma,
part.
due to both its obscurity and lack of validity. Apparently, the first person to bring this critter to the attention of the public was the Twitter user Nakazawa Takeshi. an
I feel like
author
this
and
is like an
television
example of what
personality who
happens when you
also
get
runs an
crabs and
account
don't treat them.
dedicated to Japanese umas.
Lol.
And his posts regarding the Kanibanbani are fairly recent. There are many tweets bringing this creature up, one linking this occult
Why is there a
roundtable
naked
video
alien?
that discusses the Kanibanbani in more detail. While information on this guy does remain
I did not even notice that at first, and then I was like, oh shit, what the fuck?
And information
had no
regarding the
fight.
creature's behavior. This podcast, known as Ibaraki vs. Okayama, focuses on local attractions.
Bold of them to assume that an alien wouldn't have genitalia of some sort.
Bunny. The specific
that's why they
episode it's
kidnap people.
mentioned in discusses paranormal and spooky, psychic kind of stuff that's within the area.
They're like,
Not
give me
all
your pee-pee.
episodes dedicated to the
I need to
Kanibanbani
use it
itself.
for a minute.
So the Kanibanbani is said to live in seclusion and avoid both people and other wild animals. Even going so far as
So then how do they
avoiding
see it?
Kanibanbani of the opposite gender.
Has zero
This
riz.
method of warding off others
Wait.
reportedly entails
Opposite
letting off
gender?
a
How do you
very
tell the
strong
genders
odor.
apart?
An odor that is apparently
Right.
so
Do you, like,
strong
lift
that it
up
works
the crab
similarly
cat
to a
and look
skunk,
underneath
where it
it?
will leave the victim smelling for a very long time.
Under the crab
Some
part or the
claim
cat
this
part?
smell lasts
I
a
don't know.
lifetime, and that the smell itself will
Does
leave
it have
the
two
person
genitalia,
afflicted
crab
becoming
and cat?
isolated and alone.
Oh god.
Just like
Ugh.
the Kanibanbani that they had encountered.
What if it lays eggs like a
While
crab?
There is no photographic
Ugh.
evidence that exists
Smells like
of
fish in
this
here.
creature. There is a fascination seen by those online that includes
Smells like
fan art and
fish.
figurine recreations. While not as prominent and substantial as the other cryptids we've discussed, I do find it very interesting.
I feel like it's hella made up, but I
Last
mean,
but not least, we're going up to Hokkaido for a little section of the video that
Weird
I'd like to call
animal
weird
stuff.
animal stuff. While this isn't
the fuck does that mean?
Identified mysterious animal,
That's so
vague.
vague.
A bear. This dude went goblin mode and did something nobody has ever witnessed or documented before.
Did he fuck the bear?
Higama bear is a species that
Ew.
lives in the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido.
Oh, did you ever watch
They're
a show
known
called
as
A Thousand Ways to
Japan's
Die?
largest land mammal. Now, there's this small
No.
island northwest of Hokkaido.
Oh, it was
I've heard of
hilarious.
it.
And
About
it
20
was like
kilometers away
hosted
from
by Ron
Hokkaido.
Perlman.
A few years ago, a
Oh,
wildlife
boy.
camera captured this image
And
of
one
a
of the
bear
stories,
riding on a
friggin',
jet.
it's still the one that
Confused,
sticks with me
since
the
bears
most
aren't
because it had me
found on the
friggin' falling out of my
island,
chair
this occurrence was
laughing.
looked into a bit.
This
And
guy
as it
dropped
turns
acid
out,
in the
this
desert,
absolute Chad of a
and while he
bear
was wandering
man.
the desert,
swam
like
from the
high off
coast
his
of
ass,
Wakanai,
he came
Hokkaido,
across a
all
furry
the way
gathering.
to Rishiri.
They were having a
The
furry
bear then
orgy out in the
proceeded to
desert.
walk around the island,
Ew.
returning to
And he
Hokkaido
kept
by
trying to get with
swimming
them, and they
back
kept
the way
brushing
it
him off. They
came.
wouldn't
A map
include
of
him
this
in their
bear's possible path was
get
published
together.
and seen here.
So as he was
Now,
leaving,
this
he found one
means
off
this
by
bear swam
itself
20
and decided
kilometers
he
each
went
way
and got with
across
it.
the ocean.
Turns out that one
Now,
was a real bear.
Historically, the Mongolian
What the fuck?
bear could
He
not
tried
even
to fuck a
proceed
bear and it
conquer
turned around
Japan
and
due
ate
to
him.
being unable to cross the
Oh my
ocean,
god.
being able to
Damn.
swim. When minoring in
I was
Japanese in
friggin'
college,
dying
during
laughing
question, I
hearing that
specifically
story.
asked one of my Asian history
Jesus
teachers.
Christ.
So
He even
kinda,
took a
sorta,
real bear for a
technically,
furry while
a bear
tripping on
did
acid.
what the Mongolian
Like, don't do drugs and go in the desert.
the ocean surrounding
Not
Japan
good.
in some capacity. This bear here swam across a portion of the ocean with its bare hands.
Was it? Oh God! Stop it!
Eh,
Excuse the pun, but I'm trying to put it into
with his
perspective.
bare hands.
Anyways, that's
Ba-dum-bum.
it. Just a bear going goblin mode.
Goblin mode.
How's that goblin mode?
That's how I sync my audio. Anyways, hi again, guys. I am back. Well, I actually didn't go anywhere. I'm just back on camera. Now comes the point of the video where I read out my Patreon shout-out names. Or rather, the people
Oh wait,
who
let's
support
see if there's
me,
more videos.
which I'm very grateful for.
Alright. No offense, but
What?
I don't care about your... No, not you, the chick. No offense,
Okay.
but I don't need to hear your Patreon call it that.
Do you want to watch more like yokai stuff, or do you want to watch your meme videos?
We can do more yokai stuff since that seems to be the theme.
Okay, how about 1 hour of the scariest Japanese urban legends?
Okay. I'm down.
Okay. Oh, this one looks hot. I gotta say, yokai creatures from it's a whole playlist, 48 videos.
Oh, what the fuck?
I guess more in depth on each one. And I was
Honeona was a vengeful spirit in
and they're
Japanese
short.
folklore,
They're short.
seeking
They're like a
revenge.
minute.
Oh, okay.
They're
That's
like
pretty-
little short videos. How do I
that
get
work.
the playlist? Let's see. Can I send the whole playlist?
I don't know. I feel like yes, but
Oh, yep, got it.
what's up?
I got it.
Ooh.
Snag. All right, sending the link. There you go.
Wow.
Bam.
Oh, there you go.
The first one really caught my attention.
Play all.
Honeona was a vengeful spirit in Japanese folklore,
Oh,
seeking
there, full
revenge
screen
on
this.
men who harmed her in her life.
Nice bone
Her
structure.
name meant Bone Woman.
Yeah.
According to
Hell
legend,
yeah, fuck those
Honeona
guys
was a
up.
beautiful woman abandoned or betrayed by her husband
Vengeance!
or lover. Feelings of anger
Vengeance is
and
mine!
resentment at her death transformed the spirit into a malevolent force. As a skeletal figure,
It's like a common theme, I think, in Japanese folklore.
a white
Vengeful
kimono,
spirits.
The Honeona
Yeah.
would appear at night near
You get so
rivers
pissed off
or
at a
dark
motherfucker, you come back
alleys,
from the dead like,
attacking
bitch, I'm gonna
innocent
get
men.
you.
She would use her charm to fatally lure men.
How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Herself into a terrifying creature to terrify them.
A
The
terrifying
Honeona
creature
had
to
the
terrify
power
them?
To drain the
Really?
life force from her victims.
You couldn't write a
What do
better
you mean?
line?
Weakened or dead.
I would have written,
This
like,
symbolizes the
frightening
power of
creature
female
to
revenge
terrify
and the
them.
dangers of
I will
betraying
say,
or
I like the
mistreating
artwork.
women.
It is pretty good.
I think I'd like her. I wonder if she's got. I need to get her number.
You're like, what's up, bone lady?
What up, bone lady? I'm a bone daddy.
Oh, they also have mythos. I'll watch that later.
In Japanese
What the
folklore,
fuck?
Kyukigen is a yokai, the size of
The
a small
fuck?
dog that looks like a long, dirty mass of hair. These
Ew.
filthy monsters
cousin
were
It.
found
I pull
in
those things-
populated areas
I pull those
where there
things
were
out of my
homes
shower
in
drain.
cold, damp, and dark
On the
places.
weekly.
They like to live near
That's
dilapidated
what happens
houses
if you let it build for
where
too
the
long.
dampness, humidity, and lack of human activity.
I
create
have long hair,
grounds for
and so does my
disease.
sire, so...
Knock it
Despite their
off.
apparent cuteness, Kyukigens were
Sorry.
not good pets. Their spirit
Oh.
brought bad luck, disease, and pestilence to those who lived near them.
I like how they drew it. It's just like an angry-looking dog.
And were
Don't
rarely
touch the
spotted.
furry
But
monster.
their proximity was apparent when members of a family mysteriously began to contract disease or bad luck. They were easy to avoid.
Ugh.
Just keep your houses clean and tidy.
Oh,
Why don't
damn.
you just give it a fucking bath?
Right? Spray it with the fucking hose.
No, bad hair monster, bad.
Get out of here! Go back
What?
inside!
Why does it have a mustache?
Yeah, that I don't get. Why does he gotta have it? Or, I'm sorry, it.
Supernatural creature in
Oh, damn.
Japanese
Oh, I think I've-
folklore,
I think
the
I've heard of this one.
Rokurokubi is a kind of yokai. The name means long-necked woman. And yes, Rokurokubis were known to have extremely long necks, being able to stretch them
No,
with
no, talk about
remarkable
the tongue.
lengths. Typically depicted as women with pale skin and
Why
long
the tongue so long, though?
Rokurokubis look normal.
We're just gonna ignore
Yeah.
that part,
At
right?
night, their necks reached
The tongue is like longer than
allowing them
Venom's.
to hunt humans and
I wonder
drink
how
their
she is
blood.
at Deep Throat.
According to legend, Rokurokubis emerged when a woman told a lie. As
Just
a
me?
result, the neck started to lengthen uncontrollably. This transformation
Well-
was considered
Uncontrollably?
irreversible.
Like,
and the
how do you try to
That
Rokurokubis
control
were
it? Do you,
doomed
like,
to
hold
live
her
the rest
head
of their
down?
lives with abnormally long necks.
You sit on her
Japanese
head,
folklore, the legend of the Rokurokubi was often seen
but
as
it still keeps growing, so then you're like,
the
ah!
dangers of lying and
Ah!
deception.
Like, her neck starts growing uncontrollably. How would you control that? What the fuck?
That makes me think that it would just go like crazy, like like a hose, like a garden hose with the water on full
Just
blast.
flailing all over the place. Ah, turn it
Yeah.
off, turn it off.
In Japanese folklore,
The fuck?
Baku was a supernatural creature that ate
Baku.
dreams and could
What
devour
the
nightmares.
fuck?
According to myth,
Oh,
Baku
that's the
hatched from
Pokemon.
pieces that were left
Drowsy.
over when the gods finished creating the
Oh,
other
yeah.
animals. He was described
And
as a
Hypno.
creature with an elephant's head, a lion's body, tiger's
During my
tail,
sire, we
and
call
an ox's tail.
like drowsy. We call it the dong diddler because of
According to legend, if a person
how he has his little hands in his animation.
and asks Baku for help, the creature will devour the nightmare, allowing the person to sleep in peace. However, if one invokes Baku frequently, the creature
That
may
explains
become
why.
feeding not only on
I
nightmares.
I don't remember if it's drowsy or hypno, but they have the move called the dream eater.
hopes and desires,
Oh, yeah.
and leaving an empty life.
I
This
taught that
Baku
to my
legend has
Gengar.
existed for centuries in
Hypnosis
Japan.
and then Dream Eater.
Oh my god.
I used to play. I
That's
used to use
weird.
that. I used to use that Gengar in Pokemon Stadium back in the day on N64.
Oh
Sure.
damn.
And
Back
yeah,
when,
those were the good old days.
yeah, back when there was only 150 Pokemon.
Yeah.
In Japanese folklore, the Gasha Dokuro is one of the most recognizable yokai.
It's
The
my
word
cousin
Gasha
Tay Tay
Dokuro
again.
means hungry skeleton in Japanese. The creature was described as having an insatiable hunger for human flesh.
Get him a
Ew.
Big Mac,
Formation was
motherfucker.
a giant skeleton, about
Big
18
Mac
times
attack.
the size of a man, roaming the fields in the darkest hours of the night.
Feeling
with
hungry?
red
But how-
teeth and
Snickers.
bones.
How can he eat if he has no stomach
He would
though?
approach as quietly as possible,
Yeah, I
despite
know,
the creaking
but
of bones.
you'd be surprised.
Then he would take his victim by
No.
surprise, crushing him
Strong
in the hands
bones.
and devouring his head.
Ugh.
Supposedly, the only protection against the Gasha Dokuro was to
He
listen from
likes
a
to get
distance to
head.
the sound of the bones clinking,
Lol.
fleeing quickly before the creature arrived. Otherwise, the victim's fate would be sealed. The Gasha Dokuro materialized in the hundreds of bones from the rotting bodies of soldiers on the
Oh
battlefield,
god, that's so nasty.
especially the bones and spirits of starvation victims.
Oh,
For this reason,
terrible.
The creature is often associated with famine and death.
Ooh.
According to one version of this legend, the
That's
origin
terrible.
of the creature happened more than 1,000 years ago in a rebellion against the government led by the samurai Masako.
Oh.
When he was killed in battle, his daughter, Takeyasha Hime, a great sorceress, continued her father's cause. With black magic, he summoned the huge Gashadokuro from the bodies of the dead soldiers to
She went on Scarlet Witch on them.
Gashadokuro is often
Like,
associated
eat a dick!
with the Japanese
Here's
festival
my skeleton
of
attacker!
in honor of deceased.
That's what you get for killing my dad!
During the event, people light lanterns and make offerings to protect their homes from evil spirits, including the Gashadokuro.
But they make offerings to who?
I don't know.
I'm curious. Like, who's
Maybe
the
they make offerings to
Gashadokuros?
him. He's supposed to be, you're supposed to try to satiate his hunger.
Oh.
If everybody puts a little food out on the doorstep, he's like Santa Claus.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
He ate my cookies and milk, Mom!
Have you ever heard of Shirime? Shirime is a yokai from
what
Japanese
the fuck?
folklore, a faceless human whose only bright eye is
they have the
in
weirdest
his
shit!
behind.
What?
He would show this eye by opening his buttocks.
What the hell?
According
How
to
the fuck do you
Japanese rural
turn?
stories, the Shirime like to approach travelers unexpectedly on dark, deserted roads, startling them by shouting their names. When
From
travelers
where?
returned to
Mouth?
someone calling them, the Shirime would open his buttocks to show his giant eye.
Ew!
Although it may seem like a harmless joke, some versions of the legend suggest that the Shirime was malevolent, attacking those
What the
unwary
hell?
to approach it. Despite his strange appearance,
My
the
eye butt.
Shirime was not necessarily evil, as he found joy simply in surprising travelers with his large eye.
Coming out of his ass! It's not the eyeball so much as the ass!
The ass eyeballs? I'm pretty sure it's the ass eyeball that's freaking people out.
I bet people call him an asshole all the time.
Lol. Probably.
Priceless.
Oh my goodness.
In Japanese folklore, Futakuchi Onna was a malevolent and cursed spirit.
Oh, I think I heard of this one.
Blonde-haired woman
Aren't they
with
all?
a gentle character. But she carried within herself a terrible curse.
Is this the
Her
Yuki-Onna?
hair had a life of its own,
Oh, no,
feeding
something
her
else. No.
mouth with sharp teeth.
There's a mouth on the back of her head.
Back of the girl's
Yeah,
neck. This
okay.
mouth was constantly
I seen that in
hungry,
one of the
acting
anime.
Yeah.
when no one was looking. According to
Yeah.
legend, Futakuchi Onna was a normal woman, but cursed with a second mouth on the back of her head as punishment for her greed or avarice. These women
Damn.
were usually stepmothers who had neglected the children of her husband's first marriage, denying them food to give priority to her legitimate children.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
They were cursed for their greed and avarice.
That is a fair punishment.
Well, fuck you! Now you have an extra
Damn.
mouth!
I have venom in your head.
Venom head!
Dude. Oh, whoops. That's right.
Bake Kujira is a yokai, or supernatural creature or monster in
What
Japanese
the fuck?
folklore. It is known as the ghost whale.
Ghost
According
whale!
to legend, Bake Kujira was the spirit of a whale hunted and killed by humans, and came to haunt the seas seeking
Fucking
them.
Moby Dick.
It appeared as
It's
a
the
large
ghost
skeletal
Moby Dick!
whale,
Fuck yeah!
covered in seaweed and
Uh-huh.
buttons, with glowing red eyes, emitting a sad cry that could be heard over long distances.
Aw, that just makes me sad.
This was
If
a
he's
bad
like,
omen, causing
And
death
yet they still hunt
disaster
them.
wherever it appeared.
right?
According to some stories,
Like, now we have a
Bake
whole
Kujira could
story
create
about
strong
ghost whales.
storms and capsized
Yeah,
ships.
fuck it. We'll still kill him.
Despite his frightening appearance, Bake Kujira was.
Leave the whales alone.
Some people believe he was a symbol of respect for nature and for the balance of ecosystems.
Huh.
Its legend has been
As
passed
a ghost?
down for
It's the
centuries
eco
in
ghost.
Japan.
Makes sense. He's like, I am whale.
Ghost whale. Banana. I feel like Aquaman should write on it.
Oh. Oh my god. That would be really funny.
The Tenome is a yokai from Japanese folklore, known for his eerie and disturbing figure.
Oh my god, like Pan's Labyrinth?
Humanoid creature with large
Oh,
eyes
yeah.
in the center of its hands. The legend goes that this is the ghost of a blind man who was robbed and murdered, and, prior to his death, sought to punish his assailant.
Yeah.
The creature now wanders in
I mean, who
search of
wouldn't?
revenge, searching for the evildoer.
Yeah,
Someone
that's, like,
robbed me and
fair.
killed me. I'd want revenge. Fuck
This
that
yokai
bitch.
is known for being
Same.
tricky and menacing. It roams the streets and remote areas, creeping around in the shadows and frightening unsuspecting passers-by. The
Okay,
Tenome
but-
enjoys inflicting fear and panic on the people it finds.
Okay, so
This
doesn't that
yokai
just
can
make you as
spring
big a
suddenly
dick as
from
the
its
person that
hiding
robbed
spot,
you?
flashing its giant
Right.
eye in the palm of its hand to terrify those around. It wanders at night, led by the eyes in its hands, and it is rumored that it can smell
Ew.
on human beings. Should it capture a person, it can sap their life energy or even gobble them up.
What?
Stories of close encounters with this mysterious
Don't
one-eyed
eat
yokai
me!
have been passed down for generations,
Lol.
boosting its reputation as a classic.
Boogity boogity
boo!
Tenome's presence calls the notion that intense, unfulfilled desires can have after-death consequences.
Damn. So
Okay, but
he's saying it.
he's supposed to want revenge
Uh,
on the motherfucker that robbed and murdered him. But instead he
YOLO.
picks on other motherfuckers. I'm like, wait, that doesn't make any sense.
The Nue is a creature from Japanese folklore possessing a raccoon's body, a monkey's head,
It's Renji's
a
Bankai!
snake's tail, and tiger's limbs. This unique blend of different animals represents the merging of different forces of nature, turning it into a mysterious and fearsome being. This symbolism is firmly rooted in Japanese mythological beliefs and traditions. Legends say that the Nue is a harbinger of misfortune and disaster, spreading disease and sudden death wherever it appears.
But why?
Its mysterious cries are already a harbinger of disaster.
what?
The Nue is associated with storms and is considered a lightning yokai, with a symbolic role like that of the Chimera in Greek mythology.
Yeah.
The story around the Nue and Emperor Konoe is
It looks
among
a
the
lot
most
like the
popular
Chimera from
legends
Greek.
related
Fair
to this
enough,
mysterious
fair enough.
entity in Japanese folklore.
Yeah.
The tale is based on the Emperor's unsettling dreams and the brave intervention of a samurai warrior. Emperor Konoe started experiencing a mysterious illness towards the end of the 12th century. On top of his
Okay.
physical ailments, he was constantly plagued by nightmares. During the night, a black cloud
Damn.
hovered over the imperial palace.
That sounds like it
Strange
sucks.
sounds and ominous feelings.
Sucks to be you.
Many people believe that this cloud was a manifestation of the Nue, which had the ability to bring disease and catastrophe. So serious was Nue's threat that
He's like,
something needed to
"Heh."
be done to protect the emperor and the kingdom. Minamoto no Yorimasa, a well-known samurai warrior, took it upon himself to step forward at this critical time. He took up his bow and arrow. When the Nue appeared that night, Yorimasa, applying his skill
I'm too
and
interested in this
accuracy,
one. It's
fired
quiet.
a well-aimed arrow at the creature, mortally wounding it. To prevent the Nue from returning to inflict more damage, the creature's body was thrown into a boat and carried out to sea. The spot where the Nue was defeated is today known as Nuezaka, a small hill in Kyoto, named in remembrance of the event.
Wow.
To
I'll
reward
be
his
damned.
bravery and skill, Minamoto no Yorimasa was given a famous sword called Shishio, meaning sword of the lion. This legend bears witness to the
Damn.
fearlessness and duty of samurai
He
warriors.
got a sword and
The
shit.
Nue may
I want
be
a sword
seen
like
as
that.
a manifestation of human anxiety and fear, and embodies
Right.
the unknown, that which
Fucking
finds in
badass
shadows
sword.
and brings misfortune. Nevertheless, like many yokai, the Nue also stands as a reminder of the natural world's complexity and the way in which all things are connected.
If
In
you
these
say
days,
so.
the
What?
Nue thrives in Japanese
I did not
culture,
Get
I don't
that
get
from
that
it
from
at
that,
all.
but alright.
folklore.
Sure.
It is frequently depicted in films, anime, and literature, acting both as a creature to be feared and as a symbol of the complex web
I
of
think this
stories
one comes out
and
in
traditions
Persona.
that shape Japan's cultural landscape.
Persona!
And it's like a
I started playing Persona and I
Boogity, boogity.
haven't finished it yet.
which one?
I think it's 3 or 4. I can't remember. 4.
Ushikuni, the
Persona
bovine
4
demon,
Golden.
is a mythical creature of Japanese
Oh.
folklore found in several locations.
Persona 3 is
across the
better.
West. He had a monstrous demon
Well, it was my
spider-like
first time
body,
playing any
as well
Persona,
as the
so-
hide and head of an ox or cow.
Well, what
Oh.
the
Fangs
fuck?
were sharp,
Fair
with
enough.
long claws,
Spider
as
cow!
well as glowing red eyes that struck fear into the hearts of those who saw them.
Why?
The Ushioni inhabited.
I don't
Why
know.
is that so funny?
The cow
had a
head would
cruel
make me
and
less
evil
scared for
temper.
some reason.
Their powerful roar could be heard from miles away. The Ushioni.
You're like, I don't know if I should be scared or if I should laugh.
Human
Like,
beings. They were extremely aggressive and territorial, attacking anyone who came close to their
Ole!
domain. The Ushioni are an iconic
Do you think the whole thing
Why
would
do they
taste
have
like
weird
cow?
tongues?
representing the dark and terrifying
A lot of
side
them have long
supernatural
tongues.
beings.
Holy
Yes.
shit.
Their appearance and aggressive behavior made them a fear.
Besides
I'm
the
not- like, if
eyeball
you-
butthole monster.
Like, it's got the body of a spider, but would it still taste like cow?
Yeah, like, okay, what's the percentage of cow to spider taste? Like, is it like an oversized spider with a cow head, or is it like a cow body that's been mutated to look like a
The
spooter?
sliding paper
I don't
doors
know.
and windows in old Japanese houses are known as shoji. These can easily be damaged and, if not properly cared for, can be filled with holes. When the
Okay.
shoji goes too long without a repair, a swarm of ghostly eyes can spring up from these gaps
What
and
the
see
fuck?
everything happening inside the house. Mokumokuren is a yokai from Japanese mythology.
sounds like something
commonly
born out of
found in
paranoia.
shojis, or tatamis and walls.
Yeah.
He is harmless,
Sometimes
but
I
quite
feel
frightening.
like my
He
walls are
usually works
watching
together
me.
with other Tsukumogami, yokai found in possessed objects. A Mokumokuren can only be removed by plugging all the holes. According to the Japanese, the Mokumokuren are the traditional inhabitants.
I don't know
of
if I could live in a
abandoned
house with
houses
walls
and
made of
remind us
paper.
to always maintain the house.
I feel like I would break the walls a lot, because
Yep.
I'm clumsy.
Yeah, me too. I have sheetrock walls and I still got holes in the motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I spent the weekend patching the fuckers.
It happens. Houses need to be patched up.
Ushioni, the bovine demon, is a
What?
mythical creature of Japanese.
we
Why
saw
did
this
they
one.
redo this
found
one?
in several locations
They-
across the country's west.
It
He
got
had
a double play.
monstrous demon spider-like body, as well as the hide and head. Kijimuna are small, childlike, and humanoid creatures.
I want one
with
as a
round
pet.
faces, large almond-shaped eyes, and bright red or green hair. Living in the Fig Opunsha forests of Okinawa,
I want one as a
Japanese
pet.
prefecture. Kijimuna are playful and intriguing beings.
Are they like
frequently playing
fairies?
tricks on humans or leading them astray.
No,
in the
that's San
forest.
Francisco.
They are also known for their shyness
Oh, okay.
and for being easily offended. If someone is disrespectful or harms their habitat, they can become vindictive and stir up plenty of trouble. The Kijimuna dwell in the dense groves of Figepuncha Forest, known locally as banyan. These ancient trees are sacred in Okinawan culture. The Japanese believe that harming or cutting down a banyan tree, where a Kijimuna resides, can bring misfortune and bad luck.
Okay, leave the trees alone.
Folklore, people are advised to respect the Kijimuna and to leave food or clothing
Give
offerings
him
to
treats.
Figepunchas to soothe
They
them
sound like
and
they're
ensure
friggin'
good luck.
adorable little kid
Anyone
things.
who encounters a Kijimuna,
They're like, here's some
kindly
treats.
may
And they're
receive
like,
blessings
yeah.
or help in return.
I'll take this, I'll take that.
This sounds like they'd be like characters from a kid's show.
Yeah. Lol.
Now they need a catchy theme song.
Nurikabe was a legendary
I'm like,
Japanese
wait.
creature,
Now I can't think of anything.
wall or barrier capable of
I mean, they
blocking
got
the path
demons
of
for
Well,
everything. It's a fucking
The
demon
name
wall.
literally means plaster wall. According to legend,
That comes out and goes for Tokyo also.
roads at night, blocking
We got
the way,
eyeball ass,
hindering or
demon wall.
disorienting travelers. The creature was
Crab
so
cat.
large that it could
Eyeball-
not be overtaken,
Eyeball walls.
refusing to clear the way. Some accounts described it as
Cow
having a human
spider.
countenance. Others
Yeah.
claimed it had no face or even features.
Japan is wild.
The
Fuck.
legend has different
What's
variants.
been all that
but
opium
many
from the
pointed
past?
out that the creature was not
my God.
evil, just mischievous or even
What?
helpful in some cases.
Opium,
Hello.
opium houses were
Travelers
very
polite
popular
and
back then.
respectful to Nurikabe. He could get out of
True.
the way and allow them to pass. If they were rude or disrespectful, the creature could get angry
I mean,
and
you think
attack
about
them.
all that opium, and you're like, now these creatures make a lot more sense.
They're like, dude, the wall is alive. And they're like, bro, I think you spoke too much.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta know when to stop.
Like, I'm cutting you off, bro. You keep saying the walls are alive.
As the guest room child, the Zashiki Warashi is a captivating and endearing
What?
household spirit from Japanese
Oh.
folklore.
I know about this
This
one too.
legend surrounds the belief that these mischievous and playful spirits reside in old houses, bringing good luck and prosperity to their inhabitants. In many traditional Japanese homes, there was a belief that having a Zashiki Warashi in the house would bring good luck and blessings to the family.
Yeah.
These spirits were the souls of children who had died prematurely or tragically.
That
The
sounds
Zashiki
awful.
Warashi would then choose a particular house to reside in as childlike apparitions. Lovely, mischievous, and playful beings, the Zashiki Warashi were like children
Yeah, if
with
that
small
happened in
statures,
America,
rosy
it'd be
cheeks,
bad shit.
and dressed
We're like,
in
fuck, it's a
traditional
ghost kid,
Edo
run!
clothing. They would walk around the house,
Yeah.
and making playful noises, sometimes rearranging objects or pranking the residents.
That
The
sounds like a
Zashiki
poltergeist.
Warashi would bring good fortune to the household, providing a good harvest, financial success, and all-around happiness for the
Like
family.
America, they're fucking
Its
creepy as
presence
shit.
was viewed
Japan?
as a blessing,
Oh no, they're our
and
best
families
friends.
often treated it with respect, laying down offerings of toys and sweets in hopes of pleasing the spirit and receiving its favor.
Yeah, I heard
But
some
these
people
spirits were
have like
also
whole
known for
rooms
being
dedicated
and
to this
elusive,
spirit.
vanishing if they ever felt under threat, or if the family failed to show them due respect.
Ooh.
Legend has it that when a family went through a spell of bad luck or misfortune, the Zashiki Warashi had left. The belief in the Zashiki Warashi is still part of Japanese folklore and culture. There
Yeah.
have been numerous reports of sightings and encounters throughout history. Many people believe that such spirits continue to dwell in some old houses, even in modern times.
Yeah.
bringing an enduring charm and mystery to this piece of folklore.
They make like rooms where they put the offerings for them if they think they have one in their house.
In college, I had a roommate that was a theology major, and he had a shrine to Thor. He worshipped Thor.
Uh-huh.
He asked us all, like, whenever we'd come in to, like, nod or show respect to his
The sliding paper doors
altar
and
to
windows
Thor.
in old Japanese houses are known as shoji.
Oh, I
These
mean,
things
I'm-
can be damaged, and if not
But why?
properly cared for, can be filled with holes.
He just asked. It
When the
wasn't like he's
shoji
like, you
goes
don't
too
have
long
to. I
without
just
a
like it. I
repair,
would appreciate
a
it.
swarm of ghostly eyes can spring.
Oh.
He wasn't rude about it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not saying that don't
The
do
Sagari
that,
is a
but
strange mythical creature from
that's the
Japanese
first I heard of that.
resembling
Usually people are really private about that.
with a flowing mane. He used to fall from mulberry trees
Yeah,
to
well,
frighten
I used to have
travelers.
great friggin'
He is
discussions
known
about
as the Sagari
religions with
Kubi,
him.
which means hanging neck.
Again, he was a
According to
theology
legend,
major. He was all
Sagari
about
was
that
the
shit.
vengeful spirit of a horse that died in a
that's
cruel
cool.
and unjust death, rotting where it lay. He is
Ugh.
said to haunt the site of death, seeking revenge against
Oh,
those
gross.
who wronged him. Sagari will appear on dark and stormy nights, floating
Well,
in
this
the
ghost
air
makes
with his
sense.
neck stretched out, looking for his next victim. In other versions, Sagari does nothing, just appears in front of someone's face and emits an unholy cry.
What the
But
fuck?
those who hear the neighing and screaming may experience a nasty fever.
I'm
so
thinking
watch
about
out.
Artax from the Never-Ending Story.
Oh my god. It didn't end there.
No, he's a ghost.
It
that
was
does this
never
shit.
ending. Our taxi story was never ending.
Now he pops in front of faces, people's faces and makes weird sounds.
It's like boogity boogity boo.
Originating in the Edo period, Juboko is a mythical tree in Japanese folklore that grew in areas where many people had died.
Oh, we heard
such
about
as
this earlier.
battlefields or cemeteries.
Oh yeah.
The tree would have a pale
Vampire
white
tree.
bark filled with sharp thorns. It
Yeah.
fed on the blood of those who had died violent or unjust deaths. According to legend, if
Damn.
someone passed by a Jukobo tree at night and heard blood dripping, they would have to flee as quickly as possible. It was a sign that the tree had recently fed on human blood.
Ew.
In some versions, the Jukobo tree could also take the form of a beautiful woman to lure innocent victims.
What?
In other tales,
Yeah.
Jukobo could resurrect the dead by feeding them blood. This would be a way for the spirits of the dead to
Freaking
take revenge
necromancer
on the
trees?
living.
Yeah! I want one now. I'll keep it in my house. Necromancy
A
can be fun. It's just like recycling.
Oh. Oh my god, recycling.
Nupepo is a yokai from Japanese folklore.
What the
He
fuck?
had a flabby body, like a piece of meat. His odor resembles
So an
rotten
American.
flesh and could be found in ruins, cemeteries, or dilapidated areas.
Ew.
This bizarre and frightening yokai, riddled with creases and protrusions, had no facial features, but only random lumps and bulges.
Ew.
According to legend, his flesh could
Sounds
be
like
used
one
to
of my high
produce
school
an
teachers.
extremely powerful elixir to cure
Oh my God.
diseases. Despite
There's
his
always one.
Nupepo was not a malevolent creature, just a solitary and peaceful
Nasty
being,
and flabby
posing
with
no
weird
threat to
protrusions.
humans.
I was like, yeah, that
In the
sounds
Edo
accurate.
period, a Nupepo is said to have previously appeared in Sunfu Castle.
It's like a turd with legs.
The shogun's servants tried to capture the yokai, but he was too quick.
It kind of looks like a
Despite
sack of
Nupepo's lazy
potatoes.
appearance, he could be surprisingly agile when needed.
He's fat and nasty,
It's
but
like-
he's quick if he needs to be.
Yeah, I always find that funny where it's like, it's all fat and deformed or whatever, but also it's fast, like really fast. And you're like, oh shit, what the fuck?
Gagoji was reportedly a ghost of an Oni demon who haunted the Gangoji temple.
A ghost of a demon?
Dressed in monk's clothing.
In the
He would
temple?
call out to attack children in the temple.
Oh shit.
According to legend, strange deaths began to occur at Gangoji Temple, and everyone suspected that there was a yokai there. A new temple apprentice wanted to solve the
Okay.
mystery. He waited all night until the monster appeared. Grabbing it by the hair, the
Oh,
apprentice
shit.
ripped off Gagoji's entire scalp.
Ew.
Still managed to
Damn.
escape. Following the trail of blood left by the yokai, he found the
Ew.
tomb of a rather slothful and evil former temple servant. The servant's ghost
Ah.
had turned into this terrible demon, defeated
Oh,
by the
gross.
apprentice. Owing to his achievement, he became a priest in the temple, and Gangoji's scalp turned into one of Gangoji's sacred treasures.
What?
Well, okay then. I ripped off his fucking hair. Now it's a
Now
treasure.
it's a sacred treasure. Yeah, like, what the hell?
Most people would call that murder.
Not that guy.
Oh, god damn it.
Anenras are demons or divine deities of darkness and smoke in Japanese mythology. They lurk in fires, and when they emerge, they appear as a billowing blob of smoke or mist resembling.
Oh my god, it's
Anera is
oh my
smoke
god.
personified.
I forgot the name of that character from
Anera was seen as a
Ferngully.
symbol of purity
Oh,
and enlightenment.
Hexus.
It could,
Yeah,
however, be
yeah,
used
the one
as a
voiced by
weapon. It
Tim
could cause
Curry.
disease or
Yes!
possess the bodies of
One of the
humans who
best
breathe in its
characters.
smoke. Modern
Yeah.
In fact, I love that
suggested
movie. I
that
can't
its
believe
name
more
sounds
people
like
don't know it.
Enma,
Robin
the Lord
Williams
of
was in
Hell,
it. It was
and
great.
arbiter of the
Yeah.
As
But his
hell
song was really good,
smoke
too.
environment, Anenra
Yeah,
can
it
Both
was-
of them, Daddy's song and Hexus' song.
He was
This is
so
why the Anenra
evil,
would only
and
ever
it
be
was so
visible to
nasty,
someone
but
with
at the
a
same
calm and
time,
pure
he just
heart
brought
and
sex
mind.
appeal to it.
Yeah. With his freaking sexy British voice.
He just made that villain like, God, you know what? I like him.
You're
I know
like,
I shouldn't,
huh.
but I do.
Yeah, you're like, dang, I mean, you're like literally the personification of pollution, but also, I guess I can deal
Damn.
with that. Like,
Gaki are a group of supernatural beings in Japanese Buddhism, known
What?
as hungry ghosts. They are haunted spirits of deceased individuals who were corrupted by intense greed, selfishness, and
Oh.
desire during their lives.
So they have
Damn.
the
These
orange
Spirits
lantern
are
ring.
reborn in a realm of suffering and unquenchable
My
hunger.
level of
or, oh
nerd.
yeah,
The Gaki have skinny
totally
necks,
forgot about the orange
thin
lanterns.
necks, all of which
Ah, I'm
epitomize
glad
their
somebody else
eternal
knows.
hunger and unfulfillment.
Oh,
Their mouths
thought I was
are
gonna be
curiously
hanging out on the
tiny,
branch by
preventing
myself
them
there.
from eating the food they desperately want.
I think, isn't there only one orange lantern?
The samsara
Yeah, because he
cycle
killed all
in
the other
Buddhism
ones.
entails
I'd
the
agree.
Oh,
continual
fuck.
I want all your
Yeah,
shit.
that makes sense.
process. The 6 realms
Yeah,
of
that
being
makes sense.
represent distinct states of existence in which beings can be reborn based on their
That sounds like an
karma and
orange
previous
lantern thing.
lives.
Yep.
These beings
There's
belong
only
My
one
favorite
because he
land-
killed all the other
in
ones
Buddhist
to steal their
cosmology,
shit.
representing the realm of
Yeah.
suffering caused by
My
attacks
favorite
and
lantern
desire,
is
resulting
the red
in
lantern,
karma from actions
Dexstar.
driven by
Yes,
excessive
the cat.
greed, jealousy, and
Dex-
selfish.
He's awesome.
The Gaki suffer from
He is an
hunger,
angry kitty.
but their desires can never be fulfilled.
I
due to their
showed
small
my
and
daughter
inadequate
like all the
mouths.
story of Dexstar, and
Buddhist
her
teachings
mind was
suggest that
completely
Gaki
blown
can
by
free
it.
themselves from this state through compassion, generosity, and positive karma. The Gaki serve as
I
a
saw it and I was like,
reminder
now
and
with Dexstar in this one, I would be
pointing out
pissed too.
the
Like,
nature of
I really
excessive
hope,
desire
like,
and
they said
the
that they're doing
importance
a
of
Lobo
nurturing
movie
spiritual
with
virtues in
Jason
one's
Momoa.
life.
I really hope they do a good job on Lobo. I love Lobo. He's fucking hilarious in the comics.
I don't know too much about that character, but I think I've seen pictures. I think Jason Momoa would be a good fit.
He's definitely got the look, but the character is also hilarious. Oh my god, if you ever get the chance, watch some clips on YouTube.
The Yama Orochi is a kind of Tsukumogami, Japanese folk creatures.
He's like a
arising from
douchey
household
Superman,
objects
yeah.
that become alive after
He's
being
like as
used
strong
for a
as
long
Superman. He's
time.
actually beat Superman in fights before.
The Yama Orochi is a metal
Oh, shit.
turned opaque and rust.
But he rides a motorcycle and talks
It
all
means
kinds of
mountain
shit.
wind in Japanese,
Lol.
resembling a bear-sized porcupine with a long, sharp snout and a rust.
He's like, fuck you, Clark Kent.
Its spikes are as sharp as
Yep.
swords and can easily puncture.
Super
flesh.
these nuts.
Highly intelligent and capable of deceiving its prey, the Yama Orochi blows.
If
its
they
sharp
did him
spikes
right,
into
I'm sure a
people,
Lobo movie would
sickening or
fucking.
even killing
He'd
them.
basically be almost
The
like
Yama
the
Orochi
DC
inhabits
version
the
of
mountains
Deadpool for
and is
comedy
often
relief.
perceived as a sign of bad weather.
Oh.
It can control the weather and conjure up storms and blizzards. The Yama Orochi can fly and use its windstorms to cover long distances. The stories about the Yama Orochi are many and varied, but most involve describing the creature as dangerous and a troublemaker.
But it's a broom
This
head.
yokai reminds us to take diligent care of our belongings.
Apparently it's supposed to be a porcupine head.
It looks like a broom.
It does. Like those
It's
old
a demon
school
that's supposed to
straw
remind you
brooms.
to take care of your shit.
Lol. It's a demon that's like, hey, have you swept your house lately? And you're like, oh, fuck, I haven't.
I should tell my
Oops.
kids about that demon. They don't
The
take care of any of their
Nure
toys.
is a beautiful woman who attracts her victims with her charm and fake distress.
They're gonna be like,
Her
ah!
true form is revealed when she displays her lower body, which is that of a giant serpent. Her upper
Awkward.
body is human, with long flowing hair and pale skin,
So,
adding
like,
to her charm.
They see like her chi-chis and they're like, oh, hell yeah. But then they see the snake and they're like, oh, no.
Ona
Fuck!
draws fishermen or unsuspecting travelers to their depths by pretending to be in danger or in need of help. As she gets closer, she attacks her victims, pulling them into
It's
the water.
funny how often that works.
Tail, and
Like
drowning
every
them.
female
Right.
ghost,
The name
they're like,
Nure
look at my
Ona can be
boobies. I'm
translated
gonna
as
lure you to
wet
so I can
woman,
eat you
suggesting
with
her
boobies.
close connection with water.
And then they're like, boopy,
Renowned for her
boopa.
tactics to lure victims.
And then they're like,
Nure
yum,
Ona
yum, nom,
has
nom,
a
nom.
range of supernatural
And I mean, I
powers.
guess the classics
Some
never
tales
die.
assert that she
Boobies
can
are
paralyze her
boobies. They're always
victims
gonna
with her
work.
gaze, or by
Lol.
breathing in a deadly
Yeah.
poison she releases. Some variations of the myth include
poisonous?
Nure Ona with a child whom she uses as bait to lure her victims.
I'm imagining
When
the child
kind-hearted
being like a
people reach
puppet
out
on
to
her
help
hand.
her, she unveils her hideous shape.
Is it like a real child?
Without mercy.
Or is
I
it
know.
not?
It just said some legends say she uses a child as a lure too. I was like,
Huh.
well, what if the child's not real? What if it's like a little puppet on her hand? She's like, ha ha, fooled you.
Oh, yeah. What if she does some like magic and it's like a bunch of shedded skin that looks like a child?
Ew.
Kasha, the legendary yokai from Japanese folklore,
It's
is the
Dexter!
cat-like demonic creature with
It's the
burning red
kitty!
eyes.
Angry
its body is
kitty.
covered in flames and dark fur.
He
The
does look
Kasha
pretty
has
angry.
Strength and agility. The Kasha is notorious for its unsettling habit of stealing corpses.
Ew!
Prowls at night, peering into funeral processions and cemeteries to snatch the bodies of wicked wrongdoers.
Oh.
Or those who have committed
Only-
severe crimes during their lives.
Okay,
Oh,
so it only
shit.
steals
It
bad
grabs the
guys.
corpse and hauls it away, soaring through the night.
Fair enough.
Fiery, spectral aura.
I want
the Kasha
one.
brings the stolen bodies to the realm of the dead.
Oh,
or
shit.
Straight to hell.
Oh.
Evildoers face their eternal punishment.
Okay, so it's like a
Goddamn.
hellhound, but a
Notwithstanding
cat.
its sinister reputation, the
cat
Kasha
hound.
is regarded
I mean,
as
a
a
hell
creature of
cat.
justice in Japanese folklore. Its deeds are seen as a means of punishing wrongdoers.
So it looks
and
evil,
making
but it's
sure
actually
that
a
they
good
face
guy. What the
consequences of
fuck?
their
I like it.
actions,
I want
even
one.
in death.
I'm down for that.
Kasha's
It's
origins
cool.
date back to ancient Japan, where the yokai would serve as a warning, stressing the importance of leading a virtuous life. Its mysterious nature.
And that makes me think of that story that happened where an elephant like trampled a lady and then it
Oh,
went
yeah.
to her funeral.
And went after the
trashed her
funeral too. Yep. I saw
And
that
then it
story. I was like,
trampled-
damn.
It trampled her corpse and then it went to her house and freaking
Tore her
destroyed
house
her
up, too.
house. Yeah.
It was like, fuck you in particular.
Yeah. I was like, oh shit.
Gorotabo is a vindictive yokai ghost.
Ew!
He emerged from the hapless spirit of a former rice field owner, who came back to seek revenge on those who left his rice field in ruins due to
What about
neglect and
cabbages?
ignorance.
My cabbages!
The myth goes that Dorotabo would arrive
My cabbages!
every night as a mud-covered rotting corpse,
Ew.
with 1 eye and 3 fingers, standing for the 3 chief vices: anger, greed, and ignorance. The ghost then
I feel like
wandered
that's
for
very
years,
specific.
bellowing in a mournful voice.
Yeah.
Give me back my rice field. This is a
My
warning
cabbages!
for those who neglect their rice fields, telling them that they should be punished if they do not look after them. It would continuously mourn and haunt the rice field, disturbing people until its offender either repented or sold the land to someone who could take proper care of their rice field. Rice is a staple food in
Take care of your shit or you're gonna get haunted.
It is rumored to be a display
My
of
own
Basically,
one eye.
yeah.
those who have worked hard to grow it.
Don't be a jackass or you're gonna get haunted.
Is a warning to those who neglect their rice fields, which have been their life's endeavor.
That sounds like something like a slave owner would make up just to make their people work harder.
Oh my god.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, get out in the field and work, or the ghost guy with 1 eye is gonna come get you.
With his 3 fingies.
For some reason, 3
With-
fingers, because 3 fingers are scarier.
Kawa no Kami is a river deity from Japanese folklore.
3 fingers are
He
scarier
is a
than 1
mighty
at.
spiritual entity.
I
who
remember
dwells
this
in
motherfucker.
rivers and is associated
He was
with
in
water
Spirited
as
Away.
natural force. Rivers are considered sacred in
Oh, is that what it was supposed to be?
and play a significant
Yeah,
role in
the river
people's
spirit.
lives, providing
Remember
water
it came
for
in, it was all
agriculture
nasty, and she
other
pulled out like the
purposes.
bicycle,
As
and
the
all this
legends
junk
go,
came out.
Kawa no Kami is
And
able
then he
to
said
control
thank
the
you
flow
and flew
in the
away.
rivers. When soothed and
Oh,
respected,
yeah.
the deity brings prosperity and blessings to the surrounding areas.
Oh, it's a deity?
Angered or
Yeah, it's a
affronted,
river
he can
spirit.
cause floods and disasters, bringing
Does
his
that
wrath
count? I mean,
down on those
that's a
who have
scary.
wronged him.
I mean, I guess,
To
but
avoid falling victim to the deity's wrath, people living near rivers often perform rituals and ceremonies to show their respect and seek protection.
that's right. You better.
These rituals can involve offerings, prayers,
You better not pee-pee in that river neither.
to ensure a harmonious
He'll get fucking offended. He'll be like, "Who the fuck pee-peed in my river?"
Kawa no Kami is viewed as a protective guardian of the local community, securing the well-being of the people and their livelihoods. Individuals would pray to the deity for a generous harvest, safe water journeys, and
I
protection
always
from
pee in the
floods.
pool.
While traditional beliefs in
Oh my
religion
God.
persisted in
What?
some rural
There's
areas,
chlorine in it.
modern reverence for Kawa no Kami
I've never
has
peed in
also
the
taken
pool,
on
but I
new
have
forms,
peed in the ocean, and it was really weird.
as sacred
I
and
peed in the
essential to their
ocean, and it
cultural
felt great
identity,
because the water was
stressing
cold.
the importance of preserving water resources and
It's like,
maintaining
ah.
a balanced relationship with nature.
I felt really weird peeing in the ocean because I was like, I feel like I should not be peeing in the ocean, but
Man,
all they had was outhouses, and I was like, oh hell no.
I wasn't anywhere near anything like that, and I was like, ah, fuck it, I'm going.
I mean,
There's-
peeing in
hey,
the
you
ocean
know
is
what?
one
There's
thing.
a lot of people that
Whose
fucking do
sole
that,
ability
and they won't
is to
admit
read
it, but you
minds
know
and
you
speak
do.
other people's thoughts.
Like,
It
Pee
ew,
in the
that's
ocean.
gross.
creature
I'm like,
with
motherfucker, you know
over-the-top
you pee in the
proportions,
ocean.
bulging eyes, and
Well, it's
wide
one thing to pee in the oceans, and another thing to poop in the ocean.
Oh, never done
Satori
that.
Can telepathically and immediately.
Neither have I, but I heard people have done it. I'm like, that's fucking nasty.
Yeah,
revealing
could you
their
imagine that
deepest
washing
secrets
up on the
and
beach
hidden
next to your
feelings.
sandcastle?
This power turns into
Ew.
a dreaded, intriguing, and
Or if you decided to take your lunch on the
crossing
beach,
paths with a Satori can
Ah.
be unsettling, as it exposes a person's innermost thoughts.
and there's extra chocolate, and you're like, wait,
desires.
wait a minute.
This may be psychologically
Why is there
distressing,
corn in it?
making its victims susceptible
Ew.
to manipulation. One of the most successful ways of getting rid of a Satori is to have dull thoughts. By reading
Dull
its
I
thoughts?
generally,
it may end up
What the
losing interest, finding that
I generally don't like to eat on the beach
while
because
the
sand
Satori
always
is
gets
often
in my
portrayed as
food.
a malicious character. Some
Oh.
folktales describe it
You
as
just
a
have to know how to
wise
do it
being.
right.
In such tales, it can
Oh,
offer
well, I
advice,
don't.
guidance, or even a glimpse of the future to those who
I like
I'm
going to
like,
beaches
well-
where I'm allowed to
Respect and
drink. I like to sit
sincerity.
and have a beer and a sandwich and just relax.
In my area, alcohol is allowed on the beach, but I think no glass containers, only aluminum. So
That sucks. Glass bottles are always
Yeah.
the better beer.
I think it's something about like preventing like littering, or because people have a tendency of smashing those johns all over the damn place. Like,
that appears
Yeah,
at
and then the
night
broken
to
glass
lonely
gets lost in the
travelers.
fucking sand. You
It
slice
looks
your
like
foot
a
open.
monk
I get
with
it.
an unusually
Yeah.
long neck that grows
Sounds like some
taller the
jackass
more the
ruined it
victim
for
looks
everyone
at it.
else.
If the victim
Yeah,
stays
probably.
on Mikoshi Noodle's head, its neck grows to the point where it becomes ready to strike. Among the best.
So now there's a guy version of the stretchy necked people?
I wonder if they tried to stop him too.
Okayama Prefecture.
Sit on his head!
Encountering a Mikoshi Noodle.
Oh god, that looks weirdly gross.
Focusing their eyes on the creature's feet and avoiding facing it, preventing it from growing.
Okay.
Many ways to avoid being killed by a Mikoshi Noodle exist.
You have to stare at
Some
his
say
feet
that we
and not
can
look
sing
at his
specific
head.
words to make the Mikoshi Noodle vanish.
What if his feet are like real nasty?
Smoke tobacco.
Oh,
or
I guess
estimate
it's
the
better
height
than his
of the
face,
Mikoshi
right?
Noodle to break its spell.
Like
The Mikoshi Noodle
long ass,
is a popular
thick ass,
figure in
yellow
Japanese
ass
folklore
toenails.
and reminds us of how dangerous curiosity can be and how important caution is when traveling at
Rusty
night.
feet.
Oh, I remember this girl. She was like, I hate saying fugly, but I mean, she tried a little too hard with people and like,
Oh my
she had,
god.
like she had like one titty that was like 2 sizes bigger than the other one.
Oh my god.
And we were at a party, and one of the girls puts her boobs on the glass, like sliding glass door.
One of Japanese
And everyone
folklore's
started
most
cheering.
disgusting yokai
But I
is
noticed
the
behind her,
Akaname.
I saw the other
Its
girl
name
grabbing
means
her shirt,
filth
and I was like,
licker
"Uh-oh,
or
she's
scum
coming!" I yelled,
washer.
"Hit the deck!"
It resembles a goblin.
And the people that
has an
heard me
extremely
ducked.
long and clammy
And the people
tongue.
that didn't, all of a sudden you hear everyone go, "Ah!"
The Akaname usually surfaces at night in dirty toilets.
It was
when
one of those
nobody is
reactions.
around and slurps up
Oh
the
my
smell
god.
dirt. Legend has it that the yokai is harmless, but its appearance
She thought
can be
everyone wanted to
disturbing.
see her naked,
It
and
is
no
often
one wanted to
associated
see
with
her
haunted
naked.
houses and derelict buildings.
Why would you just like volunteer to be naked though? Like at a
The Akaname
party? Like why would you just do that? Like
It
Some
only
people are like
pops
that,
up
I guess.
Where the owners lack any sanitary
Oh my god.
standards. The only thing to do.
Or
I
just,
knew a
like,
girl
look
that
at
liked to be
me.
naked all the
To
time.
avoid
Like if she
Akame's
was at home,
surprise
she'd be
visit to your
naked
home.
all the time. She never wanted to wear clothes.
I'm the opposite. I feel weird naked. I like clothes.
I have to have at least shorts on. I can't walk around in my underwear.
I don't like walking in my underwear. Oh, one thing I don't like is shoes though. I hate wearing shoes.
Me too.
Oh,
I hate
thanks
wearing
for the
shoes.
follow.
The Ubume is a ghost-like entity
I like
in
wearing
Japanese
sandals.
folklore, representing a woman who died
I wear
during
flip-flops
or
all the
shortly
time.
after childbirth.
I
Depicted
I
as a
like
tragic
slides,
fate,
not flip flops, because
at having
the little thing in the middle hurts my toes.
The Ubume appears to its living
Wait,
or
who's
traveling
this?
family members. It usually seeks to help look after its baby.
Hello?
The
Who's
Ubume
this
are
one?
often escorted by
Ubume, the ghost mother and her cursed
They
baby.
have long,
Oh.
disheveled hair and are dressed in white.
Wait, who
Japan's
followed? I don't
traditional
see a
mourning
follow.
color. Their eyes
Oh,
are
it just,
sunken and their skin is pale. Besides having a clone,
It just barely popped up.
people will perceive her as a normal-looking woman
Huh.
holding a baby who tries to hand him to someone and then disappears.
Oh well,
Once they
thank
have
you
the
for the
child
follow
in their
too.
arms, people realize
didn't
that
get
it
one.
is
Yeah.
more than a pile of leaves or a large stone. The myth says that the Ubume are followed by a loud wailing sound, said
Oh,
to be
God.
the cry of their unborn child.
I was like,
If a person adopts the child of an Ubume, they are cursed with bad luck.
Why?
This
oh, what the hell?
in the form of illness, poverty.
You can't have a fun. Well, you can't do a
You
kindness.
do something
Cursed
really
by the
nice
Ubume
for
do
someone,
exist. First,
and you get
the best
cursed?
thing to do is to steer clear
That's
of
fucked
it
up.
and do not accept its child.
Bullshit.
Another way is to say a prayer or perform a special incantation.
What's the freak? What's the lesson in this, man?
One can also appease the Ubume
Don't
by offering
take
a
in
gift,
people's
such as
children.
clothes or food.
What the fuck?
Stories surrounding the Ubume
Right?
often elicit a sense of sadness and empathy, as they depict the struggles and pain women went through during childbirth in ancient times, when medical care was scarce and mortality rates for both the child
So why
and the
do they
mother
get
were
cursed
extremely
then?
high during the labor. The Ubume acts as a reminder of human life's tragedies and mysteries, as well as the complexities and challenges faced by women, particularly in Japan's historical context.
Cursed, but
fucked up.
cursed baby. Why is it cursed baby?
No more cursed babies.
It should be like good.
Oh god, that reminds me of a story. New Year's Eve, we were at a friend's house.
Have you
and we
ever
were all
heard of
drinking.
Shinigami?
Yes,
These are
I have.
mysterious and mesmerizing characters from
I
Japanese
watched
culture,
Bleach, yes.
often featured in anime stories, manga, and legends. The word
right,
Shinigami.
Towards the
can
end
be
of the party, a
roughly
lot of people had
translated
got
as
home,
gods
and
of
my
death
friend was
or
going into his room
spirits
with
of
his
death.
wife.
Essentially,
and
then,
another of my
Shinigami
friends
are
said,
like guardians
"I
of the
dare you
underworld. They're
to
not
pull out of her
necessarily
mouth
scary.
and smack her
They
in the
have
face
unique
with it
and
and
interesting
yell, "Stop beating my
personalities
babies."
in many stories. But don't
Now,
just think
we
of
had
them
been
as
drinking.
villains.
Yeah,
They
he
play
dared
an
him to
especially
do
key
it.
role in Japanese culture.
We didn't think
They
nothing
are
of it, though,
responsible
because it was
for
just a
guiding
joke.
the souls of people
We
for
went
path
back, we
to
were
the
playing
next
Dragon
world.
Ball video
the
game.
Shinigami are
Alright.
tasked with making sure
Uh-huh.
that the souls
Like
of
you
people
do.
who have
But
perished
a little
are
while
guided
into it,
correctly
all
to
of a
the
sudden we
spirit
hear,
world.
"Stop
They
eating
do
my
not bring
babies!"
about
and
death,
screaming
but
from the
appear
other
when it is
room.
time for souls.
And he's
Oh,
like,
what
"I
the
did
fuck?
it!
Think
I
of them
did
as
it!"
guides or messengers
just
Oh, what
fucking...
the
our
fuck?
world and the next. They also bear responsibility for keeping
Yeah.
Oh my god.
life and death. This implies that
For
we need
for
to make sure
years
that everything
after that,
happens
whenever
as it
we'd go out
should,
drinking, if
without
we did
interference
shots,
or
we'd yell,
mistakes.
"Stop eating my
In some
babies!"
stories,
Slam the shot.
Shinigami may even have books or lists with the names of people whose time to go is drawing near.
Oh my
So
god.
that they can be ready to guide them. Some may be shrewd
Ugh.
and kind, while others
Oh
may
my
be
goodness.
mischievous or mysterious.
Yeah, I can't believe he did
This
it.
variety can make the stories of Shinigami interesting, as each of them can have.
I feel like, why would you do that? Like, what was the trade-off? What did he get?
Shinigami were not
He was
initially
dared to
depicted
do it,
as physical
so he took the
entities
dare.
in
Oh.
Japanese literature.
Oh my god. Did he even get money?
Conceptual, often
Nope.
associated with death
Just
and
the
fate,
pride of saying he
but
did
not
it.
personified as.
I'm
Oh my
surprised
God.
he didn't murder him.
This more abstract
Right.
nature reflected the traditional Japanese view of death as a natural and inescapable process, without the need for a specific agent to cause it. As Japanese literature and theater developed during the Edo and Meiji periods,
the fuck is this?
Shinigami
I totally
started
missed
to be
this one.
portrayed
Oh, the
more
Shinigami
tangibly. They were often connected with stories of tragic deaths,
Uh-huh.
entities that influenced or led individuals to meet their end. Interaction with the West during the Meiji period and later brought many cultural and social changes to Japan.
Yep.
This also influenced
Interacting
the
with
concept
people
of
with the
Shinigami,
West
possibly
ruined
inspired
everything.
by Western representations
Yeah.
of the Grim Reaper. The Shinigami started to be seen
Why doesn't
as
that
specific
Grim Reaper have a
gods
bottom
or
jaw?
spirits. This development
I don't know.
reflects the blending of traditional
Maybe he talked too
Japanese
much.
beliefs and ideas with Western
Oh.
concepts. Among the most well-known tales from them is the story of one Shinigami who came
I'm a
across
way
a
better
desperate
looking
man
skeleton than
who
him.
was trying to reach death. But the Shinigami told him that life is like a candle and is only extinguished when it burns out, and that the candle representing the man's life still had a long way to burn. To encourage
Alright.
the man, the Shinigami taught him how to ward off death by driving away other Shinigami so that he could earn some money and change his life. But the man soon gets
I know,
greedy
we've seen
as he's
Bleach.
earning a lot of money
At least I've seen Bleach.
and ends up burning the life
I've seen
candle
Bleach
even
and Death
faster,
Note.
dying just when he wanted to.
I've
get the
seen a
most.
little bit of Death Note.
Whereas death in the West is
I love
often
Death
seen as
Note.
something to be dreaded, traditional Japanese
I did not like
beliefs
the live
regarded
action
as
Death
a
Note.
normal part of the life cycle.
Netflix
Shinigami are
one?
seen as
Yeah.
agents who maintain this natural.
I never
Ugh.
saw that one.
Different from the Grim Reaper.
I mean,
I
who is
saw the-
often depicted as a
Willem
terrorist.
saw the live
Dafoe was the
action
only
one.
good part.
And the embodiment
Lol.
of death itself. The Shinigami's role is to ensure that people die.
I was like, why did they do a live action Death Note on Netflix if there's already a live action Death Note in Japan?
He tries to
Like,
calm them down.
Yeah,
and
I
leads
saw
them
the
peacefully
Japanese
to
one,
the other
but only
spiritual
like the
realm.
first part.
Shinigami have been completely reshaped
like,
into
I
complex,
think I saw both
charismatic
parts.
figures
That
of
one was
the
good, so I'm like,
especially at the beginning of the
why do we need an
20th
Americanized one, man? Just watch the Japanese one. Put that one on
is
Netflix.
the Death Note series, where the
Oh.
Shinigami are depicted as powerful beings who manipulate.
Why did they draw them
What,
that
whatever
way?
her
Like, their
fucking name is,
eyes.
that blonde
and
girl was a
motivations.
fucking idiot.
This modern
Misa?
portrayal contrasts
Yeah,
strongly
whatever
with
fuck
more
her name
traditional
was.
representations and
Man, her
Oh,
outfits are
she
really
drove
cute,
me
though.
nuts every time she was on the
Culture on
screen. I
mythology
was,
and
screen, I was
folklore.
like, ah, go away.
I don't even know what purpose she had besides to wear cute outfits and annoy what's his face.
an elusive sea creature
She was basically
resembling
plot
Western
device.
mermaids or tritons,
Ah.
known in Japan as the Ningyo.
Makes
literally
sense.
Meaning fish person.
That's what she felt like. There was
Its
not.
varied descriptions have surfaced over the
I just felt like
centuries,
she was
with
just
some
there to be a
depicting
plot
the
device.
Ningyo
That's all
as
she
more
felt
of
like.
a fish with human
I'm-
features,
Oh.
beautiful mermaid.
Deathly
This
in
exotic
love
Japanese
with the
version of
main
the mermaid has
character,
a charming,
and will do
melodic
whatever
voice,
he says
capable of
because I love him
mesmerizing
for some
sailors and
reason.
fishers.
I'm like, that's
Capturing a
fucking
Ningyo
dumb.
was believed to bring storms.
And then, like, from what I understood, he doesn't show any interest in her at all. He's just like, eh.
Ningyo meat
Yep.
is also said
And
to
she still
confer
does everything
eternal
he said.
youth or longevity on those who eat it.
Dang, she didn't even get any. She didn't even get the D. Like,
Is Yaobikumi, about a young girl eating the flesh of a Ningyo. And
she
gaining
was
immortality
dignitized and she didn't even get the
for
D.
hundreds of
Like,
years. Her existence turns
Yeah,
into
even
a
when they
learning
basically
journey
like
and
almost
reflection
tortured her,
on
she
life's
was like
transitory
giving
nature.
like sensory deprivation
Ningyo
type
mummies
shit.
originated during the Edo period
Oh my God.
from Japanese fishers.
They
and
suspected her, so
possibly
they had
other
to like
Asian
cover her
peoples
eyes and
who
her
stitched
mouth
together
and
the
ears
upper
and
body
shit
of a
and
monkey with the
have
lower
her
body
tied
of
up,
a fish.
and I was like,
Festivals
damn.
and rituals are still held in some
Damn,
Japanese
she's like,
cultural
"My
regions
clothes."
to honor Ningyo.
But I love
These
him.
events often praise the relationship between
Oh.
and the sea. as well as expressing respect.
And they're like, damn it,
for marine life.
tell us who he is.
She was so annoying.
I mean, heard of the Nekomata cat.
As for
this
the other
is a
shit,
yokai, known in Japanese folklore for its most distinctive feature, having two tails. The Nekomata is traditionally a domestic cat that changes.
I
into
love
a
the
yokai
the story and the plot, the way they
grows
did it
older,
in the
its
show.
tail is believed to split, leading to its
I love
name,
the whole
which
back and forth
literally
between
means
light
two-tailed
and
cat.
L.
This alteration is more physical.
Yeah.
It was just
endows the
it like the
Nekomata with
brain, the
supernatural powers,
thinking
including
and
the ability
shit.
to walk
I
on
thought
two
that was all
legs,
well
handle
written.
fire, and
But
even
Misa
control the
just felt
dead.
like a big drop
The
off.
Nekomata is a dual creature.
This feels like a
For
reach,
one
like
thing,
you're just
it is a
shoving this
symbol of luck
obvious
and
plot device
protection,
in here.
often associated with
Yeah, it's like,
longevity
why
and
is this here?
On the other hand,
Yeah.
it has a dark side, capable
Like-
of cursing and manipulating humans.
Yeah.
This dual nature translates.
Oh, man, I remember back when Death Note was popular, there was a lot of L fangirls, and I'm like, but why?
I like
Burning
L.
incense
He was
in
my
some
favorite
regions of
character.
Japan
He made
is
me
believed
laugh.
to soothe the Nekomata spirits.
He was
and
always
provide
so
protection
straight-faced, but
against
eating
their
junk
evil.
food all the time, and it was
The
just
lore
great.
of the Nekomata is steeped
Oh.
in mystery and magic.
The eccentric,
One
super
popular
smart guy. They're
legend
like, he's
tells
so
of a
smart, we just
Nekomata
let him do whatever the
taking
fuck he
revenge
wants.
on the vicious owner by tampering with his corpse to haunt and disturb the living. In other stories, they protect their loyal owners, providing wisdom and guidance. These different narratives reflect the complex relationships between humans and cats throughout Japanese
I want a
history.
magical demon cat.
The Nekomata's influence is
Hell
visible
yeah.
in many forms of Japanese art.
It's gonna be like meow.
They are common characters in manga.
I'd get them
anime,
boots and call them
films,
Puss in Boots.
Portrayed in a variety of ways,
Oh.
from affordable to terrifying. Their prevalent representation in contemporary
I mean, maybe that's who
culture
Puss in
reveals
Boots
how
was. He
ancient
was a
myths
Nekomata.
and legends continue to influence
Maybe.
and inspire today's
But he
generation.
only has one tail.
Their myth stresses the importance
Maybe
of
they just
respect,
left
Unless
the
he
other
was
one out of
hiding
the
it.
stories.
a notion.
Or yeah, he could have been
deeply
hiding
rooted
it.
in Japanese culture.
Or was amputated.
Oh god. His tail with his belt. He wore it like a belt, like the Saiyans.
According to Japanese folklore, consists of a spirit temporarily
make sense,
leaving its
actually.
body. This belief is deep-rooted in Japanese spirituality and is often associated with intense emotions or distressed mental states.
What?
The phenomenon is so overwhelming that it can occur while the person is still alive, differentiating it from traditional ghosts that appear after death. Ikirio, according to tradition, may be either involuntary or the result of esoteric practices.
Oh.
In involuntary cases, it is often brought on by repressed emotions or intense desires that are so powerful that they allow the soul to protrude outside the body.
So like the
Damn.
When
Hulk.
it comes to its abilities, an Ikirio may be able to affect the
Hulk
physical world,
smash!
inflicting harm or even possessing other people or objects. Stories about Ikirio are often laced
Hulk
with moral
mad!
lessons and warnings about the dangers of uncontrolled emotions. One classic example is the tale of a jealous woman whose Ikirio left her body in her sleep to torment a rival. These tales are common in No theater
Like you do.
and other forms
Yeah.
of classical Japanese literature.
I hate that
where
bitch
the
so much!
Ikirio is
I
often
haunted her
portrayed
in my
as
dreams.
both a destructive and redeeming force, depending on the circumstances. Ikirio is not just a
You
figure
got the
of
last
spirit,
fish at the
it also
supermarket,
symbolizes the profound
and I'm never forgive you for that.
experience. It represents the power of the human spirit to transgress physical limits, reflecting cultural beliefs about the interconnection between body, mind, and spirit. Ikirio concept has inspired several works of fiction and media in modern culture, including
Like?
films, books, and television series.
Like what?
Modern depictions often use Ikirio to explore themes of identity, loss, and the quest for meaning in an increasingly complex and interconnected world.
But like, but where?
Yeah, name some.
I want to know. I never heard of that Ikirio.
Japanese folklore's creativity appears to be limitless, with
Yeah,
Nimenju
they make
standing
up
out
some
among
weird
the
shit,
countless
like eyeball
exotic
ass.
yokais for its oddity. Literally translated as tree with human faces, this yokai
I will never
blends the
forget
cat's
eyeball
kingdom
ass.
with human features in a mystical
Yeah.
and disturbing way, epitomizing the intersection between the natural and the supernatural. The Nimenju is portrayed as a tree whose fruit bears human faces.
What the
These
fuck?
faces are not merely decorative, they convey a range of human emotions.
I think they had
As
something
the
like
fruit
this in
ripens,
Inuyasha.
the faces slowly show smiles.
I
The
vaguely
interesting
remember that. I
aspect
think
is
so.
that when they fall, the fruits let out terrifying cries.
Ew.
Detail that adds
I
a
fell on
core
my head!
dimension to their legend. The Nimenju is charged with
Wait, so is it just a face or is it like a head?
Interpreted as a representation of the union between humanity and nature. Also, the screaming fruit as it falls echoes themes of birth, death, and renewal, mirroring the continuous cycle of life and its
I don't know,
intrinsic
it still
connection
seems
to
like
the earth.
little
Nimenju is
faces,
often
they're falling
depicted
on their
in
heads, so they're
traditional
screaming
and
like,
contemporary
ow!
illustrations and
Motherfucker, that hurt!
Yeah.
These representations
They're like, what the fuck?
often explore the oddity and allure of this mystical tree, attracting both curiosity and fear.
Okay, but what
The
happens
image
if you
of
eat the
fruits
fruit?
with human faces,
Ew!
especially those smiling or screaming,
Is it bloody?
designed to emphasize the beauty and terror that often exist in
I'm
Japanese
gonna eat your
mythology.
face!
It's like, no, please.
How do you
sir,
talk about
spare
human
me.
face fruit and not talk about what happens if you eat it? That's gotta be
Right?
part of the
Is a
legend.
Japanese folklore creature.
Right?
It means tall woman. The
Tall
Takaona
woman.
is
Okay.
described as a woman who had no beauty, but who could transform into a hideously tall figure. This
If you
yokai
eat the
often
fruit,
extends
you will
her
like
body to
Sakura
peek through the
more
windows
than
of the
Hinata.
upper floors of houses,
Oh, God.
particularly in brothels
That's
and
terrible.
residences. The Takaona is known to be associated with jealousy and envy. She is described
Nobody
as
wants that.
That's a horrible
as the
fate!
spirit of a woman who had suffered from
Yeah.
depression or heartbreak because she was not beautiful. Powerless to overcome her feelings, she turns into a creature able to stalk one and haunt those who live their lives normally. Her
Don't eat
ability
the
to stretch
fruit!
Her body symbolizes her unquenchable curiosity and eagerness to pry into other people's
Have you played
lives,
Fatal
especially to
Frame,
discover
Maiden of
secrets.
Darkwater or
One of
Blackwater?
her most terrifying attributes is
No, I saw a little bit of like the first Fatal Frame, but then I got spooked.
unsettling and out of proportion
I
figure
played Maiden of
with
Blackwater
arms
and they have a
legs
ghost
that
of a
seem
tall
to defy
woman.
human anatomy.
Oh.
This change underscores the
Just like
yoga's
chilling
supernatural
at-
and disturbing nature.
I think the original
rendering
Fatal
her a
Frames, the older
terrifying
ones,
presence
were
to those who
creepier than the
encounter
newer
her.
stuff.
The Takaona is often seen
Yeah, I had seen a little bit of a playthrough of I think the first one, and I was like, this be creepy.
reflecting a common theme in Japanese
Yeah, the weird
folklore
ghosts
of
that would
spirits
pop up and
that
you had
are
to have your
created from
camera to see 'em.
intense, unresolved
That was neat.
human emotions.
I
Her
thought that
story
the
is a
pictures
cautionary
looked a
tale
lot
on the
creepier in the
dangers of
original.
envy and unquenchable curiosity,
Yeah.
manifested in a shape that is both tragic and frightening.
I streamed a playthrough, and I was yelling at my screen in one scene. Like, you have a
The
camera
fascinating
to
realm
fight
of
these
Japanese
spirits,
folklore features a
and this
creature
thing
that
happens where
combines
you see the
seductive
spirit
and
coming,
terrifying elements.
but it's a cinematic.
Translated
I'm like,
literally as woman with
why
hair.
do you not have your
Keijo
camera out
is
and
described
firing
as an
right
attractive
now
looking
instead of
lady
waiting for it to
dressed
get
a
in your
kimono,
face?
but with a
Right.
quirk.
Yeah, let's
Upon
just
trying
sit
to see
here
the
and
beautiful
watch.
Woman's face. Her victims notice that her face is in fact covered by long.
You're like, I'm just gonna see what's going on
features from online,
right now.
but can
This
also
horrible
be used
demon
I know,
monster
it's a-
climbing out of this box with
Keijo's
black
legend
water
is
all
usually
over the
tied
place.
to vice
I'll just stand here and
establishments,
watch,
such as
even though I've been
brothels
doing
or
this
Just
for
like-
hours. I
locations
know exactly
Like,
what's
oh,
gonna
wow.
happen.
Keijo is thought to be the restless spirit of one of these women, who died tragically of bore-deep resentment. Her spirit comes back to haunt the places where she lived, luring victims with her beauty before revealing her true, frightening nature. Some
Okay.
versions of the legend speak of customers or
But her
brothel
face
owners
is hidden,
who
so
are
how is
cruel
she
or
luring
unfair
people
to
with
these
her
women,
blue
leading
beauty?
to
Is she
vengeful
just
spirit being
flashing
created.
titties all over the place?
When victims approach Kejuro, she
I think so. She whipping them out, and they're like, "Oh hell yeah!" And then she's like,
those
"Gotcha,
who fall.
bitch! I'm a monster."
According to some versions,
And
A friend of
they're
mine
like, "Oh,
played that
shit."
game,
endlessly,
beat it though. The
reaching
game
her
is very
victims from a
stressful.
distance.
Yes, I beat the game
Kejuro
too.
legends were told to pass
I
on the
feel like it
lesson
is
that
cursed.
looks
I had
can be
so much
deceiving,
stuff trying to play
and
that game.
justice may manifest
Oh,
Crashes
damn.
left
in
and right.
surprising
Oh my
ways.
god.
Ooh.
The Atsuki Arai is a yokai known for washing atsuki beans and is frequently found near bodies of water, where
The
it
fuck?
appears to be busy rinsing its beans.
What?
It is described as a tiny, wrinkled creature.
I know
often
they
mistaken
mean
for
actual
an
beans,
old
but I'm
man
thinking of
or a
him
child.
washing his nutsack.
This unique yokai is
Hell.
known for the
He's
distinct
washing
sound it
his
makes
beans!
while washing the beans.
It's just like
It hums a
spreading
tune
them and
that
kind of
says,
like
"Should I wash
squatting
the
to like
beans
dunk them
or
real
should I
weird
eat?"
in the shallow
While
end.
not a malicious
Teabags.
yokai, the Atsuki Arai
Yeah.
has an element of danger. Its song suggests that it can
And he's like,
Beans,
"Oh, I just gotta get
nothing
them
but
in just
beans.
right."
harmless, and the other evil. Such duality is common.
He's like, "I gotta let the water of the river wash him just right."
Harmful and harmless. Whenever people hear the distinctive sound of the Atsuki Arai,
Give me some
they want
privacy,
to
I'm washing
avoid
my
its source,
beans.
as they never know whether the yokai would prefer to continue washing
Just the beans.
or go after a human. The yokai's noises can be still heard nowadays, But we now know that the sound made by the Azuki-Arai is made by a kind of Japanese weasel.
So the weasels were washing the beans?
I don't know. Where do weasels come into play here?
One of the numerous yokais of Japanese folklore, Hitosume Kozo, has a special place due to
Why
its
does he remind me of Krillin?
Literally translated as one-eyed boy, it is often depicted as a small Buddhist monk, with a robe and a shaved head, from which its large eye stands out. Its height is comparable to that of a small child, but its demeanor and one eye lend it a mysterious and supernatural air. This creature is frequently found in folktales and stories, where its appearances are used to both frighten and puzzle. This is a classic instance of yokai playing games with humans.
Magic
suddenly
beans will
appearing
tell
to
you
surprise them,
teleport
but
you to
rarely
worst
causing
anime
harm.
worlds.
The Hitotsume
No!
Kozo
Like,
is renowned for its
Like worse in the sense of this whole universe is not good, or worse in the sense where the universe is good, but like it's not a good place to live. Like
mischievous or dangerous. The
Like
Hitotsume
Demon Slayer.
Kozo is
Fuck
more
that
of a
world.
prankster than a real threat.
Ugh.
It minimizes the unexpected and the
People die left and
in
right. It's
everyday
fucking
life.
insane.
Throughout Japanese culture,
Like, why would anyone
Yeah.
want to live
Kozo
here? Fuck
stands
this
for
place.
the idea that the
Right.
world is riddled with
and then you're always getting eaten by demons
be on the lookout for the unknown.
or turned into a demon,
Cultural symbol appearing at festivals.
and then you
events,
eat people.
a
Like what the
familiar
fuck?
and friendly
Bitch, I eat
character.
people!
Its presence serves as a reminder to adults and children alike that the world is brimming with wonders and mysteries, many of which are beyond our comprehension.
Then you can't go out in the sunlight. Apparently, for some reason, the demons in that world are like vampires.
Yeah, pretty much.
Japanese folklore is brimming with captivating and chilling creatures.
Oh my gosh,
One of the
this
most
came out in Ghostwire Tokyo too.
We are talking about a long, narrow strip of cloth that, after 100 years,
Speaking of
comes
Demon
to
Slayer.
life and grows into a Tsukomogami. Hailing from the Kagoshima prefecture,
Yeah, but one
in
magic
southern
bean will
Japan,
teleport
the
you to
Itan
Naruto
Momen
universe
is
or
renowned for
Pokemon.
flying through the skies
I
at
want to
night,
go to the Pokemon
lashing out
universe.
at people from
Yeah, I'd rather live in the Pokemon universe than the Naruto one.
victims' faces and necks,
I want a Charizard.
smothering them to death. Unlike other
Same.
Tsukomogami, which made
I want
mischievous, the Itan
A Snorlax, and then I want to sleep on the Snorlax's tummy while the Snorlax sleeps.
those who cross its path.
I want a
Its viciousness may be
Charizard, a
attributed to
Gengar.
several
They would
factors.
definitely be on my
One
team.
common explanation is that throughout 100 years, these objects ended up neglected or
I want
disregarded,
Mewtwo.
Also
Yep.
would want
I gotta have a
brewing
Mewtwo as
angry
well,
and
but
spiteful emotions.
that'd be a pain in the
In
ass to
some
fight.
folk versions, the Itan
But like, is there only one Mewtwo?
foxes, which after
Supposedly,
100 years,
yes.
develop supernatural powers,
Oh, that's true.
turn ordinary objects into living dangerous.
I'd want a Corviknight so I could fly places on
items
its
into
back.
beings
Woo!
mirrors the belief in objects' abilities to absorb
Well, I could fly
and
places on
reflect human
Charizard's back.
emotions and actions over time.
Okay, that's true.
Moreover,
I just like Corviknight.
Moment legend is a cultural reminder of the need to
There
treat
is Mew
all
and
objects
Mewtwo,
with
yeah.
respect.
No,
You
yeah,
can
but
get
isn't there
both.
just one of each?
They become
Yeah, there's just
seen,
one Mew, one Mewtwo.
treated, or not properly taken.
I like how. Wait, no, I think they changed it. I would say just one of Articuno, but I think there's one in the Galar region or something.
Nerarion
Yeah.
is an intriguing yokai from
I mean, they gotta
Japanese
reproduce
mythology.
somehow.
A bald figure with a broad head and
Okay, fair
a
enough.
monk-like appearance. It is known as the leader.
Or like that one weird
holding a
deer-looking one, Arceus. I think there's only one of those.
It is renowned for its ability to
I want
creep into
Entei.
people's homes at dusk, dressing
He's like,
a hero and acting as if it were the homeowner, sipping
I would also
tea
want
and
an Arcanine.
conducting itself
Like
in
a
an
giant puppy.
unassuming manner. This uncanny ability
super
to
cute.
sneak in undetected or without being invited lends it to an aura of
There's so many cool
invulnerability.
Pokemon I would want. I'd have
Many
all of them.
stories see it as
Fuck
the
it.
supreme commander of the yokai, leading them as
I
if
always
As long as
wondered
you get
though,
the Pokeballs.
if you collected all 150
this
Pokemon,
situation gives it
the fucking
reverence
Pokemon
and
food would
awe
cost an
among
arm and a
other
leg.
yokai
Holy
who
shit.
recognize its sovereignty.
How did
Yeah,
Ash
the
afford
Poffins.
all that Pokemon food?
Yeah.
All he did was wander around the world. Where the fuck
Iconic
did he get
figures
money?
in Japanese folklore, the Oni are known as powerful demons.
Actually, that's
or
true. Where did he get money? How did he feed the Poffins to the Pokemon, or he just let them like
as beings who great
raise?
strength and malice.
Yep, I just have
No, but-
money.
Stemming from ancient beliefs and stories passed down.
But they would show him cooking.
These
Well, it's mostly
beings
Brock who is
played a
cooking,
major
but
role
still.
in Japanese culture,
Right?
sometimes as evil entities that bring
Oh,
misfortune.
Yeah.
hey, Rambly the Raccoon.
Or
I
as
am
figures
fucking
that
getting
punish the
targeted on
wicked and
Discord
put the
for no
righteous
reason.
To the test.
Why?
Oni are frequently depicted with a physical appearance that reflects their fearsome and supernatural nature. They traditionally
I'm barely
have
on
been depicted
Discord.
with colossal height
What happened
and
on
muscular
Discord?
bodies, symbolizing their immense
I am literally
strength.
getting depressed.
The skin
I'm
is
sorry,
usually
what
black
happened?
and intense colors,
What happened?
such as red, blue, green,
That's
or
weird.
black, clearly distinguishing them from humans and other creatures.
Don't
They
be
have
depressed.
pointed horns that vary in
I make
number and
jokes.
size, sprouting from their foreheads, and giving them an even more menacing appearance. Oni faces combine bestial and human features. They have large, piercing eyes and broad, flat noses. Their mouths are riddled with sharp, protruding teeth, meant to tear
For
flesh
no
apart.
reasons.
The Oni are often depicted dressed in tiger skins and wielding huge
No
iron
what?
clubs
No what? I
called
don't know what's
kanabo,
going on.
used
I'm so
both to
confused.
intimidate and attack. These weapons are a symbol of their brutality and power. They are traditionally regarded as malevolent entities that bring chaos, destruction, and misfortune, serving as
People and
divine
their
punishment
chonies.
for the wicked and disobedient. The Oni are historically believed to cause natural disasters.
What happened
disease,
on
and other
Discord? I'm so
calamities,
curious. What
and
the
are often
fuck?
associated with punishment and terror. These demons dwell in remote and wild regions, far from human civilization.
But why do they make people just be in their underwears?
Mountains, dense
Ooh.
forests, and dark caves.
Oni.
These wild and dangerous settings are seen as ideal territories for the Oni, where they can live isolated from the human world and emerge
What?
only to cause chaos and disorder. Besides the mountains and forests, the Oni are often associated with the underworld, a hellish dimension where doomed souls suffer eternal punishment.
Oh god dang.
In Japanese Buddhism, they are perceived as guardians of hell, where they inflict torment on sinners. These descriptions reinforce the idea
They
that
are?
the Oni are not
Well,
only
fuck 'em then.
physical, but also
They can eat a
spiritual,
dick.
living in realms beyond the visible world. Some legends mention the Oni living in abandoned ruins and haunted places. These desolate areas forgotten
I don't
by
know how I'd act the
mankind
same
are
to that.
regarded
No,
as
that sounds like
portals
they're a
to the
bunch of
spirit
fucking
world,
assholes.
where the Oni can cross over into our world.
They're
Tales
sending
of
you-
what the
they
fuck?
contact
into these
authorities.
places and encountering
Block
Oni
'em.
widespread.
That's illegal.
And also-
The danger of
Yeah.
straying from the safety of the human community.
Call the police, block
Oni are
them.
portrayed as ravenous cannibals.
Take
amplifying
screenshots.
their fearsome
Yeah.
Evidence.
human image.
Legit death threats are
This
legit
portrayal
death
as
threats. Fuck them
man-eaters
bitches.
not only reinforces their role as antagonists to
That's so
humanity,
unhinged.
but also serves to symbolize
People
the
take shit on the
primordial
internet way
fear of
too
the
fucking
unknown
seriously.
and uncontrollable.
They're also targeting my
Yeah.
friends.
prey on
Yeah,
villages
then
and
that's
drag
a
helpless
harassment
people away
campaign.
from their burrows in the mountains
Also, I
or
think
dark
that borders on
caves.
hate crimes.
These demons then brutally devour their prey. Folklore
Call the
abounds with
popo.
stories of cannibalistic Oni.
Yeah.
In many tales, heroes and villagers fight the Oni
The
to
fuck, they're
rescue
making
them
soup of these
or
people?
to protect their communities.
Wait, people soup?
These narratives often
The
Isn't that
involve
Onis
like-
are making people soup.
human courage
I mean,
and wit are put to the test.
wouldn't a hot
against the
tub
Oni's
be
brute
like
strength
people soup?
and savagery. Not only does victory over a cannibal Oni save
But
lives,
that soup looked like it had like spices in it, not like a hot tub.
proving that good can
Well, I
triumph
mean,
over
there are-
evil.
what if you use
even
bath
when that
salts?
evil is horrific and powerful.
Oh, that's true.
Art and literature
Like lavender.
commonly use the image of the cannibalistic
smells
Oni
good.
to cause fear and revulsion.
Like,
Depictions of
ooh.
Oni devouring their victims
Oh,
are
wait, that's
widespread in scrolls of ancient paintings, where the demons are revealed with gaping mouths, with sharp teeth, and eyes sparkling with malice. Throughout Japanese Buddhism, the
Goddamn.
Oni play crucial roles as guardians and torturers of the damned souls. The Buddhist hell,
So
known as Jikoku,
yeah, they're demons
is
from
where
hell.
the Oni are
Fuck
tasked
yeah.
with inflicting eternal punishment on sinners.
Why aren't they wearing shirts
Oh.
that say
as
Hiffle?
instruments of divine justice?
Oh, okay, so they're only making people soup out of doo-doo people, okay.
Out of
Inflicting
bad people.
punishments
Okay.
that echo
Yeah,
the
that's
sins
fair.
committed
Yeah,
during
evil
their
people soup.
life. There are different levels and types of hell in Jikoku, each for a
I hope
specific
you get
type
them,
of sin.
motherfuckers, Rambly Raccoon.
The Oni devise these regions
Fuck them
and ensure
assholes.
that souls receive the proper punishments,
Sending
which can
in
range
Act
from intense physical
130
torture
or
to
AC
psychological
130.
torment.
I don't know what
King
AC 130
Enma,
is.
the judge
feel
of
like
the
an idiot.
deceased, is one of the central figures in the Buddhist hell and decides
Same,
the
I don't know what
fate of
that is.
souls
Oh, what
based
the
on
fuck? Now they're making like fucking
The Oni
squish
serve under
people?
carrying out his orders
People
with
sandwich!
brutality and pinpoint accuracy. They are often depicted wielding instruments of torture,
Goddamn.
such as iron clubs, knives, and saws, used
Back
to
to the
lacerate,
people soup.
cut, and torment
People
sinful
soup.
souls.
Da, 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 da,
The Oni
people
are
soup.
often depicted in Buddhist
It's a
iconography
military
and
plane that has
artworks in
cannons.
hellish torture
Okay.
scenes, especially the
Launch
intensity
the
of their role
cannons!
as karmic law enforcers. They are depicted with feral expressions and muscular bodies, subduing souls with as many painful methods.
Why muscular though? Why that
These
specification?
serve to remind the faithful of the gravity of their sins.
Oh my god, why is he punching the dude? Oh wait, no, it's a bad guy. Okay.
As well as the Buddhist hell,
fuck that guy.
the Oni are also underworld dwellers in the wider Japanese mythology. They
It's
are
a
seen
series.
as
I know it's
gatekeepers and
serious, but
border
I can't do
defenders
anything about it.
between
You
the
gotta
world
do
of
it.
the living and the world of the dead. The role as guardians reveals a duality
Block, ban,
in
and
their
report.
character.
Yes.
Because though they are feared for their cruelty,
I'm not.
they
It's
are
not that
also
I'm not
respected
taking it
for their
serious. I'm
essential
telling you what
role
to
in
do.
keeping the
Call the
cosmic order in
authorities.
balance.
Yeah,
The
take
Japanese
screenshots for evidence.
Yomi is
Block
a dark
them
and bleak place
people.
where the souls of the dead dwell. The Oni are watchmen who deter condemned
File a
souls
police report. I think you can file a police report on that.
world. Popular narratives often portray heroes or monks who descend into hell or the underworld and witness the atrocities perpetrated by the Oni.
I mean,
These
being a
tales
mercenary
not
would
only
be kind of
emphasize
cool.
the
But
need to be virtuous, but also
I am
delve
crippled,
into
so.
redemptive and merciful themes, where some
I would
souls
suck at being a mercenary.
through sincere repentance and divine.
I'm more like a
The Oni
receptionist.
are also inspirational figures in Japanese culture. Many legends and stories surrounding the Oni have been used to impart moral lessons and
Nah, I
cultural
see some
values,
unhinged
such as
shit
the
on
importance
fucking
of honesty,
internet. People are fucking
bravery,
nut bars.
and justice. A well-known example is the
Yeah.
story of Momotaro, the boy born from a peach.
I try not to get
to protect
like
his
on
family, stressing the themes of courage and virtue.
things that are gonna distress me.
Oni are
So
also involved in festivals and
Yeah, I barely
rituals
even
that
look at
celebrate the
Facebook
turning
anymore.
of the
Fuck that
seasons
shit.
and spiritual renewal.
all I look at is like
marking the beginning of spring,
memes and like
part in a ritual
crochet videos and
where they toss
cooking videos. Yeah, stuff that isn't gonna make me get upset.
Money out, luck in. To
Show
cast
me
out
funny
evil
cat
spirits
videos. That'll make
and
me
attract
happy.
good luck.
Yeah, if people post like overly political stuff of I don't care what side, I usually just unfollow or block them because I'm like I don't want to see that shit. I want to see kitties.
Depictions in such
Yeah, I've got
artistic
stressed
contexts
enough. I don't
often
wanna
explore
deal
the
with
duality
more.
of their nature as being
Yeah, I don't want to get
respected.
have a panic attack over something like oh no thank you.
Intense and uncontrollable human emotions such as anger,
Garfield like cat
jealousy, and
videos
revenge.
activated.
Many stories feature humans turning into Oni when they are overwhelmed by these emotions.
Why am I getting a
highlighting the
vibe from
dangers,
this like
allowing negative feelings to overpower
Krampus?
reason and morality. In today's pop culture,
From the Oni?
become a
Yeah,
cultural phenomenon,
like with the people
beyond their
dressing up as
folkloric
them?
and mythological roots, achieving
Oh,
a
yeah.
global audience
I can see it.
and adapting to a variety of media.
I think there's a festival somewhere in Japan where they do dress like yokai. I just don't remember where in Japan.
films,
Yeah,
and
that's
even
why it's
fashion,
like the
where
Japanese
they have been
freaking Krampus.
reimagined and reinterpreted to reflect modern
Yeah.
themes and attract new
Except
audiences.
I thought it was
In
all
the
right.
anime
It could have
and
been
manga
way better, but it
universe,
was
the
all
Oni
right.
are frequently portrayed as a
But the Krampus is not even an evil spirit. It just punishes kids for being bad.
such as
It's a lesson. Don't
Yeah,
be
don't
a
be a
doo-doo.
dick.
feature the Oni as complex
Yeah.
characters who, while at first demonic, often hold hints of redemption, morality, and inner conflict. These portrayals
I heard in Europe they'll like when they have like the Krampus parades, parents will tell like the people playing the Krampus that their kid was being bad, and they'll put on the whole thing to freak the kid out. Like
games like
Yeah.
Neo and
Shit,
Sekiro,
that's a good way to scare a
Shadows Die
kid.
Twice. Use
yeah, and the
straight.
kids get
intense challenges,
yeah they get terrified like oh fuck, which I mean I think I would be too.
and
Fuck
spiritual
that shit.
depth of Japanese mythology. The Oni are frequently used.
I let
I
my
think
daughter.
or
strength,
I let my
rebellion,
oldest
sorry, go
daughter
ahead.
watch the Krampus
individuality.
movie, and she found it
Tattoos and
hilarious.
graffiti often embody the Oni iconography, blending traditional elements with modern styles. to
I seen
create
those videos.
visually
It was like a
striking
horror
works.
movie.
The Oni are deeply rooted in figures in Japanese folklore and mythology, symbolizing the most primal fears and the forces of
I thought they were
chaos
supposed
that
to be big
challenge
and buff.
social
That
and
person does not
spiritual
look big
order.
and buff.
From their frightening depictions
Right?
as voracious cannibals and torturers in Buddhist hell to the
Okay, if they're eating bad people, I don't think that's cannibalism.
The Oni epitomize the duality of evil
Yeah.
and the need
Oni
for
are
balance
demons.
in Japanese
People are people.
cosmology. In this
Now, if they're eating other Oni, that's different.
powerful symbols
Yeah, that'd
of
be
the
cannibalism.
unknown and the supernatural, reminding us of the eternal struggle between good.
Why did they have this
and evil,
picture with the Oni
a
mask,
sense of
but the
rooting
person
harmony
behind
with
looks
natural
like
spiritual law.
really nice, like
Huh?
like they look like a K-pop idol or a J-pop idol. Like oh,
a Japanese folk character.
Yeah!
The Tanuki
oh, the Tanuki with the big balls.
deception and kindness. Often equated with a raccoon,
Where's
this
Mario?
yokai holds a special place in the heart of Japanese
Calling
culture,
in Winchester,
presenting
boys.
itself as a symbol of good luck.
I love that show,
and an expert
Supernatural.
in illusions.
I actually have not watched it. I think I saw one episode and I was like,
This allows it to take on
I'll watch it more later, and I didn't.
inanimate objects to human figures.
I love that
I
whole
feel-
show.
Mischievous and
I feel like I might like it though, because my favorite show is Buffy the Vampire Slayer, so I feel like it would be like in that area that I might
It
like,
is a
but
bit,
I don't
yeah.
know.
sense of humor.
I think you would like it if you like Buffy.
The belief in the Tanuki stretches back to ancient
Yeah.
times.
One of my
with
favorite
references
parts.
to this yokai
They
appearing in multiple
were
literary
pretending to be
works over
crazy
the
because they had to infiltrate a
For
mental
all its
hospital.
mischief, the Tanuki is also
And
seen as a
while they were
protector.
investigating in a place they
some
weren't supposed to
stories,
be,
it helps humans, showing a
somebody
more
was
benevolent
coming,
side to its
and they had to
personality.
think of something quick.
Deep
So when she
symbolism
came
connected to
in,
nature,
Dean, the older
transformation,
brother,
and illusion
just turns
lies
around
at
and
the
drops
heart
his
of the
pants
Tanuki legend.
completely and starts
It
flopping
reminds
his dick
us
around. They
that
don't
not
show it, but you
everything
hear the
is as
flopping
it
in the
appears.
video.
Oh, what the
And he
fuck?
just yells,
As fluid as the
"Pudding!"
forms this yokai assumes.
Oh
And
my
she's
God.
like, okay, come
Tanuki
on.
stories teach
And
the
then
importance
as they
of
start to
cunning
leave,
and
he
wisdom,
looks at his brother
as
and
well
goes,
as the
crazy
importance
work.
of accepting change and the unexpected in life. Tanuki
Oh my
play a
God.
crucial role in everyday life in Japan.
good, but
Its statues are often
Fan
found
base
That's
is
kind of
pretty
true of a
terrible.
lot of fan bases.
acting as
Yo,
an
Bones,
amulet
can
to
you make
attract
fun
luck
of
and
some
wealth.
PETA games?
These traditionally show the Tanuki with a hat, a sake
maybe?
bottle, and a
Not at the
protruding
moment.
belly,
I mean, kind of
symbolizing
doing something with
protection from the
somebody.
elements, hospitality, and generosity.
I'm not a big fan of
respectively.
PETA.
Like the organization?
Yeah.
Oh.
In theory, they should be cool. But then, you know, the killing
the
a whole bunch of
beginning of
animals
everything,
and the
chaos.
hypocrisy is kind of out there. Did you break it?
No, I think that's the end of that playlist.
Oh. Well, damn. You want to find another one?
Mm,
In theory, communism works. In theory. True.
Oh,
A lot of things work. In theory. And then you actually try them and go, wow, this sucks.
oh.
Have you
Okay,
heard of the
how
rake?
about-
Yes, I've heard of the rake. In theory, bonism works. What's bonism? What the fuck is bonism? Do you know what the bonism
Okay,
is?
guys, today I bring to your eyes and ears
Pokemon!
based on Japanese folklore and yokai.
Okay, I'll put one more and I'll probably end my stream.
Okay.
Alright, let me know if I missed
This
any.
was a
Let's
brilliant
talk about
choice.
the obvious ones first.
Yeah.
Vulpix and Ninetales. So there are a bunch of
Yeah, we
based
know
on
this. The Nine-tailed
kitsune,
fox.
which are foxes.
Kitsune.
The word kitsune literally means fox. It
Pokemon!
doesn't mean
Yes.
specifically nine-tailed fox, like some people on the internet have said. It
Shut
just
up.
means fox. But in Japanese folklore, the fox is no ordinary animal. They have powers, and there's nothing they like better than to use those powers to trick humans. They can shapeshift into human form and seduce you. They can perform illusions.
Why do the
Their
fox
shenanigans
ladies in
range
anime
from tricking
always
you
like
into
fucking hot
shaving
as
your
fuck?
head, a harmless thing,
Right.
to sucking the life out of you.
Flame
A wonderful
on.
thing. I mean,
Oh, thanks for the follow.
powerful. A kitsune.
I'm sorry I did not see that,
Its
but
tails.
thank you.
More tails means more power. A kitsune grows a tail every 100 years or so. It can have up to 9 tails. A 9-tailed fox has lived over 1,000 years. You can argue. that
Yes,
all
we've all
fox
watched Yu
Pokemon
Yu
are based on
Hakusho.
kitsune, so I won't list them
So that
all,
means if they
but I'll
got
talk
9
about
tails, be
some.
like, that bitch old as
Vulpix
fuck.
and Ninetales are both fox Pokemon.
Right.
Vulpix has 6 tails. Remember, kitsune grow more tails as time goes
But
on.
that Vulpix is
So
a
when
baby.
Vulpix evolves into 9 tails. It has
And they should make a babier Vulpix with one little tail. Two little tails.
Thing I have to tell you.
It's
This
just
video
like a
I'm surprised they
ball
never
of
they
you
haven't
watch
done
all
that
the way
yet. They
until
should
the
have
very
done that.
end, a random Pokemon
Yeah.
will visit you. That's right. Now, was that a lie? I don't know. Only one way to find out, isn't it? Zorua and Zoroark are also fox Pokemon, and they can cast illusions.
Zora is super cute too.
When Zorua transforms into a human,
Super
you can
cute.
still see its tail. This is related to the kitsune because they have trouble hiding their tails while in human form.
Oh.
So if you suspect someone of being a kitsune, just stare at their ass until the tail
I'll
pops
watch it
out.
later.
Fennekin is also
Maybe
a fox
after,
Pokemon.
she
It
has to
evolves
go.
into Braixen.
Pikachu's
Now, kitsune
AK-47
can possess
attack.
people. They
Yeah!
can enter someone's body to control
Oh.
them. This is what Braixen and Delphox are based on. They look kinda half human and half fox. They also look like witches or sorcerers. That's intentional because they're also based on kitsune witches, which were supposedly people who could control kitsune and order them to possess people. Next, we have the favorite Pokemon of a 33-year-old babyface catfisher. Pikachu is an electric mouse type
Pikachu?
Pokemon. It's based on a
Pikachu!
yokai called Raiju. Raiju has a body of lightning, or has lightning crackling around its body. It's usually drawn like a wolf or a dog, but it can look like non-cool animals too. You know how some people like to sleep surrounded on all sides by pillows?
Kitsune bitches,
Raiju likes
you're
to
actually
do
a
the
little
same
behind
thing,
on that
but
one.
Instead of pillows, it likes to be surrounded by your flesh. It likes to
I'm just
sleep in
saying, if it's
By
a
your
girl
flesh?
This is the
kitsune,
one case where an Audi is better.
they're
than
super
an
sexy.
The problem is,
If it's a
the
guy
thunder god
kitsune,
Raiju
same.
wants to wake up his pet.
Yeah,
Evidence
true.
Ari from League and Yoko Kurama from Yu Yu Hakusho.
That's
fair.
For the person to
That's
whom
fair.
the navel belongs. So some people.
Well, I mean, if you
prefer
could
to sleep
shapeshift
on
into
their
a human
stomach
form,
when
why
there's a
would you
storm
shapeshift
to
into an
prevent
ugly
a
one?
Raiju from crawling up in there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Basically, any electric four-legged animal type Pokemon you can say was based on the Raiju. I won't say them all, but you have ones like Raichu, of course, Pichu, Manectric, and a bunch of others. Meowth.
I always thought
Butt
Manectric
stuff.
had a weird design.
Speaking of butt stuff, there was a demon earlier with 3 buttholes.
It's that cat thing you see in Asian stores.
Or the one with the eye for a butthole.
Yeah, there was another one with an eye
It's
butthole.
supposed to bring good luck and fortune. That's why you.
I'm sorry, a giant eye butthole.
Everywhere and pachinko parlors.
He wanted people
One
to look
legend
into
of
his
the
brown
origin
eye.
Of the beckoning cat is that one day during a storm, a lord was hiding from the rain under a tree near a
You
temple.
have 5
he saw
buttholes?
the temple's cat wave at him like it
Damn.
was telling him to come over, so he did. Right before lightning
I'm guessing
slammed
that means
into
you're
that
into
tree
anal?
he had been hiding underneath. The Lord said the cat saved his life.
Just
and
curious.
he became a patron of that temple, and it became really big. This channel runs on patrons, so we know they're super important. When the cat died, they made up a statue of the cat, waving. Meowth is also based on the Bakaneko or monster cat. Not Bakaneko, that's different. Baka means stupid, and Neko means cat. Put them together and they just mean people who don't wear masks in a pandemic. The Bakaneko
Oh, that sounded a lot like
that
my cat.
prefers to walk on its hind
Lol.
legs and use its powers to cause trouble.
That cat looks like it's gonna dance. He's like, what?
Fire and control dead corpses.
Book it
The longer
down!
a Bakeneko's tail,
He's gonna
the
start
more
busting
powerful
into Thriller.
some Bakeneko can shapeshift into
I would actually
humans
wanna
and
see
even
that.
learn human speech. Basically, you can
This
say
is
any cat
Thriller.
Pokemon that stands on 2 legs and
Thriller
has a long
night.
tail is based on the
Henry.
Bakeneko, like Purloin, Esper, and Meowstic.
Oh my gosh, why did they show all the cutie ones?
They're not cats, but their tails are pretty long. And they
Oh, Esper's the cutest one though. Look at it.
Esper
Look at
and
him.
Meowstic are also based on the Nekomata, which is a different cat yokai with 2 tails. They're super powerful, smart, and
Yep,
evil.
that's the one
When
I
a
want.
normal
It
cat
wasn't
or
evil.
Bakeneko turns into a Nekomata, its tail splits
the-
into 2. That's why
The bottom
Esper
ones,
has
I
1
think
tail,
one is
and when it
male and
evolves into
female. I
Meowstic, it
just
has
don't
2
know which
tails.
one.
Growlithe, Arcanine, and Entei. They're
Yes.
based on the Komainu. Komainu are also called lion dogs. They're those statues you see in front of shrines guarding the entrance. They look like they can rip your heart out, but they also look noble.
Yeah.
Lycanroc is a wolf
They're so
Pokemon
cute.
that has 3 forms.
Did you know Vaporeon
midday
is the
form,
most? Yeah,
midnight
I
form,
know.
and
I know
dusk
about
form.
Vaporeon.
Midday Lycanroc is
I know.
calmer and more careful. Midnight
I wish I
Lycanroc
didn't.
is aggressive and loves to fight. And Dusk Lycanroc is a hybrid of the 2. Lycanroc has similarities with the Okuri Inu. This yokai is a dog or a wolf that follows people who are walking at night. The good news is that it protects you from animals or other yokai. The bad news is if you happen to stumble or fall, that
All right,
triggers it.
somebody's
and it'll
got
pounce
the
and
hots for
kill you.
Lycanroc.
That's similar to Lycanroc, who has a calm,
It's
loyal
just a
midday form,
Pokemon.
but also an aggressive midnight form. Now you may say, yeah, but Lycanroc's obviously based on a werewolf. To which I say, yes, but no one likes to know it all, okay? I like the buzz. It's an electric
Good
Pokemon
answer.
with tiger stripes and 2 tips on its head that are kind of like horns. It's loosely based on Oni, which is usually translated as ogres or demons.
I would say that's like hella loosely
Everywhere in
based.
Japanese
Yeah.
folklore. They're often drawn
little bit of
wearing
a stretch
loincloths
there.
made from animal hides, often tiger hides. They're usually horny, as in they have horns. That's their most recognizable feature. Pokemon
Alright.
related to Oni
Yep.
also have horns, like Grimmsnarl and Glalie. Alright, let's talk dragons. Japanese
Alright.
dragons are mostly water animals.
Charizard
but they're
should
shown
be a
flying
dragon.
in the air as well. Pokemon based on the Japanese
Yeah,
dragon are
they did him
Rayquaza,
dirty.
Dratini, Dragonair, and Gyarados. Now, Dratini, Dragonair,
can learn
and
dragon
Gyarados
moves.
are more
He should be a
specifically
dragon.
based on Wani.
He looks like the
which
most
are
dragon
that
dragon.
live in the sea.
I think Gyarados' type is water flying
Act exactly like humans, but sometimes
instead of water
they
dragon,
disguise
even though he can learn Dragon Rage, but I mean, whatever.
In Japanese
weird.
mythology, the grandfather of Japan's first emperor married a wife who, upon giving birth, revealed that she was a fearsome dragon.
Oh,
So,
shit.
A normal marriage. I already did a video about it.
A normal
Yeah, I bet the guy
marriage?
that slept with her was
Dunsparce
like,
is
wait, I
based
put
on
my
the
dick in that?
Shinoko, which is basically a really short, funny-looking snake.
That
These
thing!
yokai
We
act
saw that
pretty much
before.
like snakes, except they
Yeah.
hibernate in the winter, they like drinking alcohol, and they snore when sleeping. That's
They left
why
that
people
part out.
also refer
They
to
like
them
drinking
as
alcohol.
husband 20 years from now. Zygarde, in its 50% form, may be partially based on
Oh, that's a
these.
weird Pokemon. I don't like that
Does look
Pokemon.
like a short snake.
What the fuck?
Moltres. Moltres looks like a bird called Suzaku.
It's
that
like a phoenix.
originally came from China. It's also called the vermilion bird. It looks like a pheasant wrapped in flames and
Oh,
represents the
it's a
fire
fucking
elements
phoenix.
in Taoism. Now you may say
Come on.
Moltres looks more
Yeah,
like
I
a
agree.
phoenix, though, and people are more familiar with the phoenix anyways. It's a stretch
Yeah.
to say it's based on anything else. To which I say, true, but you just lost all your friends right now, so who really
No,
came
I
out the
didn't.
winner here?
Fuck you.
What the fuck?
This is pretty easy. It's based on the whole, which is one of the most
Hole.
sacred creatures in Japanese folklore. It also came
Hole.
from China
What the
and
fuck
is
is
supposed
with that
to be
name?
beautiful,
Hole.
having all 5 colors of the Chinese elements: black, white, red, yellow, and green. These creatures were birthed from the sun. They're symbols of everything good.
Oh, shit.
Like
That
peace,
sounds uncomfortable.
purity, fortune, and happiness. When humanity is suffering difficult times, the whole flies away to heaven. It returns during good times, so if you see one...
Wait, are we talking about the
So
Pokemon
it sounds like
or
the drunk
Oh,
uncle.
Pokemon has some of
When
these.
things are good, he's
Like,
right
whoever
there, like,
sees a
hey,
hole
can you
will
borrow,
have
lend me some
eternal
money? And when things
happiness.
get hard, he
And
goes
it's
find someone
currently
else.
flying around searching
like,
for
"Bye,
a partner
bitch."
with a pure heart. Bastard flew right past me. There is a class of yokai called Tsukumogami, which are objects, like common household objects, that have become self-aware. There was a common
Like any
belief that
household
objects
object?
that survive for 100
shit's
years
funny.
would become yokai. So you better
I'm
check
like
around
imagining
your house for
like
old
someone's
things like
vibrator
old
growing an
sofas or
eyeball and
shirts
hopping out
or
of the drawer.
husbands, because who knows, they may
It's
be
like,
self-aware.
this is the last
There are
time.
a lot of Pokemon.
No
that are
more.
just
I'm over this
self-aware.
shit. God
Too
damn.
many to count. but
Wash
here are
that
some.
shit.
Voltorb, Banette, Rotom, Honedge, Klefki, Litwick, Chimecho. Also,
Oh, Litwick is
Duskull,
so
Dusclops,
cute.
And Dusk Noir. Now, these guys are based on a specific type of Skumogami called Chochin Obake.
I like Duskull,
Paper
but the
lantern
Dusclops
ghost.
evolution
When
looks
a
like
paper
shit.
lantern is old enough, it wakes up, a mouth opens.
It's a weird evolution line. It's like, why is it that?
Yeah.
Or two, it's not picky.
Duskull looks
The
like a
Chochin Obake
badass,
became
and then he
most
evolves
famous
into
for
this
being
thing. I'm
in
like,
play
yeah, you could have
about
done
the
better.
tragic story of Oiwa.
Like,
where a
how did he
ghost
go from a
emerges
skull
from
to a
paper
mummy
a play which
to
created
like a
video
genie?
about. Duskull,
Yeah, what the
Dusclops,
fuck?
and Dusk Noir are all ghost-like, have a round shape,
They
and they
ruined
have a
him.
single eye, like the flame.
I would just keep him
inside
as
of a paper
Duskull. I wouldn't
lantern.
evolve him.
Drowsy, Hypno, Muna, Musharna. These Pokemon
AKA
are based on
Mr.
the
Touchy.
Baku, the Nightmare Eaters. These
The
guys
Dong Diddler.
They say Baku were created by the gods from leftover pieces.
Like
after they
their
made all the
histories were
other
fucked
animals.
up, too,
It has
like
an elephant's
kidnapping
trunk,
children
a
and shit.
rhinoceros's eyes, an ox's tail.
Oh yeah,
and a
like the
tiger's paw.
dust.
What do I mean by them eating nightmares?
Drifloon.
A child who wakes up
Oh,
from
yeah,
a
that
nightmare
dude,
could
yeah.
call out 3 times, Baku-san.
The freaking balloon Pokemon
And
that
a Baku
steals
will
kids
devour
away.
his nightmares
Yeah,
so he can
like,
go back to
isn't
sleep
this
and
a
have
kid's
good
video
dreams.
game? What the
Until he
fuck are you
remembers that a
guys
freakish
doing?
monster just came into his room.
Yeah.
Be careful how often you do this though, because if the Baku isn't full from your nightmare, it may just eat your hopes and dreams for the future as well, giving you
Oh!
a sense of emptiness. This would be really unfair.
Yeah,
to
your
the
nightmares
parents
weren't enough.
because
I'm gonna
that's
eat
their
your hopes
job.
and dreams.
Children
Fuck!
used to have a little
Yeah,
charm.
you
with
need
the
more.
Baku
You need
that
more
when sleeping,
trauma in your
protect
life. That.
themselves from nightmares. Drowsy, Hypno, Muna, and Musharna can all eat your dreams, and Drowsy even has a trunk like a Baku. Lotad, Lombre, Ludicolo, Golduck. They're all based on the popular Kappa, or Pervert Squirtle. This yokai
Are you sure about that?
You better watch your mouth when you're around a Kappa, literally.
That's
People
okay,
used to
I
think
learned how
that
to
there
beat
was
a
this
Kappa.
organ, this ball that people have
You sumo
inside
wrestle it.
their butts. It's called a shirikodama, which means
Yeah.
small anus ball.
Small
I
anus
don't know what this ball is. Some say it's your soul in a ball of flesh. Whatever it is, the kappa really wants it, and it'll reach up in there to take it out. Sometimes the kappa will even suck it out. with its mouth. Luckily, you can defend against this nasty attack by farting when it tries to come close. I encourage you to practice this as often as possible. I'm getting pretty good at it. You can recognize a kappa by its beak and this plate on its head. Its head is dented inwards like a plate.
I thought a Golduck was just a fucking duck.
Its weakness. You see, the plate must
Now it's like
be-
a- it's like a
He's gonna reach
farting-
up in there and
That's
get your
where its
anus
power
ball.
comes from. But if all comes out, the kappa would be.
How does that even work?
Even die.
Does it explode on contact?
All live around water, have beaks.
They're like,
and a
no,
pipe
you ain't
on their
sticking
heads.
shit up
Now,
there.
gold
Nope.
duck is probably mainly based on
Dude,
platypus.
okay,
but it uses
Lotad,
characteristics.
all the way to the last one, it's clearly a lily pad and he turns into a cactus.
Walks on two legs. Lickitung and Lickilicky. These Pokemon are based on the.
I don't understand why they made that
Akaname
evolution
are
line.
dirty, and they like to lick dirty things.
They like to lick dirty things.
Or stained, they'll lick it right up. Kids are told that if they don't
just
clean
keeps
their
getting
bathrooms,
better.
an Akaname may make it.
When has Lickitung licked dirty things, man?
Oh, I bet all the time. Go check out Rule 34.
The Pokedex for Lickitung.
Oh, no thank you.
It licks filth clean with its tongue. And they both only have one claw on each foot. And also on each hand. Celesteela. Okay, this Pokemon is definitely based on Kaguya Hime from the Tale of the Bamboo.
That's
which I
not
did a video about.
Pokemon, that's
Has it been?
Ultra Beast, that's different, okay?
And she came from the moon. Celesteela kind of looks like a woman.
I'm pretty sure that's an Ultra Beast, that's not the same as a Pokemon, but whatever.
Your eyes a little and
What the
consume some
hell?
shrooms. It looks exactly like a princess. Its arms look like bamboo stalks. And
That's a
overall,
bit of a
it's like
reach.
spaceship, and it can fly into space.
It's not a
maybe
It's
even
not
to
a
the moon.
Pokemon, damn it.
Mawile. Mawile looks sweet, but has a terrifying second.
The girl with the
in
mouth on the back of her
that'll ruin
head.
Your day.
Yeah.
This one's based on.
I thought you were gonna say with the girl with the mouth on her butt.
Woman. This yokai looks like a normal woman, but part her hair from the back, and you reveal a second mouth. This mouth loves to eat, and she uses her hair like tentacles to grab food and shove it into that mouth.
Ew.
Make sure you get a
This
BJ from the
Pokemon's
right
body
end.
looks like a woman wearing a
Lol.
kimono. Frostlass lives in snowy mountains, and if she finds a handsome man, she would freeze him with her icy breath and take him home for her man collection, which is like a
Awkward.
stamp collection but more socially acceptable. During snowstorms, she would also
Lol.
go around knocking on people's doors. Frostlass is clearly based on the Yuki Onna, or
Yep.
Snow Woman. A Yuki Onna looks like a beautiful
Yeah,
woman with
it evolves
snow-white
from
skin
Snorunt,
and cold
a
as
female
ice. She also
Snorunt.
lives in snowy
You know what?
mountains and
We
targets
watch-
travelers.
The males-
She uses
we
her
watch
breath
so
to
many
suck
of
the
these
life
fucking,
out of her victims
yokai
and freeze
things.
them. She also
And this is the
breaks
first
into
time the
houses
Yuki Onna
to
is getting
freeze
brought
the
up.
people within.
Grass
Sliggoo
is a
and
plant with a
Woodra.
narrow leaf.
Alright, this
growing
may
from the
be
base of
questionable,
common
not gonna
kind
lie,
grass.
but they're probably
The
based
ground
on
lawn has a
Shusebora
place
and Mizchi. There are these gigantic snail creatures called
What?
giant tritons.
Holy shit
If they
balls.
live long enough, like a few thousand years, they turn into these dragon-like yokai.
That is
called
a whole lot of
Shusebora.
information on
That's
grass.
Sliggoo, a snail Pokemon. If a Shusebora lives a few thousand more years, it turns into a Mizchi, a type of Japanese dragon. Gudra may
It's
be
true,
based on
Gudra's
Mizchi,
typing
but it
is
evolved
dragon. I
from
think it's
Sliggoo,
dragon
a
and
dragon type Pokemon.
I think it's dragon and fairy.
Sneasel and
Cool.
Weavile. These Pokemon are based on the Kamaitachi, or sickle weasel. These are
Sickle weasel.
sharp-clawed, wind-surfing weasels with an attitude.
Windsurfing.
They
They're
live
like,
in mountains,
wow.
And they like to surf on whirlwinds and cut
Perfect.
you with their long claws as they pass by. They move so quickly that you can't see them.
I'll cut
They
you,
use to
bitch.
Explain why people got
Yeah,
little
they sound
cuts
ghetto
and
as
cracked
fuck.
skin in cold
Oh.
weather. Sneasel and Weavile both have sharp claws like the Kamaitachi, and Weavile's scratch can give you frostbite, a reference to the Kamaitachi living in cold weather. Shiftry and Nuzleaf. They're based on the popular Tengu. The big old nose gave it away.
Okay, I
Tengu
can
are
see that
usually
with
drawn
Shift
with long,
Tree, but not
naughty noses, though
Nuzleaf.
sometimes they have
Nuzleaf looks like a
peaks,
fucking
too. They
acorn.
live high up in the mountains and usually dress in the outfit of a
He's a
mountain
tiny nut.
ascetic monk. They're powerful
Lol.
and have been known to kidnap children who venture too far into the mountains. If you look at Shiftree's feet, they look like the sandals that a Tengu wears. These are actually called Tengu Geta, or Tengu sandals.
Uh-huh.
The
Why would
unevolved
someone
form of
choose to wear
Shiftry
that?
Could also be a Kotengu or a lesser Tengu.
I have no
Kotengu
idea.
are smaller
That looks
and look
so
like
uncomfortable.
yes.
birds. Alright, 36 more Pokemon to go. I better pick
And
up
this
the
from
pace.
a guy who used to be a
Whiscash.
stilt walker.
This Pokemon can cause earthquakes. It's based on the Onamazu, or great catfish.
I would
This yokai
fall
also
with
causes
shoes like that. I'd
earthquakes.
have terrible
People
balance.
believe that they swim in underground caverns, and when they brush up against rock, it causes earthquakes. I also did a video about Onamazu and how it became a fighter for the
It looks like a straight up catfish.
Executor.
Eh,
This
that's
cute
all it is.
Pokemon is based on the horrifying Jinmenju, or human face tree. Perfect name. This tree has flowers that look like human faces. They even have fruit that look like faces. The faces can't
Ew!
talk, but they can smile and laugh. If you ever want to
Don't
pick
eat
up
my face!
face flowers as a gift for your girlfriend and end that relationship, but they're too high, there's one easy way to do it. You just gotta laugh at them and they'll laugh back. If they laugh hard enough, they may just break off and fall into your hands. Mischievous. So this Pokemon flies around looking like a disembodied
It's a ghost!
head. This may be based on
Emotional, damn
the idea
it!
is that a woman
What's
may
up,
catch
Purry?
a curse where at night her head would float right off her body
Welcome
and fly
back,
around
Purry.
sucking people's blood. She can also bite you
Hello.
until you die, so she's not all bad. Lampent.
Dang.
This
Oh my god, I love that Pokemon.
people and absorbs their spirit to feel its flame. Okay, this is a stretch, but Lampent may be partially based on Hitorama, which are human souls that float about after they die. They like
Bro,
to hang
that's straight
around
up just a
places of
lamp.
death, like
Come on,
graveyards
come on.
It's a
and funeral
lamp.
houses. They don't
They
attack
based
you,
the
so they're
lamp
pretty
off of a
harmless.
lamp.
Greninja. Greninja is basically a frog ninja, right? The inspiration
shit.
for this Pokemon comes from an old story called The Tale of the Gallant Jiraiya. I did a video about it. Naruto actually borrows a lot from this story, including the
Naruto
character of
and Jiraiya. Pervy Sage!
In the old story, Jiraiya learns toad magic and even rides on a giant toad. Combine frogs and toads with Naruto and you get a frog ninja. Greninja.
There we go.
Ghastly. Ghastly is this floating head
I love
thing
Ghastly.
surrounded by gas.
He's not even a head, he's clearly just a ball.
Who stole
He's a
money from
ball.
his temple all his life. After he died because of his crimes, he became a floating head surrounded not by gas, but by flames. This yokai is called Sogenbi, and it's what Ghastly is based on.
I think it's
Frillish
supposed to
and
be
jealous.
flames.
They're based on this jellyfish
Maybe.
yokai called Kurage no Hinotama. It glows and it floats in the air. It's more of a ball of light shaped like a jellyfish. One story tells of a samurai who saw one
Because
while he was
Ghastly's
walking
type
at
is
night.
poison
When he
ghost,
tried to
so
cut
you
it
know.
with his sword, it went right through the thing. Then the floating
Gas
jellyfish
is in his
squirted
name.
this sticky red
Ghastly.
liquid at his face and clothes. The liquid didn't seem to cause any harm, but it did ruin his washing machine. Slowbro and Slowking. They're partially based on the Sazae Oni. There's a small type of snail
fuck is that?
called the turban snail, and it's thought that when a turban snail reaches a certain age, it becomes a Sazae Oni. They live in the sea and pretend to be sexy women drowning.
Oh, God.
You can rescue them and pull them up onto the boat. The Sazae Oni.
It's
would
like,
attack.
gotcha, I'm a
There's
snail.
one story where pirates rescued this drowning woman.
You like my
They
slimy
wanted to have their
snail
way with
tail.
her, but she was actually
Ew.
willing, so she slept with all
Some
of the
people would
pirates.
probably be into that.
However, after she was finished,
Ugh.
she detached all of their balls. When the pirates realized what she did, which probably didn't take them long, she turned back into a monster and said she would give them back their balls in exchange for the gold they had stolen.
Damn.
Pirates got testes at
That's a fair
the
trade.
but agreed to the trade, and the Sazae Oni ran off with the gold. The ending is a play on words, because one way to say testicles in Japanese is kintama, which literally means golden balls. So the Sazae Oni traded golden balls for gold. Slowbro and Slowking both have shells attached to them. Slowking also wears it like a cool turban, which we see in pictures of Sazae Oni.
Give me all your gold or I'm
Darumaka
keeping
and
your balls!
Darmanitan. These Pokemon are based on Daruma dolls, which themselves were made to look like Bodhidharma, the monk popularly credited with founding Zen Buddhism. These dolls are toys, but are also good luck charms. Darumaka and Darmanitan just look a lot like Daruma dolls. Darmanitan can even enter Zen mode, where he looks exactly like a Daruma doll. Zigzagoon.
Oh,
By
he
appearance
cute.
alone, Zigzagoon looks like the popular Tanuki, or a Japanese raccoon.
No, he
dog.
doesn't. He
Has
looks like
video
a
of
regular
him.
raccoon,
They're
especially
cute
the
little buggers and
Galarian
not
one.
afraid to shapeshift to fool
Well,
you.
you can always test it,
Zigzagoon
give him
also
alcohol.
drums its belly. A thing
Fair enough.
Tanuki also does. Celebi, Phantump, and Trevenant.
Oh my god, Phantump is hella cute. Look at him. He just little twee.
Hang around trees.
I like
tending to
Phantump.
them. You rarely see them.
He's a little
They're
twee.
drawn as orbs of light. The movie
Then he turns too big twee.
draws them looking like this. Kodama can
As
also
he gets
refer
older,
to
his
the
wood
trees
gets
that
bigger.
these spirits live in.
Lol.
At night, if a tree dies, the spirits that make the tree its home die too. Celebi and Phantump are Pokemon of the forest, and they have spirit bodies, like Kodama. Trevenant is based on the actual trees that Kodama are linked with. Gligar and Gliscor. These guys look like a cross between a bat and a lobster or something, because they have lobster
Bat
claws.
lobster!
Well, they look
Yeah.
like these yokai called
Rock
Incase,
lobster!
who also look crustacean. They fly through the air, keeping an eye out for nets, because their favorite thing to do is to use their two claws
What's
to
that?
cut
What's that one that
nets,
looks like a
fishing nets,
Pikachu that's
mosquito
just a
nets, any
shitty
kind of
sheet
nets.
over
They
it?
love it. Ponyta and Rapidash. They
Mimikyu?
look like
Yeah.
horses with fire manes and fire
Why aren't they
tails.
talking about him?
They're
They
based
should
on
have
the
him in here.
Kirin. This creature looks like a
Right.
horse or deer or a giraffe and has holy flames
Kirin is supposed to
covering
look
its
like a
mane
goat.
and body. It has a big horn or antlers that curve backwards. Its head.
Apparently, according to this guy, it looks like a horse.
Beasts. It's a symbol of purity and goodness, and it never hurts any living thing. Even its footsteps are so light that it can walk on
Yo,
grass.
Galarian,
Especially
Ponyta, and Rapidash
water
look
without sinking.
fabulous.
Suicune is also based on the Kirin because it has big antlers that curve backwards. It can walk
Those
on
are
water
antlers?
to purify the water it touches.
I
Bronzor
guess.
and Bronzong. Bronzor is based on the bronze mirror called the Dokyo, and Bronzong
Okay.
is based on the bronze bell called
I can
the
see that.
Dohaku. Way back in ancient Japan, they loved these things because they came from China, which was the most powerful country in the area. The Japanese
alright.
used the bronze items in a lot of rituals. The fact that Bronzor evolves into Bronzong may be a reference to an old story, which goes like this. Long ago, some priests wanted to make a large bronze bell, so they asked the people of the village to donate their bronze mirrors so they could smelt them and make a large bell. Everyone gave their mirrors to the priests, but one woman regretted it and really wished she hadn't. She kept this regret to herself because she didn't want to seem selfish. But when the priests tried to smelt all the mirrors, her mirror wouldn't melt because her selfish soul was still attached to the bell. Long story short, she killed herself out of shame.
What?
But cast a curse that whoever breaks the bell by ringing it would become rich. So people kept trying to ring that damn bell day and night, and it became so bad that the priests had to toss it into a swamp.
What the
Corazone.
fuck?
This Pokemon
That is
looks
like the
an
weirdest
origami
fucking
figure,
story.
Maybe based on Shiki.
Yeah.
It was thought that Shinto ritualists could summon spirit servants that they control, called Shikigami. These servants could take any form, like ghosts or demons, but the most common are pieces of paper imbued with the summoned spirits. Snorunt. Snorunt is a triangle that lives in cold, snowy
It's not a
environments.
triangle.
Looks alone.
He's a little dude and he's wearing a little jacket.
Or snow child. These are children made out of snow. One story goes there was an old childless couple who made snow into the shape of a little boy. Magically, the boy came to life.
They made a snowman.
The entire winter,
It's Snow
happily
Nokio.
taking care of their little son. But as the
They're like
winter
Snow
neared its
Nokio.
end, the boy got thinner and thinner until he vanished altogether, and the couple was left childless again.
Do you wanna build a
That's
snowman?
depressing. What the
Based
fuck?
on the Hakutaku, which looks like a white ox, and it's usually drawn with 9 eyes and 6 horns, but those numbers vary. Sometimes it has less eyes and 1 horn on its head. It's
That's
very
weird
smart.
as fuck.
Legend says that a Chinese
fuck?
emperor once met a Hakutaku, and it taught him
Hakutaku.
that there were
I like the name,
11,520
Hakutaku.
different types of supernatural creatures in the world, and taught him
Triangle.
what they looked
Yeah.
like and their behaviors. Another story tells of the Hakutaku warning a village of an imminent plague. So the Absol is probably based on the Hakutaku because it's
I don't
white,
see
it
it.
has 1 horn, it's smart, and it warns people of coming disasters.
Taco.
Magmar, Torchic, Combuskin, Blaziken. They all look
Whoa.
like chickens that play around with fire. They're based on the Basan. It's a bird
So
that
when
looks
the
like
video
a
I
chicken
sent-
and breathes fire.
In a little
they
bit.
roam around at night looking for bonfires.
I don't know how
that
long
have
this video
recently
is,
burnt
but
out, so
probably
they
when
could
it's
eat
over,
the
she's
burning
gonna head
wood.
out.
That's their food.
Yeah.
And burning wood. Miss Magius. Some people claim
That's
Miss
straight
Magius
up
is
a
based
witch.
on Nasubaba, but I think they're basing
Masubaba!
it on color alone.
Nasubaba.
But I'll include it just in case you bastards complain
They
in
have
the
some cool
comments.
fucking names.
Nasubaba is a spirit that haunts the area around the famous temple Enryakuji. Her skin is all purple and she looks like an ugly, scary old woman. Despite her
Why?
looks, she actually
Yeah, but Miss
seems
Magius
good
doesn't look
and
like
is
that.
supposed to warn the temple.
No, it looks like a little dude in a little witch hat.
Reggie Jesus. Reggie
Jesus?
Reggie Gigas. This big guy may be based on the Gaidara Bochi, purely because of Reggie Mrs.'s size
That's a bit of a
and the
stretch.
fact that it can change the landscape, like stopping glaciers.
Yeah, plus I don't like Regigigas.
Yokai that can
I
move
think its design
mountains
is like,
and create
eh.
lakes and valleys
Yeah.
from their footprints.
All
They
the
say
Reggies, I
Gaidara
think,
Bochi
are
created Mount
kind of
Fuji when it
lackluster.
took the dirt around the area.
Yeah, they're like,
a huge dirt pile, then placed tourism signs everywhere. Giratina and Centiscorch. They're based on the Omukade, or giant centipede. They're super
Okay.
venomous and they can eat people because
But
they're
Giratina's a dragon.
Stakataka. This is speculative, but this Pokemon may be inspired by Moku Mokuren, which are paper doors that have eyes.
Oh, we saw this one.
Over time, paper doors.
But the Stakataka looks like fucking bricks, yo.
Like that for too
yeah,
long.
they were talking about
holes
paper
become
walls.
Eyes. Stakataka.
That's like two different things, yo.
And all of its stone bricks. All right, we're almost done. Let's end with some big ones. The 3 forces of nature are legendary Pokemon.
There we go.
Be based on really important figures. Landorus is the guardian of the fields. Its tail can inject nutrition into the soil and cause crops to grow like crazy. Landorus is based on the kami Inari,
basically,
who is an important god.
He goes
Inari
and fucks the field
things like
and
tea,
nourishes
rice,
it.
And sake, but is also the god
Ew.
of fertility
Does he
and
like nut all over the crops?
Tornadus controls
gross, probably.
hurricanes and huge storms. He's based on the kami Fujin, who's the god of the wind. He carries a wind bag that he uses to direct the wind.
A wind bag?
A wind bag?
I
call that my wife.
Escape from the bag.
Oh.
And Thunderous shoots lightning from his tail. He's based on Raijin, the god of thunder and lightning.
Kill me?
Fujin and Raijin are BFFs, so they're often shown together. Well, there you go. Alright, here at the end, I do have a bonus
He looks like a
meta
peanut.
connection for you. The whole Pokemon series is inspired by yokai. Think about it. Pokemon are weird creatures that are everywhere
stick with
and
the
have
classic.
all kinds of powers.
Okay.
They're basically yokai.
Classic what?
Today's
Pokemon?
question
I guess the
is
original
this.
150.
Which of the 7 lucky gods holds
Oh,
the
there's like
150?
so many more Pokemons.
And tomorrow I'll choose a winner.
One of the more recent ones that I think is super cute is
we have 2 new patrons this week: Shane Mellinson,
Sinisty.
Iris Ravenhild from
It really
Clan
felt like they were
Ravenhild,
running out of
Leslie
ideas
Nealon,
with some of
and
them. I was like,
ABC
what the
400.
fuck?
Thank you so much.
Like the ice cream cone one?
Vanillux.
Yeah, I was like,
I like that one.
You guys are running out of ideas.
I like that one. Also, like, yeah, the one I said Sinisty, it turns into, I think it turns into Poltegeist. It's a friggin' tea. It's a teacup.
I'm
That's
waiting to see
haunted.
the condom Pokemon. When it evolves, it inflates.
I feel like that might happen.
I bet it has a squirt attack.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it was fun watching videos with you. I think I'll stick around for a little bit longer.
Okay.
Have a good night. Thank you for watching videos or inviting me to watch videos.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Alrighty then. All by myself. Back to the old crypt. What is that? Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey. What's up, Mags? Alright, let me see. I'm not gonna watch it on stream. I gotta see what the fuck this shit is first. What in the hell? What in the hell? Bones, wait. Wait, what? I friended you. You friended me on what? Hold on, I'm looking. I see. Pending. Okay. There we go. I saw it. Dis doo-doo. What's a dis doo-doo? As long as it's not like eyeball butthole the guy I fucking saw. Oh my god. What the fuck? Is that the same one you shared before? I still got it, and it looks ridiculous. Some fucking Mr. Potato Head shit. No, it's a Furby. What the fuck is this shit?
I water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long.
I don't want to listen to the story. There's no action. What's the story about? Come on, sell me on it. The whole story? Well, that's what I said. Sell me on the story. Alright, it better not be bad. I mean, I already have the adults rating on here, but... Hold on. Let's set this up. No. What the fuck? That's why. Move you out the fucking way. Get you on here. Alright. There we go. Alright. And let's do theater mode. Alright. We'll see what all the big thing is about.
During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island,
what does it have
but
to
there
do
are
with
some
a Furby?
fragments in the attic of my brain which belonged to the various homes we had lived in when I was much
Also
younger.
check Discord. Okay.
Most of these memories are unclear and pointless. Chasing after another boy in the backyard of the house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on the creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there's one set of memories which remains as clear as glass, as though they were just made yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced that spring, but in my heart, I know they're real. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine. Population 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within 1 hour's commute of my father's workplace. The day after my 5th birthday, attended by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mono, which meant no rough play and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden.
Yeah,
we were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and these served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery.
What the fuck? Oh.
I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth.
Awkward.
Because his mouth was rather large.
Hey,
In fact,
I got a big mouth too.
about him was
Nobody calls me
large in
Mr.
comparison
Widemouth.
to his body, his
Usually
head,
call me
his
asshole.
eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest.
Yeah,
You look
and you
kind
just
of like a
thought
Furby,
this was normal?
I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look. Furby? What's a Furby? He said.
Are you kidding me?
I shrugged. You know, the toy. The little robot with big ears. You can pet and feed them, almost like a real pet.
Not really.
Oh. Mr. Widemouth resumed
I had
his
one of the first
activity.
Furbies. My mom got
You
it
don't
for
need
me.
one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend. I remember Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped by to check in on me. I lay under your bed, he later explained.
That's creepy.
I don't want your parents to see me, because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore.
Awkward.
We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contained.
Some of them
The
are
third or
all
fourth
right.
morning after I met him,
Some of them, like,
he
they have
greeted
to
me
be
with a
really
large
well
smile
written.
on
This
his
one,
face.
I don't know. I don't know if it's the
I have a
narrator.
new game we can play, he said.
They gotta really spice
We
it
have to
up
wait
for
until
me.
after your mother comes in to check on you, because she can't see us play it. It's a secret game.
Because I mean, like, SCPs are pretty
After
well
my mother
well
delivered
done.
more books and soda
Some
at the usual
creepypastas are
time,
actually pretty good.
Mr. Widemouth slipped out
The
from under
Mr.
the bed
Widemouth
and
in
tugged
this
my
one?
hand. We have to go to the room
I don't
at
know
the
if
end
it's
of this
the, like I
hallway,
said, I don't know if
he
it's the
said.
narrator or just the static
I
image
objected at
is just
first,
ruining it for me.
as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission, but Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishable feature was the window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open.
I'm of the
He then
mindset,
beckoned
like,
me
if
to
you're gonna
look
do
out
something
at
long and
the
drawn
ground
out,
below.
like a long story like this, you
We
gotta
were on
put
the
some
second
pizzazz,
story
some
of the house,
emphasis into
but
the
it was on a
voice.
hill,
Draw
and from
people's
this angle,
attention.
the drop was farther than 2 stories due to the incline. I like to play pretend up here, Mr. Widemouth explained. I pretend that there is a big, soft trampoline below this window,
Awkward.
and I jump, and if you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a
That's
feather.
stupid.
I want you to try it.
No!
I was
What
a
the fuck?
5-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts
Oh my God.
as I looked down and considered the possibility.
Then you're an
It's
idiot.
a long drop, I said.
No shit.
But that's all a part of the fun. It wouldn't be fun if it was only a short drop. If it were
Then
that
you
way,
do it
you might
first.
as well just bounce on a real trampoline. I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through thin air, only to bounce back up to the window on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed.
God, it's only like halfway.
Maybe some other time, I said.
Yeah.
I
Like
don't know
never.
if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt. Mr.
Yeah.
Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment. If you say so,
Eat
he
a
said.
dick.
He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived, holding a small box. I want to teach you how to juggle, he said. Here are some things you can use to practice.
Let me guess, all
before I
sharp,
start
dangerous
giving you
objects,
lessons.
right?
I looked in the box. It was full of knives.
Yep.
My parents will kill me, I
See,
shouted,
predictable.
horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room. Objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. I'll be spanked and grounded for a year.
How old was this kid?
Mr. Widemouth frowned. It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it.
Alright.
I pushed the box away. I can't.
I've
I'll
seen
get in
that somewhere
trouble.
before.
Knives aren't safe just to throw in the air.
I've seen that image
Mr.
somewhere
Widemouth's
before.
frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid it under my bed, remaining there for the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr.
No shit.
Widemouth would often wake me up at night saying he put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore.
Uh-huh.
My mother came to me one morning and told me I had permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh
You
air
needed
would be
permission
good
to go
for me,
outside?
especially after being confined to my room for such a long time. Ecstatic, I
he's
put on
probably
my
sick.
sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning for the feeling of the sun on my face. Mr. Widemouth was waiting for me. I have something I want
course
you
he
to
was.
see, he said. I must have given him a weird look, because he then said, It's safe, I promise. I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail which ran through the woods behind the house.
Okay.
This is an important path, he explained. I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path to a special place.
Uh-huh.
You aren't ready yet, but one day, I hope to take you there. I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail.
Don't go.
2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of our things had been placed into a moving truck.
Let me guess, there's like a
I would
graveyard
be
or
in the
something
cab
at
of
the
that
end or
truck,
something.
sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving, but even at 5 years old, I was beginning to
5?
suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit.
No shit.
Despite what he said otherwise.
I swear you heard this before. No, I haven't.
For this reason, I decided to
really
keep my
haven't.
departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a six-pack of energy drinks. He seems more like a man who was about to run a marathon
mock just
rather
about
than one who was
everything.
about to spend 2 days sitting still. Early enough for you? My father asked me with a hint of sympathy. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. This is the last move, son. I promise.
Yeah, sure.
I know it's been hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make friends.
More
I
video.
opened my eyes as we backed out of the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood, motionless, until the truck was about to turn onto the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand.
Oh, it's
I
crappy.
didn't wave back.
Okay.
Years later, I returned to New Vineyard. The piece of land our house stood on was empty except for the foundation, as the house burned down a few years after my family left.
I wonder who
Out
did
of
that.
curiosity, I followed the deer trail Mr. Widemouth had shown me.
Uh-huh.
Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejeebus out of me.
Bejeebus?
But I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone. Somehow tied to the house that no longer existed.
He got burned!
The trail ended in New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery.
I knew it!
I noticed that
Called it!
many of the tombstones belong to children.
Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Called it! I'm so smart! See, I'm a big movie and horror buff, so stuff like that, I'm like... A lot of tropes are commonly used. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got for the crappy one? Ah, damn it. Oops. I pressed the wrong thing. Alright. And let's see what we've got on this one.
Jelly beans.
Jelly beans?
I always loved jelly beans as a kid.
No.
I remember keeping a small amount of my school lunch money after school that I would use for jelly beans that I would buy at the gas station on the way home. A lot of that's in that sentence. Don't
I know
like that.
Purry only plays
Every
that to
day
hear
I
me
would go to
moan.
the same gas station and see the same smiling lady who would happily sell me the same jelly beans. I would down the entire packet on the walk home, so my mother
Don't
wouldn't
eat the
be upset at
sugar-free
me
ones,
for
you'll shit
wasting
your
my
brains
lunch
out.
money on sweets. I kept up my routine until high school. He's got the fucking, he's got like jelly belly-tism. Now, granted, I do
Above
like jelly
my
beans.
message
However, I don't know
to
if I buy
join
jelly beans like every single fucking day.
Nocturne
That's a little
Skittles.
bit.
What?
Slow down, Maurice.
Who's he? What'y?
Juicy pear and banana and roasted marshmallow. Bro, roasted marshmallow jelly beans are honestly so fucking good. I don't care what anyone says. They're really good. Anyway, as I got to my high school
There we
years,
go.
jelly beans were
I see.
becoming less and less popular among people. They became a bit harder to find. No, they fucking didn't. I can walk down to CVS right now and get a pack of jelly beans, and we'll be good. I'll like the fucking 48 flavors or whatever. Mix that shit up in there.
Mix
They
that
were
shit
no
up in
longer
there.
Sold at the gas station.
Oh,
by the time I
well.
had my license. The only thing I would stop at the station for was
Skittles
gas.
server
Yes.
invite.
Every day after school, I would have
What?
to stop at the gas station,
I don't
fill up
even
my
like
tank,
Skittles.
drive to Walmart, search the candy aisle, get my jelly beans. Then from there, it was a
What?
15-minute
I don't
drive
like
home.
Skittles. Reese's Pieces, baby.
Bro, like Amazon that shit. Amazon, yo.
Read the Amazon
beans.
review of sugar-free gummy
Oh,
bears.
yeah, like,
Oh my
jelly
god.
beans? Jelly beans? Not all that hard to find. This was my routine for about 4 years. By the time I graduated from high school, my mother had passed away and given me the house. That fucking old crone had finally croaked. So
Fuck
now
that
I can get
bitch.
jelly beans completely unbidden. Like that's about where I am.
Let me eat my
I'm
jelly bean.
just like living completely on my own. I go down to CVS. I get me a fucking bag of Skittles gummies. I'm just like, fuck you. I don't care what you think of me. Chewy Chips Ahoy Reese's, because why the fuck not? I'm an adult and no one can stop me. No one can fucking stop me. I will.
Oh my god, the characters are so cute. Look, I got the star eyes too.
Oh, fuck you!
And look at the little
Don't interrupt my
bear on
shit.
I will eat my
Fuck
candy
you.
with the pork and beans. Though this was a
Pork and
downtime in
beans.
my life, my bean addiction comforted
How can you
me.
have any pudding if you don't eat your meat?
There was something I missed about this, and it's finding lines like that. No, this is just a massive shirt that I wear because it's comfortable. I know it's too big for me. I don't care. I don't give a hoot about what you think. New flavors began to raise. Tropical fruit, sour, mint, all tastes of the flavor spectrum.
Okay, and?
Then there were the strange flavors. Bean boozled packs. Birdie Bots every flavor bean, containing such flavors as earwax, vomit, dirt, earthworm, etc.
Why is it their human
Bizarrely
flesh?
enough, I quite enjoyed these disgusting flavor experiences.
Awkward.
I found myself eating all the decent tasting beans.
Wait, what happened? Did you break?
First.
Okay.
And saving all my atrocious heavens for last.
Ew!
Dirty diapers,
Ah!
boogers,
Ah!
grapes.
Stop it!
You may notice. That was me retching there. They all satisfied my taste buds.
My tummy hurts.
Now,
well,
now,
the empty
NSC,
void that is
when
my
you-
tummy.
when
If
you
I
said
had
you're
one.
you're gonna pay
Ugh.
$5 to read this story. I didn't expect this to go into scatological territory. Are you trying to say something?
This is
Or is
disgusting!
it literally just because it has fucking beans in the title? I'm retching.
Babe!
Oh, my throat is so not happy right now.
Hey, all
In
the
any
bloody
case, let's
babes!
scroll past the dirty diaper so I don't have to look at it anymore. Then, a few days ago, with the coming of Halloween...
Coming!
That's not...
Why is Halloween coming?
the only thing that's coming, is it, Poop
Ew!
Boy?
Ew! Stop it!
Brought new gross flavors of beans to experience. Monster slime, brains, mummified bone, and blood. Even though
Stop
all
it.
these were new flavors, on the box there was
Why does it keep acting up? Bitch, YouTube, get your shit together!
only the spiky bubble with the word new on the blood flavor. I bought a package, went home, and tried each flavor. Monster slime tasted like a mixture of vomit and grapes.
Ew!
Brains tasted like boogers and liver.
What the fuck, YouTube?
And mummified bone tasted simply like dog biscuits. I have some experience in that regard. Disappointed
it tasted
in the
like
poorly
meat!
conjoined flavors, I just took a handful and put
Funny
them
thoughts.
in my
I want to
mouth.
draw a skelly.
I
Good!
felt two
Draw all the
squirts in my
skellies,
mouth
because
and
skellies are the
immediately knew
best.
the taste. The salty and metallic flavor filled my taste buds.
Awkward!
At first, I was shocked. Is my mouth bleeding?
I think I've seen
asked
this
myself
before.
in my
I
head.
recognize this story.
It took a few seconds for
It was
to hit
actually
me,
blood.
But then I
Right?
realized the blood flavor. The
What the fuck is YouTube doing? Why does it keep fucking freezing up on me?
Jelly Bean Company
You know, fucking buffer, fucking get your shit together.
had precisely made the blood flavor at a disturbingly accurate level. It really, really tasted like blood.
Okay.
I swallowed down my mouthful of jelly beans, and then before I knew it,
The fact
whole
that you know it's
package was
accurate,
gone,
you know
except
you've
for
had to
about
drink
2
blood
or
before
3
to know the
full
taste.
beans. I picked them all up and ate them slowly one by one, savoring the texture and salty iron flavor of each for nearly 20 minutes. By the way, is anyone scared yet? Is anyone spooked?
Not even close.
Is anyone startled?
Grossed out.
I admitted I'm addicted to chewing gum and chocolate and sugar.
Okay, no, no more. No more! I can't take any more. I can't do it. Ugh. No. How about playlists? Oh, my ghost playlist. No, I'm not. Ooh, a Beardo video. Come on, guys. You guys like my Beardo videos, right? Why you skip the good? Because I know the story already. I know the story already. Plus, it's gross. It's just gross. Ugh. There's just some things that should not be flavored beans. Now, I was at Halloween Horror Nights one year. My cousin was visiting and his wife. We all went to Horror Nights together. Explain the rest of the story. He was eating actual blood jelly beans. It's not complicated. It wasn't just flavoring. It was actually blood. I was with my cousin and his wife, and we went to the Harry Potter area, and they bought the Bertie Bott's beans, the every flavor, like a big box of them. And then while we were waiting in line for one of the haunted houses, which those lines get like hours long, we made friends with like the people in line near us. And we all played, like everyone would grab a random bean out of the box, and then we'd all try it to see who got the shitty one. And we did this for hours. It was awesome. It was Beatles. Still gross. It was... I know I've heard the story before. You know, I didn't recognize it until he got to the blood jelly beans, and I was like, wait, I know this story. I recognized it. I may not have remembered every detail, but I know the story. When you bite the beetle, it bites your tongue, and you taste the blood. That's what it was. You know, ironically, I used to use that in Vampire the Masquerade game. See, supposedly in World of Darkness, vampires aren't supposed to eat food or drink, you know, normal food or anything. You would have to say, if you wanted to get drunk, you'd have to get a human drunk and then drink their blood, right? And I said, well, if that works, it's because alcohol readily binds with human blood. So, if you were to bite the inside of your cheek or your tongue or whatever, cause yourself to bleed, and then drink, say, a beer or something, and mix it with the blood in your mouth, then you could just drink it. You're drinking your own blood mixed with the alcohol. I mean, theoretically, that should work. So, I use that theory. I love Beardo videos. I want to see what Beardo did here. This video contains opinions that are like whole... that are like a hole. Does not mean you have to be one. Yeah, this was bad. Also, today's my birthday. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! You're welcome. What do we got? Come on.
Widows, boss girls, how are we all doing? Today,
I'm
we're
groovy.
looking at Ghosts of Britain, or Project Reveal
Wonderful.
Ghosts of Britain. 2.8 million subscribers over
I'll
on
be damned.
Facebook. I've heard some good things about these guys.
Gracias.
On their intro,
Thank
it
you.
says,
I'm not the only
seen
one
on
that uses
Sky
that phrase.
TV, ITV this morning, really
Where'd all my
channel
viewers go?
E4,
Fuck.
live stream entertainment, ghost investigations. Looks like a pretty big channel. Let's have a look. So they've got,
penis.
Photos, posts of buildings they're investigating, and then they've got what looks like some sort of YouTube shorts. So we'll just scroll through the first few,
I said
see
penis.
what we get.
For no reason other than to say penis. Spirit scene here in the bathroom. Why are ghosts in the bathroom? They gotta take a dump? I was away for a moment. Oh, you step away and you come back and then penis! What? What did I miss?
3, 2, 1. Spirit, is there?
Oh. DR60.
What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say?
Oh,
fucking twat.
I have very strong opinions on the
twat.
DR60, as do most credible paranormal investigators or debunkers. The DR60 is not fit for purpose. It's never been fit for purpose. I've debunked this device a lot, but if you want to see a deep dive into this, why it's not suitable for anything, let alone ghost investigations, go check out Kenny Biddle.
Anyone here?
Well, first fail. I'm right over here. Hello? Can you hear me? I talk to
Are
you.
you making sounds?
Yes, obviously.
Already, the biggest problem we've got here is he's holding it in his hand. He's got his elbow resting on the door frame, or maybe it's not resting, but it's there, sort of just floating about in the air. So there's going to be little micro movements from him.
Yeah.
Doing
Fair.
this with his head. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose or if he's unaware of how trash this piece of...
Give it the benefit of the doubt. Is YouTube fucking around again? Why is you not moving?
equipment is.
God
He's going to
damn
be
it,
getting
YouTube.
false positives from this.
Are you someone who passed away here?
No. I got hit by a truck.
Stopping voice recorder. Got 26 seconds on audio there.
This is stupid. That audio is so
Ghost
fucking
of an old
garbled.
man, the haunted care home. Spirit seen here in the bathroom. Ghost of an old man seen here in an abandoned care home. Do you believe these places are haunted? Right, maybe they're not saying they've captured the ghost of an old man. Maybe they're saying that that's one of the rumours, stories, and that's why, or reported events. But there was nothing in that. There was nothing on the DR60, but they didn't point anything out. So fair enough. Maybe that could be seen as a bit misleading. But if you read it, the ghost of an old man, the haunted care home, spirits seen here in bathroom. So no, it's not clickbait really. It looks like they're investigating a specific claim. Fair enough.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Would you rather $100 or to go out on a date with me?
I don't know what this is.
What the fuck?
No, I have no
What does
issues
that have
with
to do with
goths.
ghosts?
My wife's pretty goth. I used to be pretty goth. Somebody came up to me with a microphone and a camera and be like, "Excuse me, would you go and fuck off? Shoo.
Yeah.
Be gone. Even if I was
Awkward.
single and desperate. Go away." Right, the UK's most haunted house. See what happens to the lady here is disturbing when she goes to the top of the stairs. This lady's part of the team. Why have they...
Bobby's bed.
Wherever.
I want to see if we can make contact.
Right, ghost seen here up the stairs in the bedroom. Watch what happens with the woman exploring one of the UK's most haunted houses.
What in the hell? Wait a minute.
Welcome to
Wait a minute.
39 gracefully.
What the hell?
I've heard of this place.
In this very room. And the owner.
I saw that. What the fuck happened?
Of the night to an
I think my
apparition
internet's fucking with
a
me.
small girl standing.
The great
at the
things
end
about
of
living
this
out in the
bed.
country.
I want to see if we can make contact with her.
But they put the DR60 down. Good.
What?
Put
Is
the
the little
shitty
girl
device
here?
down. It sucks
Immediately dismiss
balls.
anything that comes through. There's somebody moving about outside the room. It'll pick
My
that
name's
noise up.
Sarah. Can you tell me yours?
Phoebus! I am the great Cornholio. I need
Are you
pee-pee part of
okay?
my bunghole. Meow.
Stopping recording. Let's see
Well,
if
la-di-da.
we've communicated.
I bet you heard all kinds of shit. That audio is so horrible. I mean, just listen to her voice, and you're like, anything else you hear on that is going to be garbage.
I feel like we had a bit of a connection there, and that maybe we got a name. And
Uh-huh.
maybe something else.
You got a bit of
What?
a name. Unless the name is... There is a difference between misunderstanding devices and not
Making up
knowing
shit.
things about devices, not realizing devices are broken possibly, to trying to create something from nothing. That was clearly the noises from outside of the room, over amplified through this broken device.
Let us know in the comments what you hear behind that. Little girl's been seen here.
Hey, bleh, how are you doing?
Can you show me what you look like?
No!
3, 2, 1.
5, 6, 7, 9, 12. Hello? Ghosty, you talking to me? Nothing's happening.
And again, you can't do anything with this. There's too much contamination. It feels kind of strange to me that while you were talking without the DR60 being recording, couldn't hear anyone walking around. Whilst you've got a
Of course
recording,
not.
somebody
You
is
can only
shifting
hear
their weight
shit on
outside
the
of the
device.
room. Could just be coincidence. I don't know these people. I haven't watched enough of them to have any judgment on them, but whatever comes through that, dismiss it.
Yeah.
I didn't see much through my face.
But I mean,
Let's see if
everything's
we
being
hear
defaulting to this fucking shitty device. Do they got anything else other than that fucking thing?
And they've got a phone on it live. They've got a phone on not in airplane mode, so if these other equipment, nil and void, because we've just heard it vibrate.
I almost felt like a heartbeat or a breath, like a repetitive thing there.
That repetitive noise or heartbeat is the internal mechanisms of that device. It's famous for
It's
not
listening
working
to
properly
itself.
because of it. Picking up the internal mechanisms.
I think it's whispering your name, but it's very quiet indeed.
What a reach! Holy crap!
I didn't hear that
Oh.
at all.
Got like a rattle, won't it?
Is the CCTV infrared as well going on and off with us?
Yeah.
So what's that?
Camera. Walk straight in then.
Ugh. I think I drank too much
Yeah, but
coffee.
there's a
My
dog
stomach is
garden.
going blah 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 blah.
You said there's a dog garden. I'm assuming that wrong. Doll, right.
That's a bit strange, isn't it?
It's a doll with big fucking feet.
This just broke. What that's doing is tracking your movement and it's turning on, but it's obviously not recording properly and it's firing on and off.
3, 2,
No, it's a piece
1.
of shit.
Can any spirits come forward?
I'm right here.
Can you tell me your names, please?
Bones. You can call me BJ.
I'm hearing somebody's nose whistle slightly there. I wonder if that DR60 will pick that up.
Are you happy for us to stay
I bet it'll
here?
sound horrible.
Moving of the clothes.
Gotta love the nose whistle.
outside noise. There was an outside bassy noise then. I think it was a car or a motorbike going past.
Probably. You're killing me.
There's a low no. Twice.
That low no was exactly what I said it was. It was a car passing outside. You hear the bassy vroom as it goes past. It's picked it up as something different because the microphone is shite.
Yeah, we've established this, and I mean, we're not getting very far. It's just the same thing over and over again.
And then there's a ghost. Bring it on.
Okay, let's see it.
You can stay at the end.
Can we just get past all the shit where we're paying attention to this fucking little recording device that's obviously not working?
I can hear the no. And what did you find you were written?
I don't know now.
I didn't hear shit.
Well, I thought it said no, but then I could hear stay when you said it. But I thought you said no first.
We're reaching further than Mr. Fantastic.
My friend.
But it didn't sound like it then.
Wow.
Did I just see what I think I saw?
Was it a penis? What? What do you see?
This is an SLS device. That is a Galaxy Tab A10, possibly tablet. And then you'll have the Xbox Kinect in this case there. That's just a handle. We all know you can't use these for ghost hunting at all, especially moving around.
Wow.
Yeah, but see, they're the popular kind of ghost hunters where they make shit up.
2, 1.
If it's entertaining to the public, they're doing it. They're not actually looking for ghosts. They're looking for stuff to entertain their audience. There's a difference. They're ghost entertainers, not ghost
bang,
hunters.
And then a creak.
Could you come forward and tell me your name, please?
When you're doing an EVP session, for the love of God, stay
yawning,
still.
fuck.
Put the EVP recorder down. Well, bin that. Put the EVP recorder down. Step away from it and make sure you're on sturdy flooring that's not going to creak and groan and snap and pop. And then conduct your session. For her to be asking questions and this guy walking around and you hear his coat rustling,
Are you
you're
still
going
there,
to get
Perry?
false positives. I'm not saying that that's what they are doing and they know what they're doing, but you would assume the 2.8 million subscribers on Facebook, they would know what they're doing.
Probably not. You'd be surprised.
Where are you now? Stopping recording.
Eating a potato.
Let's see if we got anything. It's called.
I bet you did. Also, if you play your EVP recorder back and it sounds like that, bin it. It's no good. It's no good for the noise in the background if you can't pick up your voice clearly. Dog shit. Fucking $5,000 paperweight.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, what?
Yeah, what the fuck? I said it's bullshit.
Wow.
I heard they have.
Wow, what?
The reason I said I bet you have is she was holding onto the mirror. And if you look at her hand was moving. Oh, is it a mirror? It looks like a mirror frame, but there's cloth in it. Is it supposed to be a casket? Because it's not. But it looks like she's moving her hand on the back of that. Whether she knows she's doing it or not, there was movement of her hand behind on that frame or behind that frame.
And that's going to make all kinds of noise on that fucking recorder.
And she's got the DR60 there. She's moving her hand there. They're getting false positives. And that one right there, I think was done on purpose. The way she was stood, there was almost like an acknowledgement in her face of what she was doing. I'm not buying any of this for a second now.
That second one, yeah.
What did you guys hear?
Bullshit!
Nothing.
Lots of bullshit.
Watch the hanging one.
Where did all my viewers go?
Watch your head.
Oh, this is depressing. It's fine. Excuse me. Damn.
There's one of those haunted houses in the
Why
UK
can I
I would
still
not
taste
like
my
to
lunch?
go to. I've seen people go there with rats in their videos. Look at it, the ceilings are falling down.
What is going on?
That door is noisy, Jesus.
I am having weird hiccups with my internet. I think this is going to be my last video for the night. I'm getting all kinds of fucking glitches and...
Can any spirits
it's
come
mostly
forward,
loading
please?
errors. I think that there's a
Speak
problem
into
with
this
the internet.
microphone.
It's running slow tonight. Fucking God, living out in the country sucks sometimes. There's signs on my
Thank
street
you. Stopping
that
recording.
better internet is
back,
coming to
there's
the area. I'm
Spirit completely
assuming
to
because
the
all
left
these big
of the
companies are
wardrobe
buying
and
up the empty
completely
lots
to
and
your
big pieces
right,
of land.
bang next to you. Or
They're
at
going to
least
be
it's showing
building up
that.
in my area, and it won't be a peaceful country location anymore.
This
But
microphone.
I'll have better internet.
There is a spirit to the left of you.
Is it up my ass? I wonder if spirits
it's
are
just
into
mapping
anal.
the curtain because it doesn't know what it's looking for because
What do you
they're
think?
not meant to be moved.
You stopping recording.
Before you play that back, there's a spirit completely to the left of the wardrobe and completely to your right.
Oh, there's not.
Bang next to you. Or at least it's showing that.
Yeah.
Well, there's two now, so one right Sarah, the one, there's another one next to Sarah and there's one that side as well.
Hello.
No. All of this wibbly wobbly arms bullshit is because that SLS does not know what the hell is going on because it's being moved.
It's trying
not
to make
tracking a
sense
ghost
out of
stood right
something that's
next
not
to her.
true. It's
It
like,
doesn't know
I
what to make of
think
her
there's
because she's not
something
fully
here.
unshot. This
Yeah.
thing is not far enough away from her. I think it's supposed to be between 6 and 10 foot away from the intended target. No, absolutely not.
So there's two spirits in you, in shot.
Thank you for taking your photograph.
I was expecting a lot better.
No, you're not. Again, they're entertaining. She's a blonde with a skinny body and a booty
Not
and
as
tight
much
jeans.
on that, but
Why do you think
however,
they have
the
so many
SLS cameras
viewers?
detecting
Come on.
There wasn't
Come
much on
on.
that because you were too busy looking at
No,
the
I'm not
SLS
saying
and you were
everybody's
moving
watching
less.
for
a
that, but
figure at the side. If you just
I don't think
completely
it hurts
move
either.
to the right, we'll see if it's still there. It's still there. You can see it. Look. Go on, look.
Wow.
And when you were in shot, there was another one here that were you. So that one were overlapping you.
that thing that you were thingy was thingy you
Outside.
and the thingy.
There's a bicycle.
That's it.
Hi.
Cool. Oh.
Are we joined by someone else?
Holy shit.
You're definitely not.
Let's move to the middle now. Something in the mirror. We've never had something.
No. Now she's moved from there and you've swiped on the screen, you've reset it. It's now tracking the clown because it is looking constantly for a person for a video game.
Exactly.
Banging the mirror. However,
throw
there's
that
a
shit
door
out.
in the way.
That might not be an Xbox Connect, looking at the way that program was running. I'm not sure what the program is. By the way, for it to draw a stick figure, for it to track a stick figure, the IR has to bounce back into the lens, as Mr. Gray has previously stated. If there's no outline of anything that the stick figure is on top of, then it's just a malfunction in the program.
Let me just.
What happens to the lady here is disturbing when she gets to the top of the
In here.
stairs.
What?
Wow.
Wow.
Feels only appropriate to sit down.
What? I can't understand what she's saying.
Never, ever been in a room like this.
Well, in case you spot the back of your own head or something, but this whole thing of two mirrors facing each other is absolute bollocks. I've been in so many places with two mirrors facing each other. Nothing happens. Ever.
It's superstition. It's superstition from a long time ago.
2, 1.
See, there's other people in this house. There's people downstairs or in different rooms. You've just heard somebody laugh. This EVP session is completely pointless, completely redundant.
My name is Sarah.
Hi,
This is
Sarah.
Lee.
What's up?
If there's anyone else in this room with us, please can you come forward and say your name, please?
Boats! I told you that already.
Is there anything you would like to tell us?
I'd like to tell you
Movement,
to shut
voice
the fuck
in the background.
up.
Another voice in the
Stopping
background.
recording. Thank you.
Are they going to call out those voices in the background? Because if they don't, they're completely ignoring other people being there, specifically for false positives. If they call it out, fair enough.
Hi, Sarah.
Wow.
Where was the ghost at the top? Watch what happens to the lady is disturbing. She gets to the top of the stairs.
Okay.
Right.
And?
Watch what happens to the woman exploring one of the UK's... Right, so she gets to the top of the stairs.
Welcome to 39 Degree Street. Now,
Nothing. Nothing happened when this woman got to the top of the stairs. What are you on about? This will shock you. Watch what happens when she removes her hand from the haunted mirror.
so look at this number.
I would be very careful with that camera angle with her wearing a skirt, just saying. This will shock you, mind blown.
Of course.
Stop it. Let's listen to this. So you do hear something there, you hear me. Stopping recording. Let's create a sound clip. Only audio is recorded. Let's listen back.
Whoa! Wow! Wow. Let me know in the comments, did you hear that? What do you think it says?
You heard there was no sound there until you heard it in the recording.
No. Wrap that. Ghost senior in the hallway at Matlock Pavilion. Evidence of ghosts. No sound.
Okay, then how is that evidence?
Tell me that wasn't your evidence of a ghost, that bug going past. There's no sound.
Cause it's garbage.
Got a fucking cat ball as well. Right, they clearly look like they're explaining what the tripwire does, but there's no sound. So, where's the ghost? Ghost seen here in the hallway.
I ain't seen shit. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Right, so I thought they cut the video there. It's not. The video's just looped back around. There's nothing there. Has it looped back around? I don't use Facebook very often. It looped back around.
BJ, there's Perry. I was asking where you went.
What are you talking about? Oh my god, this creepy what did we capture? The Annabelle haunted doll, and it speaks.
Annabelle!
Wait, why does my camera think I'm making a shock face? I am not making a shock face.
It's not Annabelle. It's a
what
fucking
the fuck? It's
Raggedy
fucking
Ann
broken.
doll. The original Annabelle is a Raggedy
My face
Ann
is
doll.
broken.
But even if it was
Help
possessed,
me.
it doesn't mean that every Raggedy
I
Ann
know
doll
why.
is Annabelle, does it? I was expecting so much more. This Annabelle doll is haunted and it speaks. Would you
There it
dare
is.
visit
I hit
and
the
knock
wrong
on her
button.
display?
Damn it.
I'd knock on the display. I'd lick her face, flick it in the head, and be like, "Go on, kill me, bitch! Kill me, bitch! Kill me, bitch!"
Kill me,
Because
bitch,
nothing
kill me,
is
bitch,
going
kill
to
me, bitch.
happen.
Got a very exciting night tonight. You got anything to say?
No! Ah, this is taking forever. Beardo, just admit it, these guys suck! Get that F?
Have you been affecting
You mean
the
get that
equipment
shit?
that is behind glass?
What up, son?
Probably not. It's a fucking doll.
Like, I had a hiccup in my internet, and then all of a sudden all my viewers were gone. I was like, what the fuck, where'd everybody go? And I started calling, I was like, Perry, are you still there? Because I know sometimes it'll say I don't have any viewers, and then I
You've
actually
got
do.
anything to say, Annabelle?
I forgot
Say
that
it
I
right
could click
now.
on the little thing on top, community. Yeah, it's just Perry. Oh wait, Perry and, oh no, yeah, Perry. Perry's my only viewer.
Stopping recorder.
So,
That's just
I'm not
to
being
get the
paranoid.
temperature change, which is not done that for a while. I don't know, but it's a few degrees Celsius. Let's listen back.
That's anything like any other of these devices, it detects up to 0.1 of a change.
Wait, what? Yeah! I had an internet hiccup and then everyone was gone. I was like, what the hell? Now Perry's the only one left.
Fuck's sake. You were literally clickbaiting the shit out of Facebook. What's what happens when this man puts on the haunted helmet from Tutbury Castle? Real ghost scene here.
This is bullshit. Yep, I already don't like these guys. I mean, that's my opinion. Beardo can say what he wants. I fuck them.
It's just the R60 over and over and over again, isn't it?
Yes, they rely on this broken piece of equipment that always gives them what they want, which is a bunch of random noise because it's a broken piece of shit. Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? You look like an idiot. Oh my god, this is stupid.
What the hell is that? Please let me know in the comments what you hear.
It's your piece of shit
What are
equipment.
the comments actually saying? Well, what would happen if you place your EP recorder inside the helmet while you're wearing it? Great job, static. Wow,
You'd hear
I
all his
bullshit.
breathing.
Oh, look how Ghosts of Britain respond to a comment like that. Wow. I mean, they ain't wrong, Ghosts of Britain. I'm sorry. You've come across very pleasant if it is you that I've spoken to, but what's what happens when the man's walking towards the clown? Fuck me. I'm not going to be doing too many of these.
That's all this is this
So you are a
clickbait. They're
poltergeist?
fucking TikTok
Evil
famous,
poltergeist
basically.
clown doll torments my partner. This clown doll drags people out of bed. It's violent.
Clown?
Uh-huh.
Let's see.
Right. For
Put that
fucking
to the
sure.
test.
Dude, it's a doll of Bozo the Clown. I actually am old enough to remember that TV show. Yeah, it looks incredibly violent. Whatever will we do?
What's what happens when this man walks towards the haunted
God.
clown? Fuck
So you
all.
are a
Fuck all.
poltergeist clown?
Nothing. Nothing
Let's
fucking
see.
happened. Not a
Put
damn
that
thing.
to the test.
What am I looking for here? Is he on with the chair rocking?
Oh my god, this is dumb. These people! What the fuck?
It doesn't
Really?
matter that chair is rocking when there's a cut and we can't see why it started moving. And I'm
that's
watching
so
a 50-minute
stupid.
video of this
People
shit.
just
That's
eat
what
this
happens when
shit up.
Sarah touches the world's most powerful
I'll
head.
be forever proud of myself for
Is there
drawing
anything
someone,
you've
someone,
got to
and
say
someone.
today?
Well, who's
Nothing.
someone?
You're playing with a fucking DR60. Oh my god, what we capture on camera? Watch what happens when the woman walks to the door of the witch's house in the woods. This is the last one.
Witches.
I'm still waiting to get fan art. Fan art is like my favorite thing ever.
Where are
Someone.
you?
Oh, just fucking with me now. I see how it is.
There are scratch marks all along
Like,
here.
I always thought, even when I was a performer at the theme parks, fan art was always the coolest thing. I would hang that shit up.
I'm leaving
You know what?
your house
Fuck
now,
you, ads!
witches.
Why do ads always
you want
pop
to
up when
say?
I'm in the middle of saying something important?
Speak now.
You have the worst fucking timing.
Don't tell me that her hair moving is what you're looking at. When she walks to the door of the witch's house in the woods, something horrific is captured. This scared her. Ghost seen her.
Oh, what? Fucking crock of shit. Get down, get down.
I have completely wasted, 34 minutes here. Completely wasted it.
Yep.
There's nothing. What, a pile of dung? No. Yeah, I agree with Ronnie Hurd. Now they'll follow her home, grow up. There are ghost witches. Did she even rewind the tape? Is this the witch's house they took Shanda to? I think the last name was Shana, but not sure. Like always, nothing. If you want people to believe you, you need to be serious. So do they actually capture anything on camera anyway? Second most haunted house in the world. Don't recognise it. Can't believe we captured this. We freaked out. I bet if this is the R60, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
This 2 rugs from BM, and this, as we've unrolled it, there's some strange patterns emerging from the carpet. It's like there's child footprints in you.
You're telling me that that is a child footprint? Look at the fucking size on it, for one. Number two, there is no way as this just appeared. You guys have walked across this. You haven't showed us you unrolling it from it being factory sealed.
Human footprints, look at that. Like a skeleton there, like small footprints.
Oh, anyone else see the orb grow up? Get rid of the picture, Aesop.
Orbs are bullshit. Orbs are always bullshit.
See this? What happened to this man is shocking. He's just using a DR60. He doesn't have a twin. Oh my god, is this the same person? Haunted Mirror shows someone else so people see.
As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters, right? You know what? I was just thinking about something. Hold on a second.
You're moving your hand.
Of course he is.
Stop in, voice recorder.
Wait a damn minute.
So,
what in the hell?
It was my first look at Project Reveal Ghosts of Britain, and it will be my last. That was fucking terrible. Awful. Yep. There was nothing. Even the things they were claiming to be voices on a device that most people capture voices on was just bursts of static and horrible garbled noise. There were other people in most of the buildings. There were other people talking in different rooms, floorboards creaking and popping. None of you could stay still. An SLS. And then you make these really bold claims. Oh my god, this is creepy. Scary encounter in the mirror. What, is he scared of his fucking reflection? Because that's all there is. Haunted rug. Clearly, you've put your own footprints on there. I don't give a shit what you say. Oh my god, what did we capture on camera? Watch what happens when the woman walks to the door of this witch's house in the woods. Nothing happened except the DR60. Using a DR60 outdoors and you're concerned or shocked that it captured a noise. Bravo. What's what happens when Sarah touches the world's most powerful head? Nothing. What's what happens when the man walks towards the haunted clown doll?
Now,
yeah,
I'd be more impressed if she gave the world's most
head.
impressive head.
Because the video cut while he was already moving. He did it again.
Just
shocking.
me.
What happens when a man puts a haunted helmet on from Titbury Castle? Nothing. Just a man being a tit. The real haunted doll. Oh my god, creepy. What did we capture? Nothing.
Nothing.
What happened when this woman got to the top of the stairs? Nothing. Ghost senior in the hallway. Nothing. This will shock you. What happens when she removes a hand from the mirror? Oh
Okay,
my
we
God.
got the point.
Nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing happened for the entirety of any of those clips that you've put up. Nothing that could even be misconstrued as paranormal. You're clickbaiting. And how in the fuck you have, and I'm quite shocked that you've got 2.8 million followers.
People eat that
and
shit up.
You've asked somebody like me to look at your channel. I'm sure you asked me to look a while ago. Well, I've looked, and it's garbage. 2.8 million followers. But then again, when we look at your views, nobody's watching you. I can see why. I can absolutely see why. This is dog shit. Absolute dog shit. Now, let's see if you've got a YouTube channel. See what bold claims you make there. Alright, they do have a YouTube channel. Ghost of Britain, 36.5k subscribers. Definitely the same people. Not very many views. And it looks like they've changed their team up over the years looking at this. So maybe they started as one thing and they've turned into something else. Because right now, it just looks like a parody. Let's look at the oldest videos and see if they've ever got anything that blew up for them. I mean, yeah, they're a completely different team now by the look of it. And obviously, the main guy seems to be... I don't understand how they've got the following they've got on Facebook. I really don't. The views don't equate that following. I don't know enough about Facebook to care. Sorry, Ghost of Britain. Absolute garbage. Your methods are garbage. Your videos sound and look like cack. Very little effort. Very little effort to put in. And then... massive claims. I want those 40 minutes of my life back. Let me know your thoughts on the comment section down below. And if anyone from Ghosts of Britain is pissed at me, don't bother coming at me because you can't defend that.
And I don't give a shit.
It was trash. Much
Just
love
say
to all.
it. Say I don't give a fuck.
Out.
I've been thinking, okay, because of an idea you had today. Alright. I think that'll be enough ghost shit. I think I'm done for the night. Oh my god. That was garbage. I'm all about that. Remove from playlist. Let's get that out of there. Okay, Puri is still here. Here, I wanted to show you something. Let's see. God, I hate my... I wish my setup would fucking update quicker. And... You're still not showing what I want you to show, dickhead. Dickhead. Here he is. And... Look! This is a piece of my artwork. Back when I could draw, before my hands got all fucked up from my disability and nerve damage and shit. Now, this is from an existing picture, but I was practicing freehand drawing. I did not trace. I mean, if you find the original picture and look, there's a lot of measurements that aren't the same. Alright. So, yeah, this was me and practicing freehanding. How'd I do? Did I do alright? I was really proud of this one when I did it. Thank you. Thank you. What else do I have in this file? Hold on. Yeah, I even did some cutesy shit. Here's a cutesy one. What do you think of this one? Oh, get my big fat head out the way. There, let's shrink it down a little bit. That's a little bit better. Yeah, there. Let's see. What else do I have in here? I got a bunch of old ones, but I have my name on them, so I don't want to dox myself. Yeah, all the rest. Like, and I wasn't the best drawer. I did this one, like, I liked this one, but this was one of my earlier ones, and the proportions are all off. I like, one arm is bigger than the other, the head is too small. Like, I criticized the fuck out of myself for this one. I mean, I kind of, ooh, let's see. Here's a comic book character I tried to make. I ended up not making a comic book. I wanted to make a comic book with this character, but it never went anywhere. I like the way this one came out. Let's see. Yeah, the pants and legs fucked up. The face came out good. The rest, meh. High school bullshit. What else do I got? I got a bunch in here, but like some of them got water damaged, and before I could scan them in the computer, and I tried to get rid of the water damage because it. Ugh. And other ones have my fucking name on them. I would have to edit that shit out. Oh well. I did used to draw. Alright. On that note, I think I will be wrapping up for the evening. It's been a long day. I did almost a 6-hour stream. Hung out with cool peoples. I love hanging out with cool peoples. Ah. Yeah, I used to draw. I'm trying to teach my daughter how to draw. And it's really hard because now my hands hurt just signing my name. So I try to tough it out and do some stuff like show her a little bit of how to do eyes. She's getting really, really good. She was showing me some of her new stuff the other day. So, yeah, I'm super proud. But, on that note, since you're the only one here, Purry, I guess I'll say goodnight, Purry. Good night, everybody. Yeah, this video, just like others, are going to go up on my YouTube channel. I'm really behind. I have like 3 videos to upload on YouTube. I've just been so busy this week. So, I'm going to upload my videos to YouTube, my VODs. And, that'll be pretty much it. I keep feeling like I'm forgetting something and I can't remember. I'll see you around. Yep. I'm definitely taking my Monday off. I won't be on tomorrow night, but I should be back Tuesday night. As long as everything goes well. So, have a good night, everybody. Have a good night, Purry. Thank you all for watching, those who stuck around. It was a really good time hanging out with Cora and Rosa. They were fun. I had fun watching the videos and talking shit and gossiping and going blah, 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 blah. And it was good getting to know them better because I've just met them and it was fun. And I'm glad we get along. It was a good time. So, thank you all for coming. Thank you, Purry, for sticking around. That's why you're a VIP, because you've been with me since like the beginning. So, always remember that. I got your back. Have a good night, everyone. Laters.